pillars of our existence: plants, animals, humans. Now, it is imperative to take interest in future, which lies beyond the boundary of our short-sighted outlook and self-interest. By extending love, metta bhavna, compassion, karuna bhavna, and non-violence, ahimsa, in practice, and limiting our greed, not stopping, limiting our greed, we can take interest in protecting the right of happiness of the future generations to come. I propose two different methodological models based on the ancient texts of Buddhist philosophy. And these two models I named as honeybee model and mother-child model for an ideal relation between man and nature or man in nature, or the same to me. The Buddhist approach in this respect is based on the law of interdependent existence. This is Pratitya Samutpada, and the theory of not self, Noiratma, or relational self. I shall argue that Buddha's teaching integrates all aspects of ecosphere, individuals and general species, in terms of mutual interdependence, which in a sense an attempt to institutionalize care and welfare ethics beyond human domain, reaching animals and plant worlds. World means here the loka in Sanskrit and Pali. Friends, we face today many challenges to our survival. I'm naming some of these: drought caused by deforestation, flood, soil erosion, increase in global warming, serious threat to ozone layer from product of carbon discharged by the refrigerator, along with many others. Plastic is another problem. I'm happy that you have banned plastic here. To address such environmental problems, we have to look for an integral relation between man and nature. Friends, where do we stand now? This is also important. Needless to say, armed with the knowledge of science and technology, if we do not link ourselves with ethically skillful ways, upaya kausalam, of using our achieved powers, then we will destroy ourselves, destroy the happiness of the future generations to come. Material development, divorced from moral and spiritual concern, tends to develop selfish, individualistic outlook and makes men greedy exploiter of nature. As a result, our exploitation of natural resources, the replenishing capacity of nature becomes impaired. If you visit North Bengal, where Professor Padi is serving, you know, there is no tree there. I was there 36 years back. I was teaching there in North Bengal. It was full of jungles. Now if you visit, there is tiger project, but there is no tree. So it is, if tree asks you that uprooted from the soil, that I don't want to be linked with the earth and this is my freedom, we are doing this, uprooting ourselves from our foundation. Why? So as a result of exploitation of natural resources, the replenishing capacity of nature becomes impaired nowadays. It is ultimately human beings who suffer as a result of greed, aggression, and delusion. Lobha, Deshaha, Moha. There are three Pali words they use. I shall try to avoid the Pali words. So, how to live a better life depends upon how to establish a balanced relation, minimizing your need, not abolishing your need. A balanced relation between our ways of living in nature. This is important today. If we look at nature, we shall see that nature as a whole maintains a reign of harmony and interdependence. Friends, our moral degradation badly affects our external environment. We have no right to disturb the harmony of nature for the sake of our present happiness only, and for meeting our greed. Now, if we argue for our own happiness, with same logic, we cannot deny that the people belonging to future generations have the right to their happiness. We cannot deny. If you argue for my happiness, with the same logic we can use for the happiness of the future generations and others. We must change, therefore, our short-sighted understanding of the word development. The word development is a crazy word, mainly flourished in the West, from development to sustainable development. Sustainable development. So our motto should be sustainable development. If you have a tumor in your body, it's also development. We don't want it. Right? Now it is important to take interest in future which lies beyond our boundary of short-sighted outlook and self-interest, then how it is possible. As a student of Buddhist philosophy, I would say it is possible by extending love. Love is a very tricky word. It's different from lust, karma, compassion, and nonviolence in practice. We can take interest in protecting right to happiness of future generations. The ethical approach of early Buddhism towards nature is similar to deep ecological concern of the environmental philosophy today. The ethical teachings of Buddhism ask us to purify our mind to control our desire. Mana ubangama dhamma, manasattha manamaya. It observes that being greedy human beings want to take as much as they can from the earth and from others to satisfy their immediate wants without consideration for the future. Any kind of, therefore, devaluation of other creatures, the concept of other, within quote and unquote, is an important concept. Buddhists have their own interpretations. They would say devaluation of other creatures and rating them in lower levels than human beings empathetically disconnect us from the harmonious principle of nature. And this leads to do harm to others as well as ourselves. It is this moral dimension of ecological problems which may be addressed from the ethical perspective of Buddhist philosophy. Buddhist ethics grounded for a broad naturalistic stance. All creatures, yesterday we were talking about sentient beings. I say sentient, non-sentient, so as subject to moral sensitivity. So Luva, Desha and Moha, greed, hatred and delusion are considered as the causal conditions for the unwholesome actions and the roots of dukkha, suffering. Buddhist texts contain references to different methodological devices in order to reduce environmental crises and emphasize on the interconnectedness and interdependence of life upon earth. Buddhism would view the spiritual crisis of self-centeredness and greed aided by the non-moral use of knowledge of science and technology today without connecting them to morality as one of the main sources of environmental crisis today. For Buddhism, any effort to eradicate environmental crisis must begin with purification of human conduct and mental attitudes. It starts with Sila Shiksha. Shilas are Shiksha Padam. In its moral aspect, Buddhism therefore prescribes precepts and virtues for ideal living. Let us concentrate on, because the first subject, let me concentrate on only three concepts. These are the precept of non-violence, the virtues of loving kindness, and compassion to address environmental problems. And now let me begin with some references from the text. What I have said is supported by text. I'm giving you a reference. By mail, the draft itself. In the Sringalavada Sutra of Digonikaya, Krishna, there is called Patibhaka. The Patibhaka 31 describes, we find that 35 sections have been devoted there to elucidate the code of discipline. We all know begins with this Panchashila, which is called by the Buddhists as Shila Grahana. Killing, stealing, sexual and sensual misconduct, speaking untrue, intoxication have been prohibited. Shilas have two sides. One is called Paritra Shila, other is Charitra. Begins with the Paritra, what you ought not to do. And other side is there, what is called Vidi in Hindu tradition. This is called Charitra, for character building. The canonical literature of Buddhism contains several references forbidding over-exploitations of the natural world. In Digonikaya, we also read prohibits doing any harm to seeds, plants, and trees specifically, and disobeying of prohibitory rules amounts to committing sin. Next comes the Vinaya Pitaka, chapter 4, verses 34, 35. Here also we see it condemns doing harm or asking someone else to do harm to trees, plants as offense. In Digonikaya, Brahmajala Sutta, there is condemns setting fires to fields, hills, and woodlands as sin. Again, in Anguttara Nikaya, chapter 2, in order to dissociate people from violence, it urges that the result of killing animals or encouraging killing is the rebirth in hell. All these are metaphoric language. Don't take it literally. Again, in Anguttara Nikaya, we read that there are some professions which are not very much encouraging to the Buddhists, like the profession of butcher, hunter, or fisherman, under wrong means of living. These are called wrong means of living. Deforestation has been condemned as an offense. The Buddhist moral approach to environmental problem, therefore, may be called a contribution to, quote and unquote, internal ecology. This consideration has been reflected. I'm trying to put in the known language of the environmental philosopher, therefore I am using these terms. The consideration has been reflected in the life pattern prescribed for monks and nuns during rainy season for Vassabhasa, such as to remain in the monasteries as far as possible in order to reduce possible injury to and harming of small creatures like insects, etc., and green vegetations. In Dhammapada, we read, all tremble at punishment, danda, because life is dear to all. Jagadish Chandra Bose made an experiment with the plants, tree, then how life is there. The trees also feels this, they have the sensation of fear. The vegetation is also this sensation of fear is improved in experiment. But there are, in ancient philosophical literature of India, there are many references starting from Vaisheshik Sutra and others in Buddhist texts also. So you must be sensitive that considering others' feeling, I am not Don't worry, I am not proposing that you must stop taking your food. There is a way out later on I said. Now it is there, so don't take it literally and metaphorically you take it. Considering others' feeling as good as the feeling of oneself. One should not kill or become cause of killing. Cause of killing is more dangerous than killing. A person who seeks his own happiness and harms other pleasures loving being with sticks gets no happiness even in thereafter. So there are Suttonipato. Suttonipato refers to the incident of offering of milk, which is called hero. Hero means milk to Buddha by a farmer called Bhagavad-Gita. There are many stories there. I am only choosing some of these. When Buddha, for some present reasons, it was actually not in order, so he said that I am not going to take it, but his advices are very important there. His advised him, the Bharadwaja, that not to throw it to any place where green grass would be hard, right? By him, or in water where small insects will be affected. And this reflects on the Buddha's concern of Buddha for flora and fauna, because these are part of our life. The Hindus worship rivers, the Abrahamic religions they criticize. They are stopping the stones, rivers and others, because they don't understand it, the comprehensive way of living. At the end of the goal is the pleasure. Pleasure, why? Pleasure system philosophy has 3P, very interestingly. Power, profit and pleasure. So people are running after power. If you have power, you will have profit, and if you have profit, then you will have pleasure. The Wall Street Journal could not know what is happening next to USA in last scan. Everybody is, so this is the motto of Western civilization. Eastern civilization is different. Sense of belonging is there. So not only there, those who Upanishads, the Buddhist texts are very rich about this. So flora and fauna is very important in our life. It is our duty to protect it, not pollute it. People are advised not to do any harm, even to live without exclusive necessity. In Bhagavad, if you visit the Buddhist countries, I visited some of the countries. Just out of joy, sometimes you pick up a branch of tree, you break the branch of tree, immediately you would be asked, do you need it? The common people, many people have the habit of, urination is outside. Yes, if there is possible, there is a specific place for this. Immediately the young children will come. It's very important. I realized in my own life when I was traveling. Even if you visit the northeastern Sikkim, Wangkwang and others, you'll get some people there. This is a part of life. Bhagavad-Gita contains many such instructions against what we call today deforestation and encouraging lessons for preservation of greens. Vinaya Pitaka records that Jivaka is a famous physician who was a student of the science of healing. The medical science in those days was called science of healing in Takshashila. So at the end of the degree, before getting the degree examination, there was some practical examinations. His professor in pharmacology gave me the task, 2 years time, with a stage and 9 miles around the Takshila to find any plant or creeper which does not have medicinal value. So when Jivak, after 2 years he returned, he was very sad that he did not find any of the creepers for plants having no medical value. Then his teacher was so pleased, he was offered the degree. This is recorded in Vinaya. Vinaya also contains an instruction to bhikshus for recycling model, recycling the old rocks, jivarams. That you must use it. You must know how to recycle. This is the art of another kind of living with harmony. Don't use and throw. The use and throw is the principle of the Western morality. Use and throw. Then where they to dump, they dump all this wastage to these third world countries, the Americans. The Americans and the Chinese in the east and the Americans in the western side, Germans, they are using much. They are dumping because they have power. Our country they use as a dumping place of the things. Use and throw. But our philosophy is not. It's a recycle. Germans are now today following. Recycle the rocks was there in and not to pollute water or green grass with urine or excrement. This is also mentioned. How they are aware of this 200 years ago. And if you read the most of the scriptures, these are now available in translation. Calcutta University published a Bangla translation also, very cheap. All the Gospel's inscriptions in book. We see the instructions for preservation of medicinal plants with special care. Why? Because both human beings and animal species require these for getting rid of ailments. There is specific mentions of animals in the inscriptions. These are in Brahmi lipi, so the translations are available now. All these show that Buddhist way of living used to honor with gratitude the inner rhythm of nature. And this is very close to modern use of preserving biodiversity. It's a modern, this idea, philosophy is very close to this modern use of biodiversity. I think I have not developed this, I am just giving you some hints. The Dhammapada, another text, is not only Buddhist text, it is a text for each and everybody. If you read Dhammapada, it will help you in different ways in your own life. I have been benefited by this. 390, Dhammapada 390, it identifies clearly the importance of non-violence. When it says, I'm trying to translate this Pali into English. The places where the mind is refrained from violence are places where there cannot be any more suffering. The precept of ahimsa, which is another controversial, ideal in ethics, and people confuse it with many other things. There are many wrong interpretations of it also. Some of my friends once told me that, Mahatma, you will have to die without taking food if you have become ahimsa. You are utilizing ahimsa. The non-violence in Buddhist vocabulary is known as panati paka virati. It's the shiksha. Yesterday, Professor Panir Silvan told us that from non-vegetarian to it turned into vegetarian. What happened to Peter Singer also? At the end of his life, he became vegetarian. I'm telling you, Buddhism is not preaching vegetarianism. It's a mandatory ethics. It's another wrong conception. It is the precept of abstaining from killing, of not encouraging anybody for killing, and of not sanctioning anybody's act of killing. There are three different layers of each of the siddhas. It is a practicing precept both in thinking and in action. It's not that something theoretical. Unless you practice it, it has no meaning. Now I am trying to give some extensional meaning. extensional meaning of this precept will help us to address some of the ecological crises we face today. How? It means the meaning may be extended to include refraining from torture, criminal intimidation, violent ideologies, and activities. Yesterday, Professor Polina Sidhu was telling us about the torture of animals. I myself is associated with most of the medical colleges. There is an ethics committee, and in science departments, ethics committee for it, because they do experiment with animals. And you will have to stop all these experiments. So that's the outcome. And non-physical to all creatures. It is in turn to be considered as an active attempt in recognizing the value of the lives of others and equal respect for all creatures. It is a positive part. Virtue is why it's not negative. Ahimsa is not negative one, it's a positive part. How? Of doing good. Because it's a kind of resistance to evil through love. In a sense, it is essentially tied up with the compassion and loving kindness, Karuna Bhavna and Metta Bhavna. And such a tied up form of non-violence, in spiritual sense, can distill and unify the religio-cultural tradition of Buddhism into bioethical ideals of living non-violently and with reverential attitude for all life. In ecological paraphrase, then, we may say that it is an indirect indication that we live in the world as interdependent, and this is not only true in the context of our own human beings, but also of other beings, plants, and overall nature. Now, the extensional meaning of this precept would dissuade people from throwing any waste into river or lakes, and would mean it obligatory to guard the lives of all creatures found in the process of natural environment. This is strengthened by loving kindness as a value, and values are such that we are to be that are to be realized by doing, as we become just by doing justice. Maitri Bhavana or Metta Bhavana in Pali is the practicing of unbounded consciousness of well-being from self to all, soul to support. Cultivation of this is an antidote to greed, anger, and all kinds of things. It is rather an extension of the first person consciousness, experience of non-envy, of vairi, non-hatred, of vyapada, and calmness means maniga, to all creatures, to all spheres of existence, sabbaloka, human, animal, and plants. Its interest, its nearest enemy is last come. If you practice loving kindness to somebody, it would simultaneously become impossible for you to get angry with that person. Love means giving something, whereas lust means getting something. Lust is conditional, as it again and arouse in Greece. In Greek language, arouse, all this difference. Buddha Gosha, his tuning was, like Lord Buddha. That's why he was called Buddha Gosha. The Vishuddhi Magga is a text. He explains it the metaphor of the mother's love for the only child when she wishes for the youth of that child. The mother protects her child, even at the cost of her own life. So both the teachings of Dhammapada here, loving kindness conquers angers. What krudena jine krudam, Yo sadhunam sadhuna jine, both conquers evils, and donation conquers the stingy, and truth conquers the false. This is the idea. Dhammapada stresses on this when it goes as hatred never ceases through hatred. On the contrary, Nai Berena Berani Samantada Kudasa. Hatred ceases to love. This is the eternal law. O Virena the Samantadi is a Dhamma Sarantana. Many people translate it as permanent. It is Buddhism is not reaching permanent. It's a wrong translation. This Samantana means it is the agent law. I have translated it this way. Again, compassion. It's very important. It's called basis of non-violence because it eradicates vihingsha, the ability to become violent. And there is nothing greater than doing good to all creatures. There are so many other references. I don't want to put it here. Then I'm coming to the problem. How philosophers are always problematic people because there is no problem, they try to get some problem. Our job is to interpret. I'm now putting it into that target. Now, how we apply these ethics of virtues to meet ecological challenges that we face today? If there is no relevance, why should we study all these things? Right? 20, 200, 500 years ago, Buddha taught all these ethics in our country. If these are not relevant, why should we study this? Teaching must be, must contextualize text for today. That's very frequently my friend Professor Ponisham uses the term contextualize. So contextualizing, we are actually interpreting it for our time. The Dimiti Buddhism would suggest lies in changing our mindset and to bound us with loving kindness and compassion, connected with non-violence, to make the paradigm shift so that our worldview, right, is as world sustaining as it is self-fulfilling. If we read Anguttara Nikaya, there are many stories like this, where it is said, because of the unrighteous acts of the kings and his people, the result of greed, satisfaction in exploiting nature, the environmental crisis arise in the form of little rainfall, poor crops, weak and short-lived people, because of the sin committed by the ruler, because ruler is supposed to uphold the moral standard and his people. Now, we may extend it today to mean whatever harm a foe may do to a foe or a hater to a hater, an ill-directed mind can do one for greater harm. So, Buddhism suggests you control your mind. So, controlling your mind, we can control the world. And another story is Vyagra Jataka. The Jataka stories are also very interesting. I'm narrating only the story very quickly. It goes like this: Bodhisattva, one tree goddess, and a tiger and a lion were living together in the forest. So after some days, this very Devi, she came to Bodhisattva and said, "Let us drive away the tigers and lions from the because they roars in the night." And Bodhisattva said, and the consequence is very bad. So when they are driving away, woodcutter came and they cut the tree, and then the abode of the Devi is gone. So this is the story in short. The story may be used in an extensional sense today to signify the model of protecting woodlands and forests with the help of the white elements. Right? We know that the deforestation along with the loss of forest products cause many kinds of natural disasters like soil erosion, flood and drought. Mahajana Sutra is eloquent in praising trees and plants. The Buddha was pictured as telling 7 daughters that 100 years all trees bore fruits and flowers, hundreds of birds and beasts were harmonious in their cycle. We create environmental crisis when we are guided by any of the 3 of Usalam Moolam, the roots of unrighteous states of greed, hatred, and delusion. This is called Vakushala Moolam. And there are references in Vigo Nikaya. You can read it. Now, let us examine the questions of feasibility. Whether this type of ethical philosophy helps us to address our environmental problems. Let us now examine the question of feasibility, whether these are feasible. This is important. Yes. Buddhism advocates a middle path between excessive enjoyment and extreme self-mortifications. And in the light of this middle path principle, we have to derive the barest minimum from nature to fulfill our needs. Precepts are meant to restrain ourselves from our greed satisfaction, not need. Here it may be further objected that what is called greed today will be considered as need tomorrow. Once the refrigerator was a luxury, now it has become a necessity. So also there are counter questions. Now, how to respond to this? In response to this, it is to be borne in mind that when we speak of need, we speak of the minimum, what is due to us. Nonviolence as a precept emphasizes on the avoidance of intentional violence and practice of nonviolence as far as practical. I'm referring to Emperor Oshu's inscription again. Earlier there was no restrictions for taking meat. People are fond of, shooting, shikar. Now Oshu himself declared 56 non-slaughter days as a step towards reduction of active violence to animals. So Buddhism is preaching towards reductionism, need-based. Therefore, the argument is that vegetarianism is not mandatory, but optional, as happened with Professor Panira Silvamji, from non-vegetarian to vegetarian, with Peter Singer. So, by Buddhist, every Buddhist is not a vegetarian. The Taiwan people and other, there are some, they are vegetarian. There are some Chinese people, vegetarians, Mohajanis, but all are not. We may develop an ideal model with the metaphor of mother-child relation with regard to our relation to nature for satisfaction of our needs and not of greed. The mother, out of affection, feeds her child as far as required, but the adult, self-supported child does not require mother's support anymore. If now he demands still more from the mother, this is out of greed, this is exploitation. If without adjusting with the harmonious force of nature, we exploit nature, it takes revenge. Now extending the Buddhist teachings of interdependence, non-violence and compassion, we can change our attitude towards nature from one of domination to cooperation. From domination to cooperation. This is another sheet. It covers forgiveness, command, fearlessness, abhaya, and universal loving kindness, metta, for the forms of life. The spirit of teaching of Buddha would insist us to link commerce with morality, science and technology with humanity, knowledge and character with wealth, knowledge with character, and wealth with one, and pleasure with conscience. This will enable us to live a skillful way, upaya kausalam, and to preserve the planet from the realization of deep interconnectedness of all things. An ideal relation between our way of living and nature may be dressed in the Digha-Nikaya's Shigalavada Sutra, where Buddha narrates to Priyapati Putra Singalaka. A householder should accumulate wealth as a bee collects nectar from a flower. How? The bee harms neither the fragrance nor the beauty of the flower, but gathers nectar, turn it into sweet honey. Similarly, human being is expected to make legitimate use of nature so that he can rise above nature and realize his intimate spiritual potential. Following this honeybee model, our right thinking and right doing should go hand in hand. Therefore, eco-catastrophe would be viewed by the Buddhists as a consequence of unrestricted exploitations of nature by human beings. External pollution originates from our attitude level corruption. The key to happiness living lies in maintaining a balanced way of life among plants, animals, and humans, and in sincere wish for happiness of all creatures. Sabbe Sukhina Hantu. I am referring to Tagore. There are some friends from Shantiniketan. I myself is an ex-student of Shantiniketan Department of Philosophy. So I am fond of Tagore. Tagore, as I started, that emancipation from the bondage of soil is no freedom for the tree. This is the translated, rough translation of what is said in Bangla. Tagore, there is a Upannas novel called Jogajog, Communication, where he said, let me first read Bangla, then I shall try to translate it. কাঠুরে গাছকে কাটতে জানে, সে গাছ পায় না, কাঠ পায়। মালি গাছকে রাখতে জানে, সে পায় ফুল, সে পায় ফল। My rough English translation is that I have to translate Tagore. The woodcutter only knows how to cut the tree. So it does not get flower, gets only wood, dry wood, shushkam, custom. The gardener knows how to nourish the tree. So he gets flower, fruits, etc. Let us wish to be a gardener in Tagore's sense. Again, another drama called Muktadhara, Unrestricted Spring. Tagore expresses the view that nature is like our mother. So we should protect it against all kinds of chaining by the king. And there are protests, this. I'm just referring to it. Anyway, I should not speak much, only as I promised that a little bit politics is involved here. So I'm referring to doing, I urge you all to join politics and against those who are involved against nature. Politicians are supporting their, the party men that they are cutting the trees. These philosophers cannot do it. So unless you develop a movement, there are people with your side. So before elections, politicians see that there are many people are with you, then they will listen to you. So philosophers can do this public awareness. Let us call all creatures be happy. Let us not endanger ourselves. All these are new shilas I am proposing now. By endangering the beauty of art caused by pollution, deforestation, and desertification. To make our planet the abode, ashraya, home for all, in the real sense of the term, let us utilize the powers that we achieve in the field of science and technology skillfully so that nature's harmony is not disturbed, number one, and this can be done to a large extent by linking ethical elements of restraint, shila shiksha, and virtues to our new powers. This would be the implication of middle way today. An ethical perspective of Buddhism would tell us that the environmental problems of today have deep roots in our misguided anthropocentric attitude about the non-human domains of nature. On the contrary, now we should think ourselves as a part of nature, work in harmony with it and use its resources for the normal sustenance and minimum requirement. In this way, we may check our check our undisciplined voluntary actions to make our environment suitable for us as well as our future generations to come. The imaginative restructuring the Buddhist practice intervenes traditional virtue, ethics with environmental concern and a eco-friendly way of life. Let us go to recycle everything we can. This includes glass, carbon board, cardboard, plastic, paper, motor oil. We want to be energy efficient. This includes lowering the thermostat on the water heater, fixing all leaks immediately, using rechargeable batteries, cloth diapers, and we must go to be an active and informed voter. This is important. Learn how your representatives have voted on environmental issues. Let them know when you do not agree with them and when you do agree. You want to exercise my purchasing power for the benefit of all sentient beings, among many others. So unless we implement it, we must begin with oneself. As we use, water in the basin nowadays, many friends of mine, I always used to keep a pot with me because as much as I require for shaving, otherwise many people, if it is, I see in universities also, I have very bad names in Calcutta University. My students used to, they are under the fan. When they are leaving the room, they did not switch off. Even the basins are draining the waters. I said, will you do it in your own house? No, sir. Then why you are doing it? Don't you think that you should have developed a belonging, sense of belonging? So those who are we shade with water, so let us take a pot with us, start with this. If you go on lecturing, that will not work. So it is to be practiced. I think this is the sum of the ideas, very rough and sketchy ideas. I am not an expert in this area, as my friend Professor Padi is. He did his research on environmental philosophy, and Dr. Panajit is a specialist, he did his PhD on environmental philosophy, speaker singer. Some of the rough ideas from the text and how can we utilize that. Anyway, I should be very pleased to listen to you now, if time permits. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mahanta, and I welcome Professor Sachidananda Misraji to this Astap lecture also. He is very kind enough to be here today. Despite of all his busy schedule at ICPR Delhi, he used us there. I visited once when he was there. I have seen heap of files in this table. Whenever he comes here, he clears it and then. And within a fraction of a minute, every file is clear. That is the best file that he has. But still, he is coming here and he will be with us for tomorrow regularly. So we can use his presence, participants. Thank you, Professor Mahanta, for your presentation. I have already just understood that sometimes Buddhism is understood as a cult, not as a religion, as a way of life, not as a religion. And while referring to way of life, there lies the relationship between environmental awareness and Buddhism. But Buddhism does not have any integrated or interdisciplinary or organized environmental. So far as the traditional environmental ethics is concerned. But Buddhist practice, there is a difference between theory and practice. Buddhist practice is much more oriented with environmental reflection. And hinting on that point, Professor Mahanta has told a lot of references, a lot of hints, and given us one beautiful point is that not all Buddhists are vegetarian. I mean, I have a student from ASEAN, Alim Professor. He is a Wangil Lama. He is a monk actually. Then I asked a question, why you people are, I mean, some Buddhists are, I mean, fond of vegetarianism, some are not. He simply said that I am a Buddhist monk, but I am not a vegetarian. So these are the difficulty, I mean, these are the indiscrepancy found in Buddhism. Maybe there are some historical background, I don't know. But if you go to the Mahayana Buddhism, at the complementary tradition of Tathagata Dharma, here Tathagata, even if in Alaya Vigyan, that represents a cosmological cosmology, which is very much fond of, which is there in environmental philosophy. Alaya Vigyan and in Tathagata Dharma. Actually, Tathagata signifies the inherent capacities and potentially of all sentient beings to attain the supreme and perfect enlightenment of Buddha. That part is, I think, somehow crucial in Buddhist understanding of environment. But anyway, thank you, Dr. Mahathir, for giving your precious time to us or Alfred. Now I request my participants and Professor Silvam, if you like to reflect on some words, Professor Salman, and also Professor Israel. Participants, please let us share the dialogue, what he says and what you understand. If there are some problems, let us share with the help of Professor Silvam, Professor and of course Professor. Now it is open for dialogue.
I'm working in the area of environmental aesthetics, and for now, mostly I've only read works of Western philosophers. I was curious to know if, because they talk so much about love, respect towards creature, like different creatures, both flora, fauna, animals, and um plants. So, is there some discourse which I can find in Buddhism which talks about aesthetic appreciation or beauty, or because largely it talks about compassion and love. So, and compassion and love, they I see at least from the Western context, the aesthetic appreciation is something which also helps us in looking at something with the feeling of love and compassion. So in Buddhism, is there something which talks about the aesthetic beauty and hence love as an implication of that? As an implication of aesthetic appreciation. So it's so beautiful that I appreciate it. Or I and another one was you also talked about different instances where you you know uh, Buddhism talks about the conservation of different species. So plants, grass, animals, small insects. Is there also something which talks about ecology as a whole, or environmental systems as a whole? For example, a forest, so protection of environmental phenomena, or things like that.
Yes, very right queries. I've already discussed this in detail. Actually, the Pali text is Kameshu Mittacharo Viramani Shiksha Padamadiyami. The word kama is very misleading word when it gets translated. Kama is not confined to sexual misconduct here. Also, that's I use sensual. So this is actually this creates actually imbalance. Buddhism speaks of balance, harmony, we're living together, right? And the love actually it's a there are many senses of words used in Sanskrit. Ekat kriyang bhavet mitra. There are many senses. Love is a very another confusing term, English term. But here very simply it means for if you love somebody, you cannot hate him. So love is not for getting something. I love you means without any expectation. Your love is such that I use the Greek term agape to understand it. And spiritually, the very basis of spirituality, it is prema in Vaishnava terms. It is very close terms in all of the Indian traditions, all philosophies. So if you extend love, right, you can restrain yourself. If you love a bird, you can restrain yourself from taking these effects. This is important. That's why controlling the mind. All these are shiksha, the way of life. That's why they call it upaya paurushadha. That's why I say skillful way of life. If you have science and technology, many things, and consumeristic society are always pushing us, consume, and our how the Sri Lankan people are suffering nowadays. So we'll have to link the science and technology with our tradition. What is there in our tradition? I was trying to give some extensional sense so that we can utilize our traditions. Our way of life is different way of life. We feel concern for other. Other is not totally, if you read Bible, then your other concept is that if you are not with me, then you are my enemy. Our concept is not that. You are other is an extension of oneself, so to so. So this is actually the spirit, not peculiar to Buddhism, but it's common to I think in their traditions. My friend Dr. Sharma can reflect more on this, and my friend Dr. Satchidananda Mishra. There are many things in our traditions. My point is to say that please look at our traditions. You will get something which will be of benefit to you. Anyway, thank you.
Any more questions? More clarity or you need any explanation or clarification?
I should make it to this draft.
Doctor? Dr. Chatterjee, do you like to say? Abhishek? Let's go for a 10 minutes break. After that, join with Professor Amita. Thanks.
People are fond of Peter Strawson to say in individuals, but there is new things. We have to interpret the word one. And the Britishers they say it is more philosophical, very interesting. Then question was asked to me, as the same thing I will say in India, Ralston included. So on Mudram was to Bhagavad-Gita. So it is said by Jarthavarta 1000 years ago, it is not philosophical, only if it is said by a coquette man, and a white skinned man, then it is philosophical. Shall we start, friends?
Let us start. See, again, I feel very proud and I feel very honored to say that Professor Ambika Datta Sharma is here with us. Before requesting Professor Ambika Datta Sharma to say, to present his class, let me say a few words about Professor Sharma. Professor Ambika Datta Sharma was born in the year 1960 and is an eminent scholar and emerging philosopher belonging to the scholastic tradition of Banaras. He obtained his master's degree in 1985 and Doctor of Philosophy in 1988 in philosophy from Banaras Hindu University. He earned also the degree of Buddha Darsanacharya in 1993 from Sampananand Sanskrit Vishwavidyalaya, Varanasi. He is well-versed scholar in Indian philosophy, Buddhism, Buddhist logic and epistemology, philosophy of language, 20th century Indian philosophy and cultural studies with special reference to colonial and post-colonial cultural consciousness. He has published many research papers and voluminous works to his credit. His book, entitled Bauddha Pramana Darshana in 2007 and a revised edition in 2016, has received special attention for meta-epistemological inquiry in the field of Indian epistemology. Another anthology, entitled Bharatiyata ke Samasik Artha Sandarbha in 2015, has also received wide review and readership in respect of the authentic emancipation of cultural self. For the identification of the post-independent era of Indian philosophy, he has edited Sanketik Darshanik Vimars in 2005, Sanketik Advaita Vimars in 2005, Bharatiya Darshan ke 50 वर्ष in 2006, Sanketik Paschatya Darshan Samiksha in 2012, in defense of metaphysics in 2008, Vedanta Darshan ke Ayam in 2013, and Yasadev Salya Samagra in 2017 in 4 volumes. He has translated and edited very rare texts into Hindi. Panibhushan Tarkavadis's Nyaya Darshanam in 2014, Jairasi Bhatta's Tattva in 2015. He has been the recipient of national awards like UGC Research Award in 2006 and Naresh Mehta Smriti Bangay Saman in 2007. Apart from being visiting fellow, has been nominated as a visiting professor in Indian Council of Philosophical Research, New Delhi for the year 2017-18 and visiting professor at IIS Simla for the year 2019. He is an editor of the esteemed journal Unmilan, published by the Darshan Pratishthan Jaipur, and the chief editor of Madhya Bharati, a journal of humanities and social sciences published by Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University, Madhya Pradesh. As a professor of philosophy and a general secretary of Akhil Bharatiya Darshanik Parishad, he was also the head of the department. Various responsibility has gone to his credit. He was the head of the department of philosophy, chairman, council and warden of chief proctor, coordinator of IQSC, member of academic council and dean students affairs. Professor Datta Sharma in the department of philosophy, he served a lot to the department as well as to the country. And last but not the least, I am very fond of Professor Sharma, and I really honored to be with him for last 2 years. I mean, in the pandemic to still today. I am also thankful that Professor Mishraji is with us, and I now request Professor Sharma to present his class. The title of his class is Nairatmapadi, the perspective of environmental. Thank you, sir.
Hello. विधूत कल्पना जाल गंभीरोदार मूर्तये नमः समंत भद्राय समंत अस्मरण विषे। भारतीय दार्शनिक अनुसंधान परिषद के सदस्य सचिव और इस देश के उदीयमान न्यायिक और मेरे इस व्याख्यान सत्र की अध्यक्षता कर रहे प्रोफेसर सच्चिदानंद मिश्र जी, दुनिया की पर्यावरणीय और पारिस्थितिकीय असंतुलन की समस्या पर केंद्रित इस कार्यशाला के समन्वयक प्रोफेसर लक्ष्मीकांत पाही जी और बड़े सौभाग्य से और बड़े संयोग से यहाँ उपस्थित इस देश के वरिष्ठ प्रोफेसर पनील सिल्वन जी और प्रोफेसर टी.के. मोहंता जी। कभी कभी मित्रों, सीनियर होने का एक सिचुएशनल एडवांटेज मिल जाता है लोगों को, और जिस विषय का अभ्यास आपने न किया हो उस पर भी बोलने के लिए कभी कभी ऐसा अवसर मिल जाता है। और मैं आज आपके समक्ष ऐसे ही एक अवसर पाकर पर्यावरण दर्शन पर शायद अपने जीवन में, अपने अकादमिक जीवन में पहली बार कुछ बोलने के लिए आपके सामने खड़ा हूं। पहली बार मैं अपनी बात एक छोटी सी आप बीती सुनाकर आरंभ करना चाहता हूं। जब मैं 1988 में पीएचडी कर लिया तो मेरे मन में बड़ी इच्छा थी कि काश मेरी कोई आर्टिकल ICDR में छप जाए। हर एक डॉक्टरल एंड पोस्ट डॉक्टरल स्टूडेंट की मन में ये इच्छा होती। तो उन दिनों मेरा संपर्क JICPR के एडिटर और इस देश के बहुत ही प्रसिद्ध दार्शनिक प्रोफेसर दयाकृष्ण से हुई, और मैंने उनसे कहा कि सर, मेरी ऐसी इच्छा है कि मेरी कोई आर्टिकल JICPR में छपे। और कहा कि तुम बुद्धिस्ट लॉजिक एंड एपिस्टेमोलॉजी पढ़ते रहे हो, तुम एक प्रमाण संपला और एक प्रमाण व्यवस्था पर तुम एक आर्टिकल लिखो। तो मैंने कहा कि सर, मैं जरूर लिखूंगा। काफी दिन बीत गए, मैं लिखने का प्रयास भी करता रहा, लेकिन मेरी हिम्मत नहीं होती थी कि मैं अपना लिखा हुआ दया जी को भेजूं। इसी बीच में एक दिन मेरे पास शाम को फोन आया कि अंबिका, मैं सागर आया हूं, मैं बड़ा चौंक गया। वास्तव में ना उनकी एक बड़ी बेटी सागर में रहती थी, तो अचानक वो सागर आ गए। उन्होंने कहा कि तुम शाम को आओ, मैं तुम्हारे साथ सागर इवनिंग वॉक करूंगा। तो मैं स्कूटर उठाया और शाम को चला गया। तो जब हम लोग टहलने के लिए निकले तो हम लोगों की वार्ता इस बात से शुरू हुई कि कहो भाई, तुमने तो कहा था कि एक आर्टिकल तुम मुझे भेज रहे हो प्रमाण संपलव और प्रमाण व्यवस्था पर, क्या हुआ? तो मैं डरते हुए कहा कि सर, मैं लिखने का प्रयास कर रहा हूँ ना, लेकिन मैं लिख नहीं पा रहा हूँ, मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा हूँ कि मैं इस समस्या को कैसे डील करूं और आपको लिखूं। तो उन्होंने झट से कहा कि यही क्यों नहीं लिखते हो कि तुम्हें क्या नहीं समझ में आ रहा है, यही लिख दिए होते। तो अगर तुम्हें नहीं कुछ समझ में आ रहा है तो इसी को लिखो ना कि तुम्हें क्या नहीं समझ में आ रहा है। दया जी की ये बात पढ़ने लिखने वाले किसी भी व्यक्ति, चाहे वो विद्यार्थी हो चाहे शिक्षक हो, भी बड़ी प्रेरणादायक है कि कभी कभी हम कुछ सोचने में, कुछ लिखने में इतना ज्यादा परफेक्शनिस्ट हो जाते हैं कि हमारा जो रेट ऑफ मार्जिनल प्रोडक्शन होता है वो जीरो हो जाता है। कभी कभी इसको कंस्ट्रक्टिव फैलेसी ऑफ रीजन भी कहते हैं। कंस्ट्रक्टिव फैलेसी ऑफ रीजन, कि हम कुछ ऐसा प्रोड्यूस करना चाहते हैं कि बहुत ही वो मूल्यवान हो और इसके चलते मेरा मार्जिनल प्रोडक्शन जीरो हो जाता है। दया जी की इस बात ने मुझे अपने अकादमिक जीवन में बहुत प्रेरित किया। और मित्रों, मैं भी आज आपके सामने पर्यावरण दर्शन या पारिस्थितिकी असंतुलन की समस्या पर मुझे क्या नहीं समझ में आता है, वही मैं आज आपसे कुछ शेयर करना चाहूंगा। पर्यावरण दर्शन के संबंध में सबसे पहले जो बात मुझे नहीं समझ में आती वह यह समस्या ग्लोबल है या यह समस्या लोकल है। आजकल एक टर्म आ गया है ग्लोकल, ग्लोबल एंड लोकल को मिला दिया गया है और एक शब्द आजकल प्रचलित हो गया है ग्लोकल। तो ये पर्यावरण की समस्या ग्लोबल प्रॉब्लम है या लोकल प्रॉब्लम है? कुछ साइंटिस्ट इस समय इस प्रकार से लिख रहे हैं कि पूरी यह जो ब्रह्मांडीय व्यवस्था है, जो पूरा यूनिवर्स, पूरी कॉस्मोलॉजी का जो सिस्टम है, उसमें मनुष्य का जो स्टेटस है, मनुष्य का जो रोल है, हेलियोसेंट्रिक जो वर्ल्ड है हमारा, उस हेलियोसेंट्रिक वर्ल्ड में मनुष्य की औकात तो समुद्र के पानी के एक बूंद की तरह भी है। तो मनुष्य के क्रियाकलापों से कोई दुनिया में इकोलॉजिकल हैजार्डस या कोई ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की तरह कोई समस्या मनुष्य अपने हस्तक्षेप से प्रकृति में पैदा कर दे, ये संभव नहीं लगता है, क्योंकि मनुष्य की औकात तो समुद्र की पानी के एक बूंद की तरह है इस हेलियोसेंट्रिक वर्ल्ड में। ऐसा कुछ वैज्ञानिक सोचते हैं और कहते हैं कि प्रकृति में अगर इस प्रकार के जो परिवर्तन हो रहे हैं, जिन परिवर्तनों को मनुष्य जब अपने वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट में देखता है और उसे वह प्रतिकूल पाता है, तो वह सोचता है कि कुछ पर्यावरण प्रदूषण, कुछ ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, कुछ इकोलॉजिकल डिग्रेडेशन जैसी कोई समस्या दुनिया में पैदा हो रही है। हो सकता है कि ये जो परिवर्तन ऐसा दिख रहा हो वो एक कॉस्मिक प्रोसेस का परिवर्तन हो सकता है, लेकिन उस कॉस्मिक चेंजेस को जब हम अपने वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट में देखते हैं तो हमें लगता है कि ये हमारे लिए समस्या हो रहा है। एक इस समस्या को देखने का इधर कुछ जो इमर्जिंग साइंटिस्ट हैं वो इस प्रकार के राइटिंग्स लिख रहे हैं ये पर्यावरण प्रदूषण की समस्या या पारिस्थितिकी असंतुलन की समस्या एक कॉस्मिक प्रोसेस में घटित होने वाली समस्या है। इसके लिए मनुष्य जिम्मेवार नहीं, क्योंकि मनुष्य की ऐसी क्षमता ही नहीं है कि कॉस्मिक प्रोसेस को वो प्रभावित कर सके। दूसरी तरफ पर्यावरण प्रदूषण और पारिस्थितिकी असंतुलन पर जो दूसरे तरीके से हम लोग सोचते हैं कि यह एक प्रकार का मनुष्य के द्वारा किया गया नैतिक अशुभ है, मोरल इविल है, और ये इट इज क्रिएटेड बाय ग्रेटफुल इफर्ट्स ऑफ मैनकाइंड। यह मनुष्य के द्वारा किया गया एक नैतिक अशुभ है, एक मोरल इविल एक्ट है, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप दुनिया में तापमान बढ़ रहे हैं, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग हो रही है, कोई यदि ओजोन लेयर है तो उसमें छेद हो जा रहा है, पृथ्वी का तापमान बढ़ रहा है, और 50 डिग्री यदि पृथ्वी का तापमान हो गया तो मनुष्य प्रजाति के जीवित रहने की कोई संभावना नहीं बनती है। समुद्र के जलस्तर बढ़ रहे हैं, हिमालय के बर्फ पिघल रहे हैं। ये सब क्या है? ये सब बताते हैं कि ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, और इसके लिए मनुष्य जिम्मेवार है। कौन मनुष्य जिम्मेवार है? वह मनुष्य कैसा है? वह मनुष्य कैसा है? वह मनुष्य परद्रोही मनुष्य, परद्रोही, अदर के साथ एनिमिटी और क्रुएलिटी जिसके नेचर में आ गया है, परद्रोही। सबसे पहले वह ईश्वर के प्रति द्रोह करता है, उसके बाद वह प्रकृति के प्रति द्रोह करता है, इसके पश्चात वह एक मनुष्य दूसरे मनुष्य के प्रति द्रोह करता है, फिर वो समाज के प्रति द्रोह करता है। ये जो परद्रोही मनुष्य है, जो ईश्वर से लेके मनुष्य तक द्रोह भावना से इस ईश्वर के साथ अपने संबंध का निर्वाह करता है, प्रकृति के साथ अपने संदर्भ का निर्वाह करता है, मनुष्य और मनुष्य के साथ अपने संबंध का निर्वाह करने वाला जो ये परद्रोही मनुष्य है, वह इस पर्यावरण प्रदूषण के लिए जिम्मेवार है। मुझे प्रसंगवश वाल्मीकि रामायण का एक प्रसंग याद आता है। वहां राम जी में और पृथ्वी के बीच एक संवाद। राम जी पूछते हैं पृथ्वी से कि हे पृथ्वी माता, आप नदी, झील, झरने, समुद्र सबको अपने वक्षस्थल पर धारण किए रहती हो, अपने को भारवाही नहीं समझती? अपने को बोझिल नहीं महसूस करती? तो पृथ्वी कहती है कि हे राम, आप ठीक कहते हो कि मैं नदी, पर्वत, झील, झरने, पहाड़ सबको अपने वक्षस्थल पर धारण किए रहता हूं, लेकिन मैं अपने को भारवाही नहीं समझता। लेकिन एक व्यक्ति का भार मुझसे सहा नहीं जाता। नदी, झील, झरने, पहाड़ का बोझ सहन करने वाली पृथ्वी एक व्यक्ति का बोझ नहीं सहन कर पाती। वो कौन सा व्यक्ति? राम जी ने पूछा कि बताइए वो कौन सा व्यक्ति है? वहां की तुलसीदास ने वो पंक्ति लिखी है कि गिरिसरी सिंधु भार नहीं मोही, गिरिसरी सिंधु भार नहीं मोही, ज्यों मोही गरुड़ एक परद्रोही। गिरि पर्वत, सरी नदियां, समुद्र, गिरि, सरी, सिंधु, समुद्र, ये सब कुछ मेरे लिए भार नहीं, लेकिन धरती का बोझ वह कौन सा एक व्यक्ति है? वह परद्रोही व्यक्ति। और यह परद्रोही व्यक्ति जो है, वही पर्यावरण प्रदूषण के लिए जिम्मेवार है। वही परद्रोही व्यक्ति पर्यावरण प्रदूषण के लिए जिम्मेवार है, जिसने ईश्वर से द्रोह किया, फिर प्रकृति से द्रोह किया, फिर मनुष्य मनुष्य से द्रोह किया, फिर पूरे समाज से द्रोह किया, और पूरी पूरी पश्चिमी सभ्यता की नींव में जो मनुष्य की अवधारणा है, जिसने इस सभ्यता को बनाया है, वह मूल में क्या है? परद्रोही मनुष्य। और वह परद्रोही मनुष्य ही आज के इस मानव जाति के अस्तित्वात्मक संकट के लिए उत्तरदायी है। मानव के अस्तित्वात्मक संकट के लिए यही मनुष्य उत्तरदायी है। इस समस्या से निजात पाने के लिए भारतीय परंपरा में हमें दो प्रकार के पैराडाइम दिखाई पड़ते हैं। दो प्रकार के पैराडाइम। एक पैराडाइम की बात मैं आप तक पहुंचा सकूं कि पहला पैराडाइम क्या है, तो मैं अपनी बात रोचक ढंग से आप तक पहुंचा सकूं, इसके लिए मैं आपको स्मरण कराना चाहूंगा कि आप लोगों में से जो कोई भी मैकेंटाइन की एक किताब है आफ्टर वर्च्यू, बहुत ही दुनिया में प्रसिद्ध किताब है आफ्टर वर्च्यू। मैकेंटाइन ने उस किताब की शुरुआत एक भयानक पर्यावरण विध्वंस से किया है। एक रूपक गढ़ा है उसने, और जिस रूपक में एक भयानक पर्यावरण विध्वंस होता है इस दुनिया में, जिसमें विज्ञान और तकनीक के प्रति एक जन आक्रोश इतना बढ़ जाता है कि विज्ञान और तकनीक से जुड़े सभी चीजों को मनुष्य नष्ट कर देता है। मतलब एक आफ्टर वर्च्यू का जो ये प्रारंभ का जो ये रूपक है, इतना जन आक्रोश बढ़ जाता है कि विज्ञान और तकनीक के समस्त उत्पादों को मनुष्य नष्ट कर देता है। एक प्रकार का ये सांस्कृतिक विध्वंस की स्थिति है। और उस सांस्कृतिक विध्वंस के बाद दुनिया कैसी हो सकती है, इसकी एक रूपरेखा वो आफ्टर वर्च्यू में प्रस्तुत करता है। मैं मर्केंटाइल के इस रूपक के समानांतर मैं एक रूपक आपके सामने करता हूं। मान लीजिए कि किसी दिन अचानक दुनिया की सभी संचार सेवाएं अचानक और अनिश्चित काल के लिए ठप हो जाती हैं। इस हालत में सबसे अधिक नुकसान किसको होगा? आप कल्पना कीजिए कि अचानक सारी संचार सेवाएं ठप हो जाती हैं। इससे सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान किसको होगा? आप बिना हिचक यह कह सकते हैं कि सबसे अधिक नुकसान दुनिया के उन 1% लोगों को होगा जिनके पास दुनिया की 99% पूंजी केंद्रित है। इसी तरह सबसे कम दुष्प्रभाव उन पर पड़ेगा जो आधुनिकता के तथाकथित मुक्तिकामी अभियान से अभी बाहर रह गए, तब गांव के लोग। परंतु क्या इससे सभ्यता के शहरी केंद्र बर्फ की तरह पिघलने और बिलबिलाने के बावजूद नष्ट हो जाएंगे, या जीवन की कोई नई दिशा तलाशने में लग जाएंगे? कल्पना कीजिए मेट्रोपॉलिटन लाइफ जो हमारा है वो कितना संचार सेवाओं और इन सब चीजों पर कितना निर्भर हो। जाहिर है कि ये जो मेट्रोपॉलिटन जो सेंटर्स ऑफ मॉडर्न सिविलाइजेशन है, वे पहले तो हार नहीं मानेंगे और ठप हुई संचार जीवन के न्यूनतम साधन के साथ गांवों की ओर लौट आएंगे। क्योंकि शहरों में सड़क है, बिजली है, उद्योग है, धूल मिट्टी नहीं है, परंतु न तो पीने का पानी है, न ही सांस लेने के लिए शुद्ध वायु है, और न ही अपना उपजाया हुआ अन्न ही उनके पास। वो भयंकर प्रकार के एक मेट्रोपॉलिटन पॉवर्टी में जीते हैं। आप मेट्रोपॉलिटन लाइफ में एसी, कूलर, लिफ्ट और कपड़े साफ करने वाले ऑटोमेटिक मशीन, इन सब साथों के साथ जब आप 25 मंजिले अट्टालिकाओं में जीते हैं तो आपको क्या लगता है कि आप समृद्ध जीवन जीते हैं? घोर घोर प्रकार का वो मेट्रोपॉलिटन पॉवर्टी है, क्योंकि वहां रहने की ये अनिवार्यतम आवश्यकताएं हैं, विलासिता की आवश्यकताएं नहीं है वहां रहने की। आप इसको ये मत कहिए कि आप मेट्रोपॉलिटन लाइफ जीते हैं तो आप समृद्ध जीवन जीते हैं। आप घोर प्रकार का एक गरीब मेट्रोपॉलिटन लाइफ जीते हैं। परंतु जब गांव भी इसी विकास की चपेट में आ चुके हो तो लोग कहां जाएंगे? ऐसी अवस्था में लोग विज्ञान और तकनीक के पुरोधाओं को कोसते हुए मरते मरते कह जाएंगे कि प्रकृति सभी मनुष्यों की आवश्यकताओं को तो पूर्ण कर सकती है, किंतु किसी एक व्यक्ति के भी लालच को प्रकृति पूरा नहीं कर सकती। एक व्यक्ति के ग्रीड को नहीं पूरा कर सकती। वे अपनी संततियों को यह भी कह जाएंगे कि तुम लोग मेट्रोपॉलिटन अर्बन सिविलाइजेशन का निर्माण मत करना, बल्कि एक आत्मपूरित सेल्फ कंटेन्ड एक ग्रामीण सभ्यता का निर्माण। हमें यह नहीं भूलना चाहिए मित्रों कि आर्य जो भी थे वे सिंधु घाटी के सभ्यता के जानकार अवश्य रहे, परंतु सिंध सभ्यता के शहरी अवशेषों को उन्होंने वेदों में न तो जगह दी। आप ध्यान दीजिएगा इस टिप्पणी पर कि आर्यों ने शहरी सभ्यता के जो सिंधु घाटी सभ्यता के जो अवशेष थे उसको उन्होंने वेदों में जगह नहीं दी, और नहीं सिंधु प्रदेश से नीचे उतरते हुए उन्होंने कोई शहरी सभ्यता का ही निर्माण। और इसके विपरीत आर्यावर्त के विस्तृत मैदानों में ऋग्वैदिक ऋषि आरंभ से ही अरण्य और ग्रामीण सभ्यता का ही गुणगान करते हुए पूरे वैदिक वाङ्मय में पाए जाते हैं। पर्यावरण की समस्या के सापेक्षिक संकट का भारतीय परंपरा में एक ये वैदिक पैराडाइम, जो पूरे तौर से अर्बन सिविलाइजेशन के विरोध में अपने को खड़ा करता है। एक दूसरा पैराडाइम मैं आपके सामने रखता हूं। वो दूसरा पैराडाइम है कि आप लोगों ने नाम सुना होगा मिशेल हॉलबैक, वो फ्रेंच नॉवेलिस्ट मिशेल हॉलबैक। उसकी दो नॉवेल्स उसके बहुत ही प्रसिद्ध है। एक उसका नॉवेल का नाम है सबमिशन नॉवेल का जिस दिन फ्रांस में इनॉग्रेशन हुआ था उसके दूसरे दिन ही फ्रांस में इस्लामिक आतंकवादी हमला हुआ, और इन दोनों घटनाओं को दुनिया जोड़कर देखती है कि मिशेल हॉलबैक इतना प्रभावकारी उपन्यासकार है, इतना प्रभावकारी जो विचारक है कि सबमिशन नामक नॉवेल का जिस दिन इनॉग्रेशन हुआ उसके दूसरे दिन फ्रांस पर आतंकवादी हमला हुआ। इस नॉवेल से पहले उसने एक नॉवेल लिखा था, उसका नाम था ऑटोमाइज्ड। नॉवेल का नाम है ऑटोमाइज्ड। ऑटोमाइज्ड नॉवेल में वह दिखाना चाहता है कि हॉब्स, लॉक और रूसो ये आधुनिक सभ्यता के शिल्पकार, आर्किटेक्ट ऑफ मॉडर्न सिविलाइजेशन। और लेवियाथन में मनुष्य के स्वभाव और मनुष्य के जिस स्वरूप की अवधारणा की गई, जिसको कंसेप्चुलाइज किया गया है, वो मनुष्य कैसा है? घोर स्वार्थी है, हिंसक है, एकाकी है, आत्म प्रेम आत्मरक्षा से ग्रस्त प्राणी है। इस मनुष्य को लेके वो आधुनिक सभ्यता के निर्माण के केंद्र में इस मनुष्य को रखता है। वो हिंसक है, क्रूर है। तो ऑटोमाइज्ड नॉवेल में इस हॉब्सियन कंसेप्शन ऑफ मैन किस तरीके से आधुनिक सभ्यता का निर्माण किया है, उसकी अंतिम परिणति वो बताते हुए अपने नॉवेल में दिखाता है कि हॉब्सियन कंसेप्शन ऑफ मैन और उस पर आधारित निर्मित होने वाली जो सभ्यता है, उसकी अंतिम परिणति कहां हो रही है? एक ऐसे व्यक्ति में हो रही है कि जो इतना एकांगी हो गया है कि अब उसका केवल अपने शरीर के कामांगों से ही संबंध रह गया है। आप ऐसे मनुष्य की कल्पना कीजिए कि वो एकांगी होते 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 वो इतना एकांगी हो गया है कि केवल अब उसके शरीर के कामांगों से ही उसका संबंध रह गया है, बाहरी दुनिया से संबंध टूट गया है। इसका चित्रण मिशेल हॉलबैक ऑटोमाइज्ड नॉवेल में करते हैं और उसका मुख्य पात्र एक जगह तंग आकर यह कहता है कि यह कैसा समाज है जहां ज्यादातर लोग घरों में अकेले ही रहते हैं, जहां ज्यादातर लोग घरों में अकेले ही रहते हैं। राज्य तो उनकी सुरक्षा कर सकता है। राज्य का कंटेक्स्ट इसलिए आया ना क्योंकि सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट की थ्योरी और लेवियाथन का जो कवर है वो बहुत कुछ कहता है। लेवियाथन का कवर एक महामनुष्य का कवर है जो एक हाथ में तलवार लिए हुए है, एक हाथ में धर्मदंड लिए हुए है और पूरी मनुष्य सभ्यता उसमें समाई। वो मनुष्य है। इसीलिए वो कहता है राज्य तो उनकी सुरक्षा कर सकता है, लेकिन उन्हें खुशी कैसे दे सकता है? यदि मनुष्य की अवधारणा यही है कि वह स्वार्थी है, हिंसक है, आत्म प्रेम और आत्मरक्षा से ग्रसित है, तो वो तो अपनी खुशी अपने स्वार्थ पूर्ति नहीं देखेगा ना, अपनी बुभुक्षाओं में भी देखेगा ना, अपनी देह वासनाओं की अनवरत पूर्ति नहीं तो अपना सुख देखेगा। और उसका ये जो मुख्य पात्र है वो जीनोम वैज्ञानिक है। और जीनोम जो एक्सपेरिमेंट दुनिया में चल रहा है इस समय, वो दावा करता है कि अगले 50 वर्षों में मनुष्य अमरत्व तो नहीं लेकिन अनश्वरता तो जरूर प्राप्त कर लेगा। और इस जीनोम परियोजना का जो संभावित निष्कर्ष है उसको सेपियंस ए ब्रीफ हिस्ट्री ऑफ मैनकाइंड में बहुत अच्छे से इसको दिखाया गया है। जीनोम परियोजना की परिणति जो अंतिम 50 वर्षों में होने वाली है उसमें मनुष्य अमरत्व तो नहीं लेकिन अनश्वरता को जरूर प्राप्त कर। तो ये जीनोम वैज्ञानिक मतलब इस हॉब्सियन कंसेप्शन ऑफ मैन पर खड़ा ये जो सभ्यता है इससे मनुष्य परद्रोही है। वो ईश्वर से द्रोह किया है, उसने प्रकृति से द्रोह किया है, उसने मनुष्य से द्रोह किया है। उसकी अंतिम परिणति बताता है और अंतिम पर वो जीनोम वैज्ञानिक घबरा कर, बहुत अच्छा परिदृश्य उस नॉवेल में है। तो कहता है कि अब एक नई सभ्यता का अवतरण होने वाला है और वो नई सभ्यता जो होगी, उस नई सभ्यता के जो सदस्य मनुष्य होगा वो इतने आधुनिक रूप से विकसित सभ्यता को एक निर्जातीय सभ्यता की तरह देखेगा। मतलब इस सभ्यता के भी और उत्तर स्वरूप की वो कल्पना कर रहा है। वो उत्तर स्वरूप क्या होगा? इस सभ्यता के उस उत्तर, उस पोस्ट फॉर्म ऑफ मॉडर्न सिविलाइजेशन की अब सुगंध आने लगी है दुनिया में। हम लोग अब एक वर्चुअल सिविलाइजेशन की ओर बहुत तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं। वर्चुअल सिविलाइजेशन। अब पहले मनुष्य को एम्फीबियस कहा जाता था इसलिए कि वह एक साथ दो विश्वों में रहता था, एक प्राकृतिक विश्व में और एक मानव निर्मित विश्व में। अब आने वाले समय में जब हम वर्चुअल सिविलाइजेशन की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं तो अब मनुष्य में एम्फीबियस वर्ड अब मनुष्य को परिभाषित नहीं करता है। अब कोई तीन विश्वों में एक साथ रहने वाले मनुष्य की कल्पना करनी पड़ेगी और उसके लिए कोई एक नया शब्द पाही लाना पड़ेगा। जब मनुष्य एक साथ तीन विश्वों में रहता है, प्राकृतिक विश्व, मानव निर्मित विश्व और एक वर्चुअल वर्ल्ड, और कहता है कि वो सभ्यता जब आएगी ना तो ये जो वर्तमान सभ्यता है जिसको हम लोग मतलब पश्चिम जिसको अपनी सर्वोत्तम उपलब्धि समझता है, वो लगेगा कि कोई ये ट्राइबल सोसाइटी टाइप का है, वो इतनी विकसित सभ्यता हो। और उस संभावना से डर के वो जीनोम वैज्ञानिक, उस नोवेल का अंत वही होता है, वो जीनोम वैज्ञानिक अपनी गाड़ी स्टार्ट करता है और समुद्र के किनारे अपनी जाके गाड़ी खड़ा कर देता है और वो गायब हो जाता है। उस जीनोम वैज्ञानिक का अपनी कार समुद्र के किनारे खड़ा होके गायब हो जाने की दो संभावनाएं। एक संभावना यह है कि वह जल समाधि ले लेता है और दूसरी संभावना है कि वो तिब्बत बौद्ध बनने चला जाता है। वो तिब्बत बौद्ध बनने चला जाता है। ये ऑटोमाइज्ड जो नॉवेल है उसमें अंतिम परिणति कहां दिखाई जा रही है? इस आधुनिक से आधुनिकोत्तर हो रही सभ्यता का शायद विकल्प हमें बौद्ध विश्व दृष्टि में प्राप्त हो, बौद्ध विश्व दृष्टि में, क्योंकि वो जीनोम वैज्ञानिक तंग आकर वो तिब्बत चला गया बौद्ध पर। पहला जो आफ्टर वर्चू वाला जो रूपक था जिसमें हमने दिखाया कि सिंधु घाट आर्य जो थे वो सिंधु घाटी सभ्यता के विध्वंस से के जानकार थे और उन्होंने सिंधु घाटी से उतरते हुए जिन मैदानी इलाकों में भारतीय सभ्यता की नींव रखी उसमें उसको अर्बन सिविलाइजेशन बनाने से परहेज किया और एक अरण्य और ग्रामीण सभ्यता का निर्माण हमें ऋग्वैदिक ऋषियों के द्वारा मिलता है। ये एक वैदिक पैराडाइम और दूसरा पैराडाइम जो ऑटोमाइज्ड मिशेल हॉलबैक के नॉवेल से मिलता है वो पैराडाइम है कि शायद इसका विकल्प कोई बौद्ध दृष्टि में भी मिल सकता है। मैं बहुत ही संक्षेप में जिस ओर मिशेल हॉलबैक ने अपने उपन्यास का समापन करते हुए बुद्धिज्म की ओर संकेत किया है कि शायद हमको बुद्धिज्म में वो अल्टरनेटिव वे ऑफ सिविलाइजेशन प्राप्त हो, उसके आधार पर कोई पर्यावरणीय दर्शन, इन्वायरमेंटल फिलॉसफी का बुद्धिस्ट पर्सपेक्टिव कैसे डेवलप किया जा सकता है, इस पर मैं थोड़ी बातें मैं आपसे शेयर करना चाहूँ। बहुत बातें प्रोफेसर टी.के. महंता ने बड़ी पायनियर स्कॉलर्स की सीख के साथ विनय पिटक और तमाम प्रकार के दीघ निकाय, ब्रह्मजाल शुद्ध, सिंगालवाद शुद्ध और बहुत सारे जातक कथाओं को का संदर्भ देके आपको बताया कि कहां कहां हमको बुद्धिज्म में सैलो इकोलॉजी के रेफरेंसेस मुझे प्राप्त होते हैं जिनका उपयोग कर सकते हैं। ये जो सैलो इकोलॉजी है ना, ये भी मतलब बड़ा ही गुमराह करने वाला टर्म बन गया है। मैं कुछ दिन पहले एक लेख पढ़ रहा था, वर्ल्ड व्यूज एंड इन्वायरमेंटल एथिक्स। लेखक का नाम मुझे अभी याद नहीं आ रहा है, लेकिन बता सकता हूं। उसमें एक जगह वो कहता है, मैं उसका संदर्भ दे सकता हूं, कि ये सैलो इकोलॉजी क्या है? इंटायर सैलो इकोलॉजिकल डिस्कोर्स जो है वह उपद्रवी मनुष्य, उसके लिए अंग्रेजी वर्ड है एरोगेंट इंडिविजुअल, एरोगेंट इंडिविजुअल, उपद्रवी मनुष्य और प्रकृति के बीच का जो संबंध है उस संबंध में पर्यावरण की समस्याओं का समाधान होगा। एरोगेंट इंडिविजुअल और नेचर के बीच का जो संबंध है उसी संबंध के धरातल पर पर्यावरण की समस्या का समाधान हो। वो एरोगेंट मैन को नहीं बदलना चाहते, वो परद्रोही मनुष्य को बनाए रखना चाहते हैं। वो उस मनुष्य की अवधारणा को नहीं बदलना चाहते हैं। बदलना किसको चाहते हैं? उस परद्रोही मनुष्य का प्रकृति के प्रति जो द्रोहात्मक व्यवहार है उसको रिवाइज करना चाहते हैं। यही सैलो इकोलॉजी। इसीलिए सैलो इकोलॉजी का जो मॉडल है वो दुनिया में पर्यावरण समस्या का समाधान देखने के लिए असफल मॉडल है। उसके बाद सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट का मॉडल आया, वो भी फेल हो गया। उसके बाद डीप इकोलॉजी का मॉडल आया। डीप इकोलॉजी की जो डिमांड है उसको हमारा जो आधुनिक विकास का जो मॉडल है उसके साथ उसका अच्छा संबंध, रिश्ता नहीं बन पाता, क्योंकि अगर हम डीप इकोलॉजिकल सॉल्यूशन को दुनिया में लाना चाहते हैं तो हमको जो मॉडर्न मॉडल ऑफ डेवलपमेंट है उसी को बदलना पड़ेगा। इसके लिए मनुष्य तैयार नहीं। गांधी जी बहुत अच्छा आधुनिकता की आलोचना करते हुए कहते थे कि आज मुझे बाघ तो चाहिए, टाइगर, लेकिन बाघ की प्रवृत्ति नहीं चाहिए। ये दोनों काम कैसे हो सकता है? हमको एक ऐसा बाघ चाहिए जिसमें बाघ के एटीट्यूड न हो। तो आज का मनुष्य जिस विकास की अवधारणा को लेकर चलता है वो बिल्कुल इसी प्रकार का है। तो मित्रों, हम आपको कुछ संक्षेप में ये बताने का प्रयास करेंगे कि किस तरह से एक बुद्धिज्म को आधार बना के हमको एक डीप इकोलॉजिकल कंसर्न्स ऑफ बुद्धिज्म को हम कैसे डेवलप कर सकते हैं। इसको समझने के लिए सबसे पहले जरूरी है एक चीज को समझना, और वो चीज क्या है? इंडियन वे ऑफ डूइंग डीप इकोलॉजी, फिलॉसफी ऑफ डीप इकोलॉजी एंड वेस्टर्न वे ऑफ डूइंग डीप इकोलॉजी, फिलॉसफी में क्या अंतर है? इस अंतर को जानना बहुत जरूरी है। वेस्टर्न वे ऑफ डूइंग डीप इकोलॉजी हॉब्सियन कंसेप्शन ऑफ मैन को बदलना नहीं चाहती, इसीलिए उसका सारा का सारा जो फोकस होता है वो नेचर पर होता है। और इसीलिए वहां देखेंगे एनिमल राइट, एनिमल बिहेवियर और प्रॉब्लम ऑफ एंथ्रोपोसेंट्रिक वे ऑफ डेवलपमेंट, ये सब उसी पर। ये सारी समस्याएं क्या है? हम प्रकृति को एक ऑब्जेक्ट बना के उसके साथ हम एक ऐसा तालमेल बनाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन उस मनुष्य को जो इतना बुभुक्षावान है, इतना परद्रोही है, इतना शरीर की वासनाओं में घिरा हुआ है, उस मनुष्य को वो बदलना नहीं चाहते। लेकिन इंडियन वे ऑफ डूइंग जो डीप इकोलॉजी है या बुद्धिस्ट वे ऑफ डूइंग डीप इकोलॉजी है, वो उस मनुष्य का ही संशोधन करना चाहता है। उस मनुष्य का संशोधन करना चाहता है जो मनुष्य अपने स्वरूप में ही प्रकृति का शोषक, विध्वंसक प्रकृति को विदोहित करने वाला, प्रकृति और पर्यावरण को प्रदूषित करने वाला अपने स्वरूप में। बुद्धिस्ट वे ऑफ डूइंग डीप इकोलॉजी के सेंटर में नेचर नहीं, उसके सेंटर में वह मनुष्य है जो प्रकृति को विदोहित करता है, प्रकृति को शोषित करता है, पर्यावरण प्रदूषण के लिए जिम्मेवार है। और उस मनुष्य को वो कैसे डिकंस्ट्रक्ट करता है और उससे संबंधित हमको क्या क्या थ्योरेटिकल इंसाइट्स हमको बुद्धिज्म में मिल सकते हैं, तो आप देखेंगे कि आप कल्पना कीजिए कि बुद्धिज्म का इंटायर प्रोजेक्ट क्या है। बुद्ध, अगर ये प्रश्न उठाया जाए कि पूरा बुद्धिज्म किस प्रोजेक्ट को लेके चल रहा है, मैं अपने अध्ययन और अपनी समझ की सीमा में कहूं तो बुद्धिज्म का जो पूरा का पूरा प्रोजेक्ट है उसको बौद्ध शब्दावली में यदि कहें तो उसको कह सकते हैं कि इट इज ए पटिशोतगामी प्रोजेक्ट। पटिशोतगामी, पटिशोतगामी एक पाली वर्ड है जिसका मतलब होता है सेलिंग अगेंस्ट द करेंट, सेलिंग अगेंस्ट द करेंट, इसके लिए शब्द है पटिशोतगामी। और इसका एक अपोजिट टर्म है अनुशोतगामी, सेलिंग विथ करेंट या इन द लाइन ऑफ करेंट। ये दो टर्म है, अनुशोतगामी और पटिशोतगामी। पूरा का पूरा जो बुद्धिज्म का प्रोजेक्ट है या वो पटिशोतगामी है, वो सेलिंग अगेंस्ट द करेंट है। सेलिंग अगेंस्ट द करेंट को मीन गति भी कहते हैं। मछली धारा के विपरीत चढ़ती है, ये तो हम सब लोग जानते हैं। मछली जो है वो धारा के विपरीत चढ़ती है, वो धारा के फ्लो के साथ नहीं जाती है, वो उसके विपरीत चढ़ती है। इसी को पटिशोतगामी गति कहते हैं। तो बुद्धिज्म का पूरा जो प्रोजेक्ट है वो पटिशोतगामी है। और इस पटिशोतगामी के प्रोजेक्ट के द्वारा आप पूरे बुद्धिज्म में देखेंगे कि बुद्धिज्म के जितने स्कूल हैं उनके थ्योरेटिकल, मेटाफिजिकल, एपिस्टेमोलॉजिकल डिफरेंसेस कितने भी क्यों ना हो, लेकिन ये पूरा का पूरा जो बुद्धिज्म का सिस्टम है उसकी पहचान एक नैरात्मवादी विचारधारा के रूप में, नैरात्मवादी, अनात्मवादी नहीं, नैरात्मवादी। और नैरात्मवादी को अंग्रेजी में कहेंगे मतलब नॉन सब्सटेंशियलिस्ट स्टैंड पॉइंट, जो बाहरी दुनिया में भी कोई सब्सटेंस को नहीं देखता है और अंदर की दुनिया में भी किसी आत्मा जैसे किसी सब्सटेंस को नहीं देखता है। ये नॉन सब्सटेंशियलिस्ट स्टैंड पॉइंट। और उस नैरात्मवादी जो सिद्धांत है, जो उनकी तत्व मीमांसा, मेटाफिजिक्स है, जो उनकी ज्ञान मीमांसा है, उससे बनने वाला जो एथिक्स है वो पटिशोतगामी। मतलब मनुष्य की चेतना, हम जिस साइकोफिजिकल कंडीशन में रहते हैं, तो आप अपने अंदर देखेंगे कि हमारी चेतना का जो स्वाभाविक प्रवाह है, हमारी चेतना जब बाहरी दुनिया में सैर करती है तो वो काम, क्रोध, ईर्ष्या, द्वेष, लोभ, मोह, मान, मत्सर, ये सारे दुष्प्रवृत्तियों के साथ मनुष्य की चेतना इस संसार में यात्रा करती है, इस संसार में अपने को इन्वॉल्व करती है और इन्हीं दुष्प्रवृत्तियों के साथ वैसा ही वो संसार रचना चाहती है। यही हमारी मतलब ये हमारा नेचुरल अर्जेज ऑफ ह्यूमन कॉन्शियसनेस। पूरी की पूरी जो पश्चिमी सभ्यता के केंद्र में जो मनुष्य है, हॉब्सियन कंसेप्शन ऑफ मैन, वो भी ऐसा ही, वो भी ऐसा ही। जिसको यथार्थ मान के, जिसको सत्य मान के, सभ्यता के केंद्र में रख के एक पश्चिमी सभ्यता का निर्माण हुआ। लेकिन बुद्धिज्म का जो प्रतिशोधगामी प्रोजेक्ट है, उसमें इस मनुष्य की पहचान, मतलब मनुष्य की चेतना के इस नेचुरल अर्जेज की पहचान, उसको आइडियलाइज करते हुए नहीं किया गया, बल्कि उसको डिकंस्ट्रक्ट करने के लिए किया। और इस मतलब हमारे जो इंपीरिकल कॉन्शसनेस के जो नेचुरल अर्जेज हैं, जिसमें हम दुनिया के साथ ईर्ष्या, द्वेष, मोह, मान, मोह, मद, मत्सर, पता नहीं कितने प्रकार के मानवीय कुवृत्तियों के साथ हम संसार के भागीदार होते हैं, उस मनुष्य की बुद्धिज्म अपने प्रतिशोधगामी प्रोजेक्ट के द्वारा उसकी डायग्नोसिस करता है, उसका निदान करता है। और आप देखिएगा कि बुद्धिज्म में जितनी भी नैतिक व्यवस्थाएं हैं, वो सब प्रतिशोधगामी फ्लो ऑफ कॉन्शसनेस या सेलिंग अगेंस्ट द करेंट की ओर बढ़ती है। मैं कुछ उदाहरण आपको देता हूं ताकि आपको विश्वास हो सके कि बुद्धिज्म इस प्रतिशोधगामी प्रोजेक्ट के द्वारा उस मनुष्य को कैसे डिकंस्ट्रक्ट करता है, उस मनुष्य की कैसे डायग्नोसिस करता है, जो मनुष्य वास्तव में इस पर्यावरण समस्या के लिए जिम्मेवार है। सबसे पहली बात आप लोगों ने सुना होगा बुद्धिज्म में, अत्त दीपो भव। ये अत्त दीपो भव का एक दूसरा पाली में टर्म आता है, अत्त द्वीपो भव, ईजलैंड के अर्थ में अत्त द्वीपो भव। अत्त दीपो भव का मतलब होता है बी अवेयर ऑफ योरसेल्फ विदाउट एनी हेल्प ऑफ एनी authoritarian source of knowledge or any divine source of knowledge. Be aware of yourself. और अत्त द्वीपो भव का मतलब इस दुनिया में केवल मनुष्य ही नहीं, बल्कि चर अचर सृष्टि में जितने प्राणी हैं, सबकी ऐसी विलक्षणता है, सबकी अपनी ऐसी यूनिकनेस है, जिसके आधार पर आप कह सकते हैं कि यहां हर जीव इस दुनिया में एक नई शुरुआत है। एवरी क्रीचर इज ए न्यू बिगिनिंग। जब हम अपनी पहचान इस रूप में करते हैं कि हर चीज यहां एक नई शुरुआत है, तो उसका स्टेटस एंड रोल भी उसी तरीके से बनता है। यदि हम अपने को कहते हैं कि हम यूनिक हैं, हम अपने आप में इस दुनिया में एक नई शुरुआत है, तो इस नई शुरुआत में हमारा जो स्टेटस एंड रोल, ये भी हमको डिसाइड करना पड़ेगा कि हम इस दुनिया में कहां हैं और हम क्या कर सकते हैं। इसको आप एपिरियंस एंड रियलिटी का लेखक कौन है? बर्टन रसेल है। ब्रैडले। तो ब्रैडले का जो एथिक्स है ना, कि व्हाट इज योर स्टेटस एंड व्हाट इज योर ड्यूटी, इस अर्थ में भी आप इसको देख सकते हैं अत्त दीपो भव को, कि जब हर चीज दुनिया में एक नई शुरुआत है, तो उस नई शुरुआत में आपकी परिस्थिति क्या है और आपकी भूमिका क्या है, इसको जब आप अवेयर होते हैं इसके प्रति, तो उस अवेयरनेस के साथ जो संसार में इन्वॉल्व होने वाला मनुष्य होगा, वो कभी भी पर्यावरण को क्षति नहीं पहुंचाएगा। पर्यावरण को क्षति पहुंचाने वाला वो कौन सा मनुष्य है? तो बुद्ध पदावली में कहेंगे तो सतकाय दृष्टि को यथार्थ समझने वाला जो मनुष्य है, वो पर्यावरण का प्रदूषक है। सतकाय क्यों? क्योंकि सतकाय दृष्टि प्रभव सर्वे क्लेशा,
हमारे जीवन के जितने भी क्लेश हैं, जितनी भी दुष्प्रवृत्तियां हैं, हमारा जितना भी वायोलेंट एक्ट है, वो शरीर संदर्भी है। जब हम बॉडी को रिफरेंस बनाते हैं, सत्काय दृष्टि को रिफरेंस बनाते हैं, तो हम अपने से बाहर की सारी दुनिया के प्रति हमारा जो व्यवहार होता है, हमारी जो दृष्टि होती है, वो सत्काय दृष्टि होती है। और ये सत्काय दृष्टि जिस मनुष्य की अवधारणा को लेकर चलता है, उस और इससे जिस सभ्यता दृष्टि बनती है, तो उसमें सत्काय दृष्टि को यदि आप यथार्थ मानेंगे, तो ईर्ष्या, द्वेष, लोभ, मोह, मान, मत्सर, ये तमाम प्रकार की दुष्प्रवृत्तियों को आपको मनुष्य का सत्य मानना पड़ेगा। यही मनुष्य का सत्य है। आपको ऐसा नहीं लगता कि पूरा का पूरा हॉब्सियन कंसेप्शन ऑफ मैन की मूल भित्ति पर जिस पश्चिमी सभ्यता को खड़ा किया गया है, वो सत्काय दृष्टि वाली सभ्यता है। और इस सत्काय दृष्टि को बुद्धिज्म कंडेम करता है, उसको डीकंस्ट्रक्ट करता है। तो पूरी की पूरी सत्काय दृष्टि का जो डीकंस्ट्रक्शन है, वो आपको नहीं लगता कि वो प्रतिशोधगामी है? क्योंकि हमारा तो संसार में इन्वॉल्वमेंट जो होता है वो सत्काय दृष्टि के साथ होता है। लेकिन जब सत्काय दृष्टि को बुद्धिज्म कंडेम करता है और उसको अनत्ता में ले जाता है, तो यही तो सेलिंग अगेंस्ट करेंट है ना, यही न प्रतिशोधगामी प्रोजेक्ट है। इस मनुष्य को पहले डिकंस्ट्रक्ट करो, इसको कंडेम करो, ये है ही नहीं जिसको हम यथार्थ मान के हम इस दुनिया के साथ अपने संबंधों को कंसीडर कर रहे हैं। ये उसका एक रिफरेंस ही फॉल्स है, इसलिए उसको पहले वो डिकंस्ट्रक्ट करता है। तो सत्काय दृष्टि जो जिस पर बहुत ज्यादा एम्फेसिस है बुद्धिज्म का, वो भी एक प्रतिशोधगामी प्रोजेक्ट के तहत उस मनुष्य की डायग्नोसिस करने वाला सिद्धांत बन के सामने आता है, जो मनुष्य इस पर्यावरण प्रदूषण के लिए जिम्मेवार है। आप पाली परंपरा में देखेंगे कि वो दुनिया को समझने के लिए जिस मेथोडोलॉजी को लेके चलते हैं, उसको कहते हैं योनिसह मनसिकार और अयोनिसह मनसिकार। और इस पद्धति के द्वारा आप पाली परंपरा में देखेंगे, अभिधार्मिक बौद्ध दर्शन में देखेंगे कि बाहरी संसार को वो किसी चीज को छोटे छोटे टुकड़ों में बांट के देखते हैं, इसलिए बुद्ध को विभज्यवादी कहा जाता है, विभाजनवादी। वो कॉम्प्लेक्स को डिकंस्ट्रक्ट करते हैं और छोटी छोटी चीजों में बांट देते हैं। सर्वम पृथक पृथक, ये दृष्टि विशुद्धि है। हम चीजों को मिला जुला रूप में जब देखते हैं ना, तो अशुद्ध दृष्टि है। और इसीलिए विशुद्ध दृष्टि की परिभाषा है सर्वम पृथक पृथक, सब चीज को बिनगे डिजिटली अलग करके देखना। ये योनिसह मनसिकार और अयोनिसह मनसिकार के द्वारा ये देखने का प्रयास किया गया, ये सत्काय दृष्टि से युक्त जो मनुष्य है, उसका इस संसार में इन्वॉल्वमेंट कैसे होता है, और उसके सारे इन्वॉल्वमेंट के सारे थ्रेड्स को वो अलग अलग करके एनालाइज करता है पूरा पाली बुद्धिज्म। और उसके पीछे उसकी दृष्टि है कि हम पहले इन्वॉल्वमेंट्स के इसके सारे थ्रेड्स को समझ लें, तभी हम उस इन्वॉल्वमेंट की लंगर को काटने का कोई फॉर्मूला पा सकते। और इसीलिए पूरी जो अभिधम्म परंपरा है, जिसको अलग अलग चुनना जिसको कहते हैं, उसको कहा गया कि जब हम चीजों को अलग अलग चुन लेते हैं, अलग अलग बिनगे करके देख लेते हैं एक एक थ्रेड्स को, तब वो कहा गया कि
कि उससे अमल प्रज्ञा उत्पन्न होती है। प्रज्ञा मला सानुचराभिधर्म, ये पूरा का पूरा जो अभिधम्म का जो क्लासिफिकेशन है, जो एक एक चीजों को अलग अलग चुनना है, वो भी प्रतिशोधगामी है, क्योंकि उसको चुनने के बाद हमें अमल प्रज्ञा पैदा होती है, हमें निर्वाण की ओर ले जाती है। तो पूरी की पूरी सत्काय दृष्टि और उसके बाद योनिसह मनसिकार, अयोनिसह मनसिकार, इन सब प्रक्रियाओं के द्वारा आप देखिए कि किस उस नेचुरल मैन की डायग्नोसिस की जा रही है। लक्ष्मीकांत पाही जी ने मुझे कोई दिन पहले अपना एक बुद्धिस्ट इकोलॉजी पर एक बहुत अच्छा पेपर भेजा था, मैं पढ़ के बड़ा लाभान्वित हुआ। उसमें आप बुद्धिज्म में जो पंचशील की अवधारणा है उसको भी आप देखिएगा, तो उसमें एक एक सील जो है, 32 प्रकार के भी सील है, 5 प्रकार के भी सील है। एक एक सील की अवधारणा जो है वो मनुष्य की एक एक दुष्प्रवृत्तियों के विपक्ष में खड़ी की गई। आप टेक्स्ट में आपको मिल सकता है कि कौन सा सील मनुष्य के किस दुष्ट प्रवृत्ति के अगेंस्ट में खड़ा किया गया है, उसके बरक्स खड़ा किया गया है। महायान में आप देखिए कि जो 6 पारमिताएं हैं, वो तो आपको पूरा डायग्राम मिल जाएगा कि एक एक पारमिताएं जो है वो मनुष्य के किस दुष्प्रवृत्ति के विपक्ष में खड़ी की गई, वो भी प्रतिशोधगामी, वो भी सेलिंग अगेंस्ट द करेंट। मतलब पारमिताओं का को समझने का तरीका ही यही है कि दान पारमिता किसके विपक्ष में खड़ा होना है, शील पारमिता किसके विपक्ष में खड़ा होना है, शांति पारमिता किस मानव दुष्प्रवृत्ति के विपक्ष में खड़ा होना है। ब्रह्म विहार में मैत्री, करुणा, मुदिता, उपेक्षा का भी जो आप टेक्स्ट में देखेंगे तो सब एक एक मानवीय मतलब जो क्या कहें उसको, जो हमारे जो बैड हैबिट्स है, हमारे जो बैड एटीट्यूड्स है, उसके विपक्ष में खड़ा किया। और अंत में आप थ्योरिटिकल पैराडाइम में आप देखेंगे तो जब महायान दर्शन में जब नागार्जुन सर्व दृष्टि प्रहानाय शून्यता मृत देशना, इसका जब उद्घोष करता है वो, ये दृष्टि प्रहान जो है, ये दृष्टियां क्या है? आप पूरे मध्यमक शास्त्र में देखिए कि 24 प्रकार की जो दृष्टियां हैं, उसमें आपको मिलेगा कि ये दृष्टि बनाने वाला जो मनुष्य है, दृष्टि बनाने वाला जो मनुष्य है, जो इस दुनिया को जानने समझने के लिए, इस दुनिया से अपने रिश्ते बनाने के लिए तमाम प्रकार की जो व्यूज बनाता है, हमारी बुद्धि जो इस प्रकार की दृष्टियां बनाती है, ये बनाने वाला वो कौन सी बुद्धि है, वो कौन सा मनुष्य है? वो सतकाय दृष्टि वाला मनुष्य है, वो सतकाय दृष्टि से प्रेरित हमारी बुद्धि है, वही दृष्टियां बनाता है। और ये सारी दृष्टियों के जाल में हम इस संसार को बनाते बिगाड़ते रहते हैं। लेकिन थ्योरिटिकल लेवल पर हमारे माइंड के प्यूरिफिकेशन के लिए एक नागार्जुन के द्वारा इतना बड़ा इंटेलेक्चुअल एफर्ट किया जाता है फॉर द प्यूरिफिकेशन ऑफ माइंड, फॉर द प्यूरिफिकेशन ऑफ रीजन। वो रीजन जो दृष्टियां बनाता है, और जो दृष्टि मनुष्य और संसार के बीच में एक ऐसे रिश्ते को तय करती है जिसमें हम इस संसार को नष्ट करते हैं या इस संसार को दोहित करते हैं। उस रीजन से बनने वाले उस जड़ को ही पूरा प्रतिशोधगामी तरीके से नागार्जुन अपने डायलेक्टिक्स से उस डोर को ही काट देता है। नागार्जुन को इस तरीके से समझना उसका एथिकल डायमेंशन है कि पूरा का पूरा जो इंटेलेक्चुअल एक्सरसाइज है नागार्जुन का, वो उसका एथिकल कल्मिनेशन कहाँ होता है? उसका एथिकल कल्मिनेशन तो बनने में होता है। और वो बोधिसत्व क्या है? मतलब इस पूरे प्रतिशोधगामी जो प्रोजेक्ट पूरे बुद्धिज्म में मुझे दिखाई पड़ता है, मैं नहीं जानता कि और भी लोगों को दिखाई पड़ता है या नहीं दिखाई पड़ता है, लेकिन मैं बुद्धिज्म को इस तरीके से समझने का प्रयास करता हूँ जिसका क्लाइमेक्स मुझे दिखाई पड़ता है बोधिसत्व। भाई जी ने कहा ना कि बुद्धिज्म में, जैसे इस्लाम धर्म में किसी से पूछा जाए कि बताइए आपकी हैसियत क्या है, तो उसका सही उत्तर होगा कि दुनिया में मेरी हैसियत अब्दुल की है। अब्दुल का मतलब होता है गुलाम, कि मैं मेरी इस दुनिया में गुलाम की हैसियत है, क्योंकि ईश्वर मालिक है और मैं उसका गुलाम हूं, इसलिए मालिक और एक तरह से नौकर का संबंध बनता है। दुनिया में इस्लामिक व्यू पॉइंट से मनुष्य का जो स्टेटस है वो गुलाम का है। ईसाई से पूछा जाएगा कि भाई आपका स्टेटस क्या है, तो कहेगा कि हम ईश्वर के पुत्र, या दूसरा स्टेटस बताएगा कि मैं ईश्वर के द्वारा दंडित पापी मनुष्य। बुद्धिज्म से अगर पूछा जाएगा कि भाई तुम्हारा स्टेटस क्या है यहाँ इस दुनिया में, तो कहेगा कि मैं तथागत गर्भ हूं, और तथागत गर्भ में केवल सेंटिएंट बीइंग ही नहीं आते, इंटायर क्रीचर्स आते, चर अचर सब कुछ उसमें आते, पेड़ पौधे वनस्पति जगत सब तथागत गर्भ है, केवल जीव ही तथागत गर्भ नहीं। तो बोधिसत्व का जो आइडियल है, जिसमें पूरा का पूरा बुद्धिज्म का जो प्रतिशोधगामी प्रोजेक्ट है, वो मनुष्य की चेतना के अनुशोधगामी जो फ्लो है, उसको वो सेलिंग अगेंस्ट द करेंट, मतलब ह्यूमन कॉन्शियसनेस को वो रूपांतरित करता है, जिसका आदर्श हमें बोधिसत्व में दिखाई पड़ता है। और बोधिसत्व और बुद्ध में क्या अंतर होता है? सिद्धावस्था को बुद्धत्व कहते हैं, और सिद्धावस्था से पहले की जो अवस्था होती है उसको बोधिसत्व कहते हैं। ये साधना की अवस्था है। तो मनुष्य अपना आदर्श बुद्ध में नहीं देखता, क्योंकि बुद्ध हो जाने के बाद तो आप परिनिष्ठित निर्वाण में चले गए। बोधिसत्व जो है वो संसार में मनुष्य का आदर्श है, और वो 4 प्रकार के ज्ञानों से युक्त होता है। मतलब ये पूरा प्रतिशोधगामी प्रोजेक्ट जो है, सेलिंग अगेंस्ट द करेंट जो है, उसकी परिणति अंततः बोधिसत्व के 4 आदर्श ज्ञानों में होती है। पहला आदर्श ज्ञान होता है, दूसरा अद्वैत ज्ञान होता है, तीसरा समता ज्ञान होता है, चौथा भूत प्रत्यवेक्षा ज्ञान होता है, और 5वां कृत्यानुष्ठान ज्ञान। आदर्श ज्ञान में वो देखता है कि सतकाय दृष्टि के साथ इस दुनिया के साथ जो मेरा रिश्ता है वो गलत है, उसको हम यथार्थ नहीं मानते। ये आदर्श ज्ञान है। अद्वैत ज्ञान है जिसमें वो दिखाई पड़ने वाली इस जगत का निषेध नहीं करता, बल्कि उसकी निस्वभावता को स्वीकार करता है। क्योंकि निषेध कर देगा तब तो उच्छेद हो जाएगा, तब कुछ बचेगा नहीं, उसको निस्वभाव मानता है। क्योंकि जब तक हम इस संसार की यथा स्थिति को निस्वभाव नहीं मानेंगे, तब तक हमारा जो कंस्ट्रक्टिव एफर्ट्स ऑफ मैनकाइंड है उसकी कोई संभावना नहीं रह जाती। अगर सब कुछ स्वभावान हो जाएगा तो आपके कुछ करने और न करने का मतलब क्या होगा? आप तो स्वभाव में बदलाव तो कर ही नहीं सकते हैं, तो ह्यूमन क्रिएटिविटी का मतलब क्या रह जाएगा? बहुत अच्छा आदिदेव चतुर्शतक में कहते हैं, भवेत किंचित अनारब्धा क्रिया भवेत कारकः स्यात् कुर्वान्न शून्यता प्रतिपादक। यदि आप इस दुनिया में जो दिखाई पड़ रहा है उसको आप निस्वभाव नहीं मानेंगे, तो कर्ता कर्म, कर्ता के प्रयासों, इन सब चीजों के लिए कोई व्यवस्था नहीं बन सकती। क्योंकि तब दुनिया की 2 ही स्थिति होगी, या तो शाश्वत है होगा या तो शाश्वत नहीं होगा। शाश्वत है में भी आपके एफर्ट का कोई मतलब नहीं, शाश्वत नहीं है उसमें भी आपके एफर्ट का कोई मतलब नहीं है। अगर दुनिया में हम अपनी भूल सुधार करते हैं, हम अपना परिमार्जन करते हैं, हम अपना परिष्कार करते हैं, हम भविष्य की आकांक्षाओं के साथ जीते हैं, तो आपको दुनिया को निस्वभाव थ्योरेटिकली प्रीसपोज करना पड़ेगा। इसीलिए मैं कहता हूं कि नागार्जुन का जो शून्यवाद है, इट इज ए फिलॉसफी ऑफ ह्यूमन क्रिएटिविटी, क्योंकि ह्यूमन क्रिएटिविटी शून्यता के दर्शन को प्रीसपोज किए बिना संभव ही है। कारकः स्यात् पूर्वान्न शून्यता प्रतिभास। तो जो बोधिसत्व का आदर्श है, जिसमें आदर्श ज्ञान, अद्वैय ज्ञान, समता ज्ञान, समता ज्ञान प्राणी मात्र में, जड़ चेतन स्थावर जंगम उद्भिद सब में ऑन्टिक यूनिटी को देखना, समता ज्ञान, प्राणी मात्र में समता देखना। क्योंकि जब तक आप प्राणी मात्र में समता देखने का एक सैद्धांतिक आधार नहीं निर्मित करेंगे, तब आप ये कैसे कह पाएंगे, तब तक आप करुणा की अवधारणा कैसे ले पाएंगे? करुणा कहां से आएगी? जब तक आप आई एंड यू के बीच की जो बाइनरी को आप कोलैप्स नहीं करवा देंगे, डेमोलिश नहीं करेंगे, तब तक करुणा के लिए थ्योरेटिकल ग्राउंड कहां बनेगा? तब बुद्ध ये बात कैसे कह पाएंगे कि मेरे दुख में क्या विशेषता है कि मैं दूसरे के दुख से दुखी न हूं? तो ये समता ज्ञान, भूत प्रत्यवेक्षा ज्ञान बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। भूत प्रत्यवेक्षा ज्ञान, भूत प्रत्यवेक्षा ज्ञान में इस दुनिया में जो वस्तु जैसी है उसको उसी रूप में समझना और समझकर उसके स्टेटस एंड रोल को उसी तरीके से कंसीडर करना, भूत प्रत्यवेक्षा ज्ञान। जो हर एक चीज दुनिया में यूनिक है, हर एक चीज दुनिया में एक नई शुरुआत है, उसके इस यूनिकनेस को जानना और उसको जान के उसके साथ अपने व्यवहार के रिश्ते तैयार करना, ये भूत प्रत्यवेक्षा ज्ञान है। और कृत्यानुष्ठान ज्ञान कि इन सब को करने के लिए इस प्रतिशोधगामी जो एक प्रोजेक्ट है, उस एक अभियान है, उसमें पूरी मानवता को उसमें इन्वॉल्व करने के लिए बुद्ध का बोधिसत्व संकल्प लेता है कि हम महाकरुणा का संपादन करते रहेंगे, हम इस प्रोजेक्ट में सबको इन्वॉल्व करेंगे ताकि हम उस दुनिया का निर्माण कर सकें, उस संसार का निर्माण कर सकें जो सत्काय दृष्टि से निर्धारित होने वाला न मनुष्य हो न मनुष्य की दुनिया हो। तो इस तरह से हम देखते हैं कि एक प्रतिशोधगामी प्रोजेक्ट के द्वारा बुद्धिज्म एक डीप इकोलॉजिकल फिलोसफिकल कंसर्न डेवलप कर सकता है, जिसमें उसका फोकस प्रकृति नहीं है, बल्कि उसका फोकस उस मनुष्य का परिशोधन करने में है, उस मनुष्य की विशुद्धि करने में है जो वास्तव में पर्यावरण प्रकार के प्रदूषणों के लिए जिम्मेवार है। ये बुद्धिस्ट या नैरात्यवादी जो पर्सपेक्टिव है, वो इन्वायरमेंटल फिलॉसफी की इस तरह से हम देखने और समझने का प्रयास करते हैं। मैं यह दावा नहीं करता हूं कि ये मेरी समझ कैसी है और कितना प्रामाणिक है, लेकिन मैंने आपको पहले ही कहा था ना कि मैं अपने व्याख्यान में तो वही कहूंगा कि जो मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। तो मुझे पर्यावरण दर्शन में जो चीज नहीं समझ में आ रहा था, मैं उसको ये सब संदर्भों के बहाने वही मैं कहने का आपको प्रयास किया। आप लोगों ने बड़ी ध्यान से मेरी बातों को सुना और प्रोफेसर पनीर सिलवम जैसे, प्रोफेसर डी.के. महंता जैसे, प्रोफेसर सच्चिदानंद मिश्र जैसे और प्रोफेसर पाही जैसे पर्यावरणविद के समक्ष मुझे पर्यावरण दर्शन में जो नहीं समझ में आ रहा है उसको कहने का जो आप लोगों ने अवसर दिया, इसके लिए आप लोगों के प्रति बहुत आदर और सम्मान व्यक्त करते हुए मैं अपनी बात समाप्त करूँ।
थैंक यू सर। आप जो नहीं समझ वही हमको बताए, लेकिन वो उड़िया में कहते हैं ना सर, गुरु बुझैले गोटे छात्रों बुझला कुटी। मिश्र जी सब समझ जाते हैं इसलिए उनके सामने मैं उड़िया बोलना अब जब से शुरू करता हूँ। बट एनीवे वंडरफुल सर। Within 1 hour you finished. Started with, I mean, Buddhistic philosophical understanding of environmental philosophy and Bhagavad-Gita. He has also referred to Ramayana. I will end that there is a sloka from Ramayana definitely. But he's also referring to Satkaya Drishti. That perspective is very important in environmental. जो mainstream environmental philosophy में नहीं है, एक है उसे कहते हैं हम पर्सपेक्टिवल एंथ्रोपोसेंट्रिज्म। और जैसे कि आपने कहा कि रीजन और मैन डोमिनेंस नेचर, वो दिस इज नॉट ए डेवलपमेंट ऑफ टुडे, दिस इज a डेवलपमेंट ऑफ ग्रीक सिविलाइजेशन। एंड आपने बुद्ध को विभाज्यवादी की तरह से देखें। यस, ये एनवायरमेंटल फिलॉसफी में जब डीप इकोलॉजी, सेलर इकोलॉजी, जाया हाइपोथेसिस, इवन इफ सोशल इकोलॉजी, इकोफेमिनिज्म कहते हैं, वो डिवीजन होता है। और उस डिवीजन को लेकर के जब व्याख्यान होता है या गवेषणा होती है, तब तो पता चलता है उसके अंदर क्या है, और वो मेनस्ट्रीम एनवायरमेंटल फिलॉसफी से बाहर हो गया है। इसलिए बुद्धिज्म के साथ वो बिल्कुल मिलता है। और एक जैसे कि आपने अगर जो नैरात्म्यवादी पर्सपेक्टिव से जैसे देखें, ठीक है, नो सोल थ्योरी है, लेकिन अगर सोल को हम पैट्रियार्कल सोसाइटी या एंथ्रोपोसेंट्रिज्म सोल के हिसाब से देखेंगे, तब वो सोल नेगेटिव, मतलब एंथ्रोपोसेंट्रिज्म इज नेगेटिव था, यानी डिस्ट्रक्टिव था, बट वी बिलीव इन नॉन एंथ्रोपोसेंट्रिज्म। दैट इज अ गुड पॉइंट। आई नाउ बोलो ना,
तो पार्टिसिपेशन वगैरह है, एक करके बी ब्रीफ एनालिसिस ज्यादा।
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. I'm Soumya Suyar. I'm a PhD scholar from IIT Kanpur. मिक्स करके तो मतलब बहुत ही ज्यादा इंफॉर्मेटिव एंड लाइक लोडेड विद इंफॉर्मेशन राइट नाउ एंड लाइक यू started with saying that I don't know anything, and it was one of the contradictions in your lecture that you said so much, informed us about so much. But anyhow, so there are a few things which I had difficulty in understanding. तो उन्हीं के बारे में पूछूंगी। एक तो आपने बोला कि प्रतिशोधगामी जो प्रतिशोधगामी मतलब कि नेचुरल टेंडेंसी के अगेंस्ट सेल करने को प्रतिशोधगामी बोला। फिर आपने उसके बाद ये भी समझाया कि कैसे वन ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट्स इज टू गो अगेंस्ट व्हाट द नेचुरल टेंडेंसी ऑफ ह्यूमन बीइंग्स इज, और कहीं ना कहीं ये समझ में आया कि ह्यूमन बीइंग्स का नेचुरल टेंडेंसी है कोई जिस भी डिफरेंट क्रूएलिटी और एरोगेंस के थ्रू उन्होंने नेचर का डिस्ट्रक्शन किया है। तो सबसे पहले तो क्वेश्चन ये है कि क्या बुद्धिज्म के अकॉर्डिंग लाइक डज बुद्धिज्म टॉक अबाउट सर्टेन नेचुरल टेंडेंसी ऑफ ह्यूमन बीइंग्स, या फिर वो सिर्फ कंटेम्परेरी सिनेरियो के हिसाब से हम अभी के ह्यूमन बीइंग्स को देख के और अभी के उनके एरोगेंट बिहेवियर को देख के बोल रहे हैं कि नहीं नहीं ये अभी सारे ह्यूमन बीइंग्स कर रहे हैं, तो प्रतिशोधगामी तब होगा जब contemporary tendency of human beings will change, क्योंकि एक बार नेचुरल ह्यूमन बीइंग्स की नेचुरल टेंडेंसी चेंज हो जाएगी, फिर उस प्रोजेक्ट को हम प्रतिशोधगामी बोलना शायद सही नहीं होगा, या तो मैंने समझा गलत है या फिर ऐसा है। तो हाँ, ये मेरा प्रश्न।
ये जो कंट्रडिक्शन आपको दिखाई पड़ रहा है कि प्रतिशोधगामी प्रोजेक्ट में पहले जो मनुष्य के जो बैड हैबिट्स हैं, दुष्प्रवृत्तियां, उससे मनुष्य की चेतना को प्यूरिफाई करना है। ये वास्तव में जब हम इसको नेचुरल कह रहे हैं तो हम नेचुरल शब्द का प्रयोग यहाँ स्वभाव के अर्थ में नहीं कर रहे। हम आपको समझाने के लिए कर रहे हैं कि हमारे नेचुरल इंस्टिंक्ट्स हैं, हमारे नेचुरल अर्जेज हैं। लेकिन प्रश्न उठेगा कि अगर हमारा ये नेचुरल अर्जेज है तो हम सेलिंग अगेंस्ट द करेंट के द्वारा इसको हम रिमूव नहीं कर सकते। तब तो हम जो भी प्राप्त करेंगे वो एडॉप्ट कर सकते हैं। ये तो फिलोसफिकल बात हुई। हमारा नेचर तो प्रतिशोधगामी से जो हम प्रोड्यूस करना चाहते हैं वही मेरे नेचर में होना चाहिए, वही मेरा इनर नेचर होना चाहिए। वास्तव में बुद्धिज्म का स्टैंड पॉइंट यही है कि हम सत्काय दृष्टि जो है वो तो अज्ञान के कारण हम अपने को ऐसा समझ रहे हैं ना। तो सत्काय दृष्टि को जब हम हटा देंगे, उसको डिकंस्ट्रक्ट कर देंगे, तो हमारा जो प्योर फॉर्म ऑफ कॉन्शियसनेस होगा उसमें अपने आप मैत्री, करुणा, मुदिता, उपेक्षा, दान, शील, शांति, वीर्य, प्रज्ञा, ये जितने प्रकार के जो वर्च्यूज हैं वो हमारी चेतना में पहले से स्वभावतः मौजूद है। केवल उनका जो प्रतिपक्ष है ना, जो उसको ढके हुए है, हमें उसको डिकंस्ट्रक्ट करना है। जैसे मैं एक बहुत ही छोटे उदाहरण से समझाऊं। गांधी जी कहते थे कि अहिंसा धर्म है। तो धर्म कहने का मतलब उनका थोड़ी था कि वो रिलीजन है। धर्म शब्द का प्रयोग वो स्वभाव के अर्थ में करते थे कि हमारा स्वभाव ही अहिंसा है। तो गांधी जी से कोई पूछ सकता था कि मेरा स्वभाव ही अहिंसा है, तो आप इसके लिए इतना परेशान क्यों हैं? तो कहते थे कि अहिंसक होने के लिए आपको साधना करने की जरूरत नहीं है, वो तो आपका स्वभाव ही है। आपके स्वभाव में जो हिंसा आ गई है ना, उसको हटा दो आप, उस आवरण को, उस वर्ग को हटा दो आप, तो अपने आप आपकी चेतना में हिंसा जो है, अहिंसा जो है वो प्रतिष्ठित हो जाएगी। इसलिए अहिंसा को क्रियान्वित करने के लिए प्रयास करने की जरूरत नहीं है, प्रयास करना है अहिंसा को हटाने की। तो पूरा का पूरा जो प्रतिशोधगामी प्रोजेक्ट है उसके मूल में वो सत्काय दृष्टि, और ये सारा का सारा, इसलिए सत्काय दृष्टि को परिभाषित किया गया, सत्काय दृष्टि प्रभवः सर्वे क्लेशा। मेरा जितना ये वर्ल्डली बिहेवियर है ये सब सत्काय दृष्टि को रेफरेंस बना के किया गया, और ये सब गलत है। तो वो जब सारे क्लेशों का जड़ वही है। आप देखो, इसको आप कभी देखना, आइडेंटिटी एंड वायलेंस का जो डिस्कोर्स है, लोग आजकल कहते हैं कि आइडेंटिटी, डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ आइडेंटिटीज आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ वायलेंस। बहुत बड़ा डिस्कोर्स है आइडेंटिटी एंड वायलेंस का। बुद्धिज्म क्या करता है? सारी आइडेंटिटी का निर्माण कहाँ होता है? सत्काय दृष्टि में। आप सत्काय दृष्टि को लोकस बनाएंगे ना, किसी भी आइडेंटिटी का निर्माण होगा। और यदि इस सत्काय दृष्टि को ही वो डिकंस्ट्रक्ट कर देता है, तो बुद्धिज्म इज ए जर्नी टू अचीव द स्टेट ऑफ आइडेंटिटी लेसनेस। मतलब बुद्ध बनना या बोधिसत्व बनना पहचान रहित होने की यात्रा है। तो जब वो सारे आइडेंटिटी के बीज जहां बनते हैं, सारे आइडेंटिटी का जो सीड है सत्काय दृष्टि, उसी बीज को अगर वो भून डालता है तो उसमें अंकुर कहां से पैदा होगा? तो अंततः जो डिकंस्ट्रक्ट करना है वो सत्काय दृष्टि को करना है। और इन्वायरमेंटल फिलॉसफी के को अगर हम कंटेक्चुअलाइज डीप इकोलॉजिकल कंसेप्ट में करना रहे तो सतकाय दृष्टि से जो कंसेप्शन ऑफ मैन बनता है जो और हॉब्सियन कंसेप्शन ऑफ मैन जो बनता है वो दोनों एक ही प्रकार का है। लेकिन वेस्टर्न सिविलाइजेशन उस कंसेप्ट ऑफ मैन को बदलना नहीं चाहता है, उसको मेंटेन रखता है। हाँ। लेकिन बुद्धिज्म का जो इकोलॉजिकल स्टैंड पॉइंट है वो उस सतकाय दृष्टि से परिभाषित होने वाला जो मनुष्य है उसको वो डिकंस्ट्रक्ट करता है, क्योंकि वही सतकाय दृष्टि वाला जो मनुष्य है ना वही तो इस सारे प्रकार के जब सारे क्लेशों का जड़ वही है तो ये पर्यावरण प्रदूषण जन्य जो क्लेश है उसका भी कर्ता धर्ता वही है, तो उसी को डिकंस्ट्रक्ट कर दो। नहीं, जो इंडिविजुअलिस्टिक जो है ये हमारी भी डायग्नोसिस करता है, आपकी भी हम भी सतकाय दृष्टि वाले हैं, आप भी सतकाय दृष्टि वाले हो, तो ये जब सतकाय दृष्टि इन होल इसको कंडेम करता है, उसकी डायग्नोसिस करता है, तो इस प्रोजेक्ट को तो कहा जा सकता है कि एथिसाइजेशन ऑफ ह्यूमन कॉन्शियसनेस, नॉट एथिसाइजेशन ऑफ इंडिविजुअल, रादर इट इज ए प्रोजेक्ट ऑफ एथिसाइजेशन ऑफ ह्यूमन कॉन्शियसनेस इटसेल्फ।
तो अब तो करंट चेंज हो गया, तो फिर तब भी क्या हम इसको प्रतिशोधगामी जबकि अभी हम अज्यूम कर रहे हैं कि हमने प्रोजेक्ट
नहीं, ये प्रोजेक्ट किसने चलाया? प्रोजेक्ट तो बुद्धिज्म ने चलाया। ये क्या प्रोजेक्ट समाप्त हो गया क्या? पैसा खत्म हो गया इसका 3 साल में? ये तो पेरेनियल प्रोजेक्ट है ना, ये तो चल रहा है। ये पूरी ह्यूमन सिविलाइजेशन को इस ओर ओरिएंट करने का प्रोजेक्ट है। ये कभी खत्म होने वाला प्रोजेक्ट नहीं है, और ये प्रोजेक्ट खत्म इसलिए नहीं होगा क्योंकि जब इसीलिए तो बुद्ध कहते हैं ना, संकल्प लेते हैं ना कि आई विल बी द लास्ट पर्सन हु विल एंटर इनटू प्रतिष्ठित निर्वाण। जब तक पूरी ह्यूमन हिस्ट्री या हिस्ट्री ऑफ ह्यूमन सिविलाइजेशन इस ओर मतलब ओरिएंट नहीं हो जाता है, इसीलिए तो इतना बड़ा रिलीजियस आइडल लिया गया मोदी शब्द का। उसने कहा कि कली कलुष्कृतानि यानि लोके मयि तानि प्रवर्तन्ते मुच्यते हि लोको। ये ऐसा कोई नहीं है यूजीसी का प्रोजेक्ट की मतलब शुरू हुआ और 3 साल में खत्म हो गया। ये पूरा ह्यूमन सिविलाइजेशन को इस दिशा में ओरिएंट करने का प्रोजेक्ट है, ये पेरेनियल प्रोजेक्ट। क्योंकि फिलॉसफी में कोई इस तरीके से प्रोजेक्ट को थोड़ी समझेंगे हम कि ये शुरू हुआ और फिर खत्म हो गया बुद्ध के बाद। नहीं, ये तो पूरे ह्यूमन सिविलाइजेशन को इस दिशा में अंतहीन समय तक ओरिएंट करने वाला है।
This is Pankaj Verma from IIT Tirupati. So it was really an enlightening session. So you talked about conversation between Prithvi and Ram in Valmiki Ramayana, and then you cited just clarification, and then you cited the 5 term Tulsidas Ramcharitmanas. So I just wanted to know, is it in Valmiki Ramayana or in Ramcharitmanas or in both? In both. So can you be specific in which kandas and or in sermon it is available? Because my work is based on Valmiki Ramayana, so I might have missed out. So just wanted to know. That it is really interesting.
I have referred this verse in my famous article, and this article is collected in a book which has been recently published by ICTR. You can find in library.
Okay, sir. And secondly, you told that till you break the binary between I and you cannot feel the karuna, that pathetic sentiment. So, do you see any association between this statement and idea of Advaita?
Buddhism is also called Advaitavadi. There is two terms, Advaitavadi
एंड अद्वैतवादी. तो महायान बुद्धिज्म इज ऑल्सो कॉल्ड अद्वैतवादी. बट मतलब you can find many references concerning Indian way of doing environmentalism. But I am doubtful that least reference you can find in Indian tradition which can be identified as a effective reference of environment. Effective reference. मुझे आज तक मैं जितना पढ़ा हूं, मुझे कोई भी ऐसा रेफरेंस नहीं मिलता इंडियन ट्रेडिशन में जिसको सैलो इकोलॉजिकल इफेक्टिव रेफरेंस कहा जाए. शकुंतला बहुत बहुत कोमलता के साथ फूलों को तोड़ती है, ये कोई इकोलॉजिकल कंसर्न नहीं है. बुद्ध कहते हैं कि नदियों में पेशाब मत करो, ये कोई इन्वायरमेंटल अवेयरनेस नहीं है. पूरी नदियां तो सारे मैदानों के मलमूत्रों को धो के नदी में ले आती है, तो ये कहने का क्या मतलब है कि नदी में पेशाब मत करो. ये सब कोई इकोलॉजिकल डिफरेंसेस, इफेक्टिव इकोलॉजिकल डिफरेंसेस नहीं. हम लोगों को इंडियन ट्रेडिशन में कोई इफेक्टिव रेफरेंस खोजना चाहिए. जैसे डीप इकोलॉजी के लिए मैं वो रामायण का कोट किया कि परद्रोही व्यक्ति वाला. पृथ्वी का भार आलसी व्यक्ति को नहीं कहा जाता है, पृथ्वी का बोझ उसको कहा जाता है जो परद्रोही होता है. क्रुएल्टी जो अदर्स में होती है, जो एनिमिटी अदर्स टू अदर्स जो होती है. ऐसे ही एक इफेक्टिव रेफरेंस मुझे भागवत में मिलता है, उसको यूज नहीं लोग करते. लेकिन वो मैं अब तक के अपने अध्ययन के दौरान मोस्ट इफेक्टिव रेफरेंस कंसर्निंग इन्वायरमेंटल एथिक्स इन सैलो स्टैंड पॉइंट और इवन इन डीप इकोलॉजिकल स्टैंड पॉइंट मुझे भागवत में वो मिलता है. भागवत में एक कथा है कि ईश्वर की इच्छा हुई कि धरती पर एक नई सृष्टि की जाए. तो सृष्टि करने वाले कुछ जो कारीगर थे उनको प्रचेतस कहा जाता था. तो उन प्रचेतसों को ईश्वर ने धरती पे भेजा कि जाओ एक नई सृष्टि कराओ. तो प्रचेतस पृथ्वी पर आए और देखा कि पृथ्वी पर तो चारों तरफ जंगल ही जंगल है. तो उनके मन में समस्या हुई कि वो सृष्टि करेंगे तो वो सृष्टि रहेगी कहाँ, यहाँ तो चारों तरफ जंगल. तो उन लोगों ने सृष्टि करने से पहले जंगल में आग लगा दिया. और जब जंगल का बड़वान की लपटें उठने लगी तो भगवान को दिखाई पड़ने लगी, अरे ये क्या किए प्रचेतस, तो जंगल में आग लगा दिए. तो दौड़े दौड़े भगवान प्रचेतसों के पास आते हैं और कहते हैं आप लोगों ने क्या किया है. तो कहा कि प्रभु आपने ही तो कहा था कि नई सृष्टि करने के लिए, और जरूरी था पहले आप जंगल में आग लगा के स्थान साफ कर ले तो नई सृष्टि करेंगे हम. वहां ईश्वर के द्वारा भागवत का एक स्टेटमेंट दिलवाता है. वो स्टेटमेंट है अहस्तानि सहस्तानाम अपदानि च चतुष्पदाम फल्गुनी तत्र महताम जीवो जीवस्य जीवन. अहस्तानि सहस्तानाम, जिनके हाथ नहीं है उनको हाथ वाले खा जाते हैं, उनका भक्षण कर जाते हैं. अपदानि च चतुष्पदाम, जिनके पैर नहीं है उनको चार पैर वाले उनका भक्षण कर जाते हैं. कहते हैं कि आप लोगों ने जंगल में आग लगा दिया, तो छोटी छोटी जो फल्गुनियां है ना, वो भी इस सृष्टि के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है. क्योंकि ये पूरी सृष्टि की जो व्यवस्था है उसमें जीवो जीवस्य, ये जो हमको एक इसमें जो हमको एक डीप इकोलॉजिकल कंसर्न और सैलो इकोलॉजिकल कंसर्न, मतलब जंगल में आग लगा देना, ये सैलो इकोलॉजिकल कंसर्न। जीवो जीवस्य जीवनम का जो पैराडाइम है वो डीप इकोलॉजिकल कंसर्न है। और ये हमें दिखाता है कि एक पूरी ब्रह्मांडीय व्यवस्था के अंग प्रत्यंग के रूप में जब इंडिविजुअल अपने को, एक पशु अपने को अपने स्टेटस के प्रति एक पशु अवेयर नहीं होता, कीट पतंग अवेयर नहीं होते, लेकिन मनुष्य से ये अपेक्षा की जाती है कि वो अपने इस यूनिवर्सल स्टेटस के प्रति अवेयर है और उस अवेयरनेस के साथ वो इस दुनिया के साथ रिश्ते बनाए, उसके साथ एक्ट करे। ये मनुष्य से अपेक्षा की जाती है, लेकिन मनुष्य इस अपेक्षा को पूरा नहीं करता है। पर्यावरण का प्रदूषण पशु पक्षी कीट पतंग तो नहीं करते हैं, पर्यावरण का प्रदूषण तो हम और आप करते हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि बुद्धिस्ट पर्सपेक्टिव में हम सतकाय दृष्टि से संपन्न अपने इंडिविजुअल को मानते हैं। और ये जो पैराडाइम है जीवो जीवस्य जीवनम न, इसके लिए कोई बुद्धिस्ट मेटाफिजिक्स से ही एक ये एथिकल पैराडाइम नहीं निकलता है, अद्वैत के मेटाफिजिक्स से भी यही पैराडाइम निकलता है। दोनों की मेटाफिजिक्स से जो हमको जो एथिकल आउटकम है वो लगभग एक ही तरीके का होता है। क्योंकि प्रत्युत समुत्पाद भी तो में हम क्या है, प्रत्युत समुत्पाद की जो पूरी ब्रह्मांडीय व्यवस्था है उसमें तो एक सार्वभौमिक संलग्नता है ना, एक यूनिवर्सल इंटेंगलमेंट भी तो उसमें है। तो हम अगर प्रत्युत समुत्पाद की व्यवस्था से संचालित होने वाला जो वास्तविक दुनिया है, अगर हम उसके हिसाब से एक्ट करते हैं तो हमारे लिए कौन सा अदर है जिसको मुझे डिस्ट्रॉय करना है, तब तो हम में दूसरे को समझने की कुंजी छिपी हुई है। तो क्या ऐसी व्यवस्था में मनुष्य को विनर मैन का स्टेटस दिया जा सकता है क्या? जिस विनर मैन के स्टेटस को पश्चिमी सभ्यता केंद्र में रख के पूरी सभ्यता का निर्माण करती है, क्या मनुष्य को स्वामीवादी वर्चस्व प्रदान किया जा सकता है? नहीं किया जा सकता है। तो ये पूरी प्रत्युत समुत्पादीय व्यवस्था में तो हमारे लिए कोई ऐसा पर है नहीं। लेकिन विडंबना मित्रों क्या है कि मनुष्य पश्चिमी सभ्यता मानवेतर इतिहास मानवेतर दुनिया के साथ इस तरीके से आत्मीय संप्रेषण की आज तक कोई भाषा ढूंढ नहीं पाए। और ये अलगाव दुराव और जो विक्षिप्तता है ना पश्चिमी सभ्यता की, वो होल्ड्रिन के काव्यों में और रिल्के के मूर्तियों में बहुत अच्छी तरीके से ये विक्षिप्तता दिखाई पड़ती है। आज तक इतना उन्नत पश्चिमी सभ्यता और इतना उन्नत पश्चिमी विज्ञान मानवेतर संसार से आत्मीय संबंधों और आत्मीय संवाद की आज तक कोई भाषा नहीं ढूंढता। और यदि इस दुनिया को पारिस्थितिकीय जन्य और पर्यावरण प्रदूषण जन्य अस्तित्वात्मक समस्याओं से मनुष्य को यदि समाधान नहीं निदान पाना है तो उसको पैराडाइम शिफ्ट लेना पड़ेगा। और उस पैराडाइम शिफ्ट के लिए उस मनुष्य को ही का ही शुद्धिकरण करना पड़ेगा जो मनुष्य इस पर्यावरण प्रदूषण का कर्ता करता है।
सर बहुत अच्छे से आपने पूरा बुद्धिज्म का कॉन्सेप्ट इन्वायरमेंट के इसमें समझा दिया। एक जगह मुझे थोड़ी सी दिक्कत हुई सर, भूत प्रतिवेक्षा ज्ञान जिसके बारे में आपने कहा जो जैसा है उसे वैसे देखना। तो सर
आप इसको
ये
टेक्स्ट में देख लेना ना,
ये संभव हो सकता है सर?
हाँ,
जो जैसा है उसे वैसा देखना, क्योंकि हम वो देखते हैं हम जैसे हैं हमें चीजें वैसी दिखाई देती है। तो चीजें जैसी हैं है ना, उसको वैसे कैसे देखें सर? ये कौन सी टेक्निक
है? तथाता दृष्टि तो इसी को कहते हैं।
इसमें इसीलिए अपने ईगो का पहले विनाश करना पड़ेगा। जब अपने ईगो का विनाश करेंगे तब भूत प्रत्यवेक्षा होगा।
आप विश्वविद्यालय से शांति भिक्षु शास्त्री की एक किताब है, वहीं से छपी है। महायान उस किताब का नाम है। हाँ, उस महायान में आप बोधिसत्व वाला पोर्शन को पढ़ना, तो वहां ये जो 5 ज्ञान है ना, उनकी बहुत अच्छी व्याख्या उन्होंने की है, आपको समझ में आ जाए।
सर वन लास्ट सर जातक कथाओं में, माई सेल्फ दिवाकर मौर्य फ्रॉम बनारस हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी। सर जातक कथाओं में ये देखा गया है कि मतलब जैसे कोई प्रसंग है कि महामारी फैल गई थी और सभी लोग भगवान बुद्ध के पास गए थे, तो उन्होंने रत्नसूत्र का पाठ किया और बीमारी से निजात मिलती थी लोगों को, और पर्यावरण के भी जो उस समय जो दिक्कतें होती थी उससे भी वो निजात दिलाते थे। तो सर ये जो बुद्ध का रिलेशन है पर्यावरण से, ये इन दो क्या ये कॉन्शियसनेस है या उनकी इंटेलिजेंस? तो इस पे मैं चाहता हूँ कि सर उनका कई जगहों पर उन्होंने मतलब पहले से इंट्यूटिवली बताया कि ऐसे होगा वैसे होगा, और जिसका अभी कोरोना के टाइम पर जो बौद्ध भिक्षु थे श्रीलंका के, उन्होंने भी एक टेलीकास्ट किया था उसी पाठ का। तो सर इस रिलेशन के विषय में अगर आप बता सकें।
क्या किया था? पाठ किया था मंत्र की तरह।
हाँ,
मैं इस पर विश्वास नहीं करता कि बुद्ध कोई मंत्र वंत्र बताते थे कि सब पाठ कीजिए आप। अब उन भक्ति भावना से लोग करते होंगे, बहुत लोग तो बिहार में वो कोरोना माई का व्रत भी कर रहे हैं।
सर वो तो सर वो लेकिन उन्होंने,
लेकिन अगर इस प्रकार के कोई रेफरेंसेज आपको जातक कथाओं में मिलते हैं कि महामारी फैली हुई, तो बुद्ध के प्रति लोगों के प्रति कोई आस्था थी। और उसके लिए अभी भी हम लोग अभी भी गांव घर में तो जाते हैं ना, कोई साधु संत होता है तो उसके प्रति हमारे मन में इतनी आस्था होती है कि मतलब हमको पुत्र दे दीजिए, हमको धन दे दीजिए, हमको तरक्की दे दीजिए, ये सब के लिए जाते हैं ना। ये सब आस्था के विषय है,
आस्था के विषय।
सब फिलॉसफी वालों को इस सब चीज पर विश्वास नहीं है।
सर ये जो
फिलॉसफी एक थ्योरेटिकल डिसिप्लिन है।
Yes, it is there, but
और अगर आपको ऐसा लगता है कि जातक कथाओं में ऐसी कथा है कि कोई मंत्र बता देते,
नहीं मंत्र नहीं सर, लेकिन उनको इंट्यूटिवली वो बताते थे कि इस समय ऐसा होने वाला है, उस समय वैसा होने वाला है।
ये
तो सर क्या
ये सब बुद्ध कथाओं में जो मिलते हैं ना, इनका भौतिक सत्यापन करने का प्रयास नहीं करते। अगर भौतिक सत्यापन करेंगे ना, तो जितना चीज बनावेंगे उससे ज्यादा चीज आप बिगाड़ देंगे। एक जगह भौतिक सत्यापन आप बुद्ध का करेंगे ना, तो उससे जितना बनेगा दूसरे जगह बुद्ध का उतना नुकसान हो जाएगा। इसलिए बुद्ध के वचनों को, जातक कथाओं को, ये इतिहास के भौतिक सत्यापन का जो एक बड़ा खेल मैदान मार्क्सवाद में तैयार किया। हम लोग जाने अनजाने उसी मैदान में ये फुटबॉल का मैच खेलने लगते हैं। जब भारतीय अध्यात्म और भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की बहुत सारी बातों के भौतिक सत्यापन, और इस समय तो बहुत जोर शोर से हो रहा है।
इसी पॉइंट पे स्ट्राइक कर लिया कि अमेरिका में वो आए वापस और बुद्धिज्म से वो इन्फ्लुएंस और उन्होंने बहुत सारे तो उसमें एक इंटरेस्टिंग चीज आती है कि वो उस कम्युनिटी को अंग्रेजी को देवी बना के उसको पूजने को प्रोपोगेट करते हैं। इसी कॉन्टेक्स्ट में सोच रहा था कि आप बिल्कुल को आप तो मान ही सकते हैं के पास भी और वेस्टर्न में पढ़े भी, तो ऐसा क्या सोचा होगा उन्होंने? इसको बस इसी बुद्ध के सत्यापन की तरह देखें या सिर्फ एक सोशल मूवमेंट? तब अम्बेडकर ने उस कम्युनिटी को, क्योंकि उनका ये विश्वास था दो चीजों पे गांधी से मतलब एक तरह का कि एक तो जो रूरल सेटअप है वो इस जाति प्रथा इस सबको बंद है, तो he was very much for urbanization. That is one. The second thing, he thought English could unleash the potential of all these people who are downtrodden and then his community and all. So he thought कि उनको कैसे मोटिवेट करना पढ़ाने के लिए अंग्रेजी की तरफ। तो भारत एक धार्मिक है, स्पिरिचुअल है, तो अभी बस्तियों में आप जाएंगे कहीं कहीं अंग्रेजी देवी की मूर्ति मिलती है। I don't know if somebody has seen, but I have seen.
बहुत ही कम से कम बहुत ही मूल्यवान मतलब संदर्भ इन्होंने दिया कि एक विशेष प्रकार की मतलब कम्युनिटी को जिसका नेतृत्व या जिसका सामाजिक उद्धार बाबा साहब करना चाहते थे, तो उनके मन में ऐसा लगा होगा कि अंग्रेजी भाषा जो है वो आधुनिक दुनिया की भाषा है, और अंग्रेजी भाषा का जो संसार है वो बहुत बड़ा संसार है। तो कोई व्यक्ति अंग्रेजी जानेगा, आज भी भारत में अंग्रेजी जानने वालों को ही ज्यादा विकसित माना जाता है। हिंदी में हम लोग व्याख्यान देते हैं तो हम लोग को उतना विकसित नहीं माना जाता है। तो उन्होंने सोचा होगा कि जिस कम्युनिटी का हम उद्धार करना चाहते हैं, यदि हम उसको अंग्रेजी भाषा सिखा दें तो ये मॉडर्न वर्ल्ड को पार्टिसिपेट करने के लायक हो जाएगा, तो विकसित हो जाएगा। लेकिन अब उसके प्रति वो भाषा सीखनी ही चाहिए। इसके लिए बाबा साहब उपदेश दें, अंग्रेजी के विद्यालय खोलें, ये सब तो उतना जल्दी संभव नहीं था। तो संभव है कि उन्होंने एक ट्रिक बनाया होगा कि अंग्रेजी को ना, क्योंकि यहाँ की जनता तो बहुत धर्मभीरू जनता होती है, तो अंग्रेजी को ही एक देवी बना और देवी के प्रति उसमें एक आस्था पैदा कर दो, तो उस भाषा को जानने की प्रेरणा तब में मिल जाएगी। ऐसा होता जब मैं हॉस्टल का चीफ वार्डन था, 1000 बच्चों का भोजन बनता था। तो ये मेस वाला था, उसका उद्देश्य तो लाभ कमाना होता है। हर बार वो खराब भोजन बनाए तो लड़के बहुत उपद्रव करें। मैंने कई सर्विलांस लगाए, लेकिन मैं सफल नहीं। तो एक दिन जो मेस का मालिक था वो बूढ़ा आदमी था, तो मैं उसको अपने गाड़ी पे बैठाया और ले गया उसको एक ढाबा में खाना खिलाने। यार चलो हम लोग खाना खाते हैं। और वहां 1 घंटा उसको मैंने भाषण दिया, कहा कि भोजन कराना इतना बड़ा पुण्य है, इसमें इतना बड़ा धर्म होता है, और इससे ऐसे ऐसे पुण्य होते हैं कि अगले जन्म में आपको स्वर्ग मिलेगा, आपके बाल बच्चों की तरक्की होगी, और ये शास्त्रों में लिखा हुआ है। 1 घंटा मैंने भाषण दिया कि भोजन अच्छा कराना बहुत पुण्य का। उसके बाद हम आए, दूसरे दिन से भोजन एकदम पूरा ठीक हो गया। अब देखिए ये ट्रिक जो है ना, धार्मिक आस्था आपके क्रिया व्यापार को कितना मतलब उसको प्रमोट कर, मतलब हम उसके पीछे चौकीदार लगा के ना, और भोजन में की क्वालिटी का कोई थर्मामीटर बना के भी हम उस पर वो नियंत्रण नहीं कर सकते। लेकिन 1 घंटा का भाषण उसको समझा दिए कि भोजन कराना बहुत पुण्य का काम है, तो सुधर गया। तो इसीलिए उन्होंने ट्रिक किया। आपको इस पर ना कुछ लिखना चाहिए, वो बड़ा अच्छा डिफरेंस है।
इस संदर्भ में इस चीज को भी ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि अंबेडकर स्वयं कोई धार्मिक व्यक्ति नहीं थे, लेकिन धार्मिक व्यक्ति न होते हुए भी उन्होंने धर्म का प्रस्ताव किया। रिलीजियस ने मतलब जो नव बौद्ध ध्यान है वो अभी सचमुच में कोई धर्म नहीं, क्योंकि धर्म होने की जो मूलभूत शर्त है उसमें एक पारलौकिक सत्ता की बात आनी चाहिए, लेकिन नव बौद्ध ध्यान में कहीं कोई पारलौकिक सत्ता की बात है ही नहीं। तो उसको उन्होंने धर्म के रूप में स्थापित किया। उसके प्रति कारण यही था कि भाई उससे लोगों को साथ में लाया जा सकता। तो मुझे लगता है कि यहीं पर इस कार्य को विराम देना चाहिए। हमारे आदरणीय मित्र प्रोफेसर अंबिकादत्त शर्मा जी ने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से पर्यावरण चिंतन को जो बौद्ध दृष्टि हो सकती है, जिस तरफ से उसको विकसित किया जा सकता है या देखा जा सकता है, उसका संकेत किया, और किस प्रकार से बौद्ध करुणा इसकी तरफ, जो एक बहुत डीप इकोलॉजी के बहुत माने हुए विद्वान अर्नी नहीं माने जाते हैं, उन्होंने भी इसका बहुत अच्छा संकेत किया है और बौद्ध धर्म और बौद्ध विचारधारा से बहुत ज्यादा प्रभावित थे। उसके पीछे कारण वस्तुतः पश्चिम में जो बौद्ध विचारधारा का इतना प्रभाव है, उसके पीछे कारण यह है कि ये एक सेकुलर इसका फॉर्म हो सकता है। जो अद्वैत वेदांत की परंपरा है या अन्य जो परंपराएं हैं, उनका एक सेकुलर फॉर्म नहीं संभव होगा। लेकिन बौद्ध का एक सेकुलर फॉर्म संभव हो पाता है, पूरा यह लौकिक सारी व्याख्या संभव हो पाती है। और इसलिए, और चूंकि जो आधुनिक विज्ञान है, वो आधुनिक विज्ञान भी पूरा का पूरा इहलोक, विज्ञान का काम ही है इहलोक से संबद्ध है, वो बाकी किसी से उसका लेना देना नहीं है। इसलिए ऐसा लगता है कि जो बौद्ध चिंतन है वह आधुनिक चिंतन के अधिक नजदीक हो सकता है, और उसका मार्ग ग्रहण करते हुए अगर हम समस्याओं का समाधान खोजने का प्रयास करें, और इसीलिए बहुत सारा प्रयास इस तरह से भी चल रहा है कि न्यूरोसाइंस का किस प्रकार से बुद्धिज्म के साथ जोड़ देखा जाए, कैसे वो जुड़ सकता है। तो ये बहुत सारी चीजें चल रही हैं, और निश्चित रूप से पर्यावरण चिंतन के साथ तो उसका एक समान गहरा प्रभाव है, गहरा संबंध है। और यह पूरी की पूरी जो बौद्ध परंपरा है, वह बौद्ध परंपरा, और बहुत सही तरीके से प्रोफेसर अमिताभ शर्मा जी ने बताया कि जो सत्काय दृष्टि है, उस सत्काय दृष्टि को, इसको जो कहा है कि ये सारी आत्म मिथ्या दृष्टियां, जितनी मिथ्या दृष्टियां हैं, उन सब के मूल में इस सत्काय दृष्टि को रखा है। कि मिथ्या दृष्टि बाकी नहीं है मिथ्या दृष्टि, लेकिन ये मिथ्या दृष्टि ऐसी है जो सबके मूल में है। तो ये मूल को, जड़ से चीजों को, जिसको कहना चाहिए, अगर हमको जड़ से चीजों को खत्म करना है, पेड़ को ऊपर से शाखा को काटते जाएंगे तो पेड़ तो रहेगा और पुनः जो है निकलता जाएगा, लेकिन जड़ से अगर उसको समाप्त करना है तो ये मिथ्या दृष्टि को समाप्त करना। और यह मिथ्या दृष्टि, मतलब एक तरह से कहना चाहिए बौद्ध की जो दृष्टि है वह जीवन दृष्टि है, कि जीवन को किस प्रकार से जीना है। और पर्यावरण की जो समस्या है वो सचमुच में यही समस्या है कि जीवन को किस तरीके से, आज के समय में हम किस तरह से जीवन को जी रहे हैं, और वो जीवन जीने की जो पद्धति है, प्रक्रिया कैसी होनी चाहिए, इसके इसीलिए इसको नॉर्मेटिव के रूप में भी देखा जाता है। तो ये नॉर्मेटिव है, तो जीवन किस प्रकार से जिया जाए जिसमें कि दूसरों को तकलीफ न पहुंचे, दूसरी को समस्या न बढ़े, हम दूसरों के लिए बोझ न बने। ये बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जिनको, और ये एक समग्र जीवन दृष्टि है। और वस्तुतः भारत का ये सौभाग्य है कि यहाँ पर एक समग्र जीवन दृष्टि नहीं है, बल्कि अनेक समग्र जीवन दृष्टियां हैं। जो अनेक समग्र जीवन दृष्टियां हैं वो दूसरे के साथ रहते हुए, माने एक दूसरे का पूरा व्यावर्तन न करते हुए भी अपने आप में इस प्रकार से विकसित होती हैं कि आप रखते हुए आगे बढ़ सकते हैं और इन समस्याओं का समाधान खोज सकते हैं। बहुत अधिक न बोलते हुए यहीं पर मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। आज के मुख्य वक्ता, इसके पहले प्रोफेसर जी के महानता जी ने अपना वक्तव्य दिया, आपको और आदरणीय मित्र प्रोफेसर अमिताभ शर्मा जी को, आपको मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं प्रोफेसर पनीरसेल्वम जी, आपको भी मैं बहुत बहुत आभार देता हूँ, आप यहाँ पर पधारे। हमारे बीच इस कार्यक्रम के आयोजक, जो शैक्षणिक कोऑर्डिनेटर हैं, एकेडमिक कोऑर्डिनेटर प्रोफेसर लक्ष्मीकांत पाड़ी जी, आपको भी मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ। और आप सभी मित्र जो यहाँ पर दूर दूर से आए हैं, आप सभी को धन्यवाद, आभार व्यक्त करते हुए भोजन के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूँ।
जी जरा प्रश्न मत पूछिएगा। हाँ हाँ, जरा प्रश्न हमें मत पूछिएगा।
ये जिस जमा करती है ये सेकंड हाफ में करोगे सेकंड हाफ में जिस जमा भयंकर मतलब एकमात्र गांधी दुनिया में अकेला खड़ा व्यक्ति था जिसने टेक्नोलॉजी को एट द लेवल ऑफ इट्स टेक्नोलॉजिकल बेसिस अकेला हिंदी में बहुत पुराना
मैंने वो बोला कि पूरा पूरा जोना टेक्नोलॉजी पर से should be abandoned context
बोला तो आपको लेकिन मैं जरा तो अभिनेता नहीं करेंगे ऐसा नहीं बड़ी क्रांतिकारी ये तो मुझे बहुत ही प्रभावित करता है हाँ एक इस वजह से दूसरा पूना बैक की वजह से उनके मन में और लाइन लंबी है पूना बैक की वजह से भी हाँ हाँ मैं बहुत सम्मान करता हूँ he was the most inspirited favorite person I he has understood he was very Indian from within एक बुजुर्ग की बात को मना नहीं किया उन्होंने गांधी और कोई मना भी नहीं सकता था ये भी जो पता है पूरा फैक्ट तो लाइन लग गई है वीडियो पे भी अपलोड आ रहा है हां थोड़ा लाइन है वहां खड़े होने से अच्छा है
सब रिकॉर्ड हो जाएगा, इसमें एडिटर नहीं होगा, बच्चे आ रहे हैं, सब सबने लगा सर्वे तुम सर्वे कर दो, पेपर लेकर कहीं हम पेपर लिख देते हैं, सर्वे कर दो, उससे क्या होगा कि डेटा आ जाएगा, Then you ready? टाइमलाइन बोलोगे तो पूरा करना पड़ेगा, उस टाइम पे करना पड़ेगा, बहुत परेशान हो जाओगे। देखो मैं जानता हूँ, हाँ, मतलब कहते हैं डेली 4 काम करेगा वो पालन करना। How it works?
They presented beautifully, and today we expect the same presentation from all of you. We have 7 number of participants, and you will be given 20 to 25 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes for discussion, so that within 5:30 we'll finish it with a break of 10 minutes in between. Okay, so may I request Banajit? Banajit is an assistant professor in Department of Philosophy, Bangaigaon College, Assam, which is Bangaigaon means it is very nearer to my place. And last month, in the month of March, I visited Vilasipada, and I was let down at anyway. So, what is the title of your presentation?
In Sankaradev's philosophy.
Sankaradev's philosophy. Okay, okay, please go there. Good. Okay. You know, Sankaradeva is a great Vaishnavites in Assam, and a lot of people are doing research on Sankaradeva. Okay. We are giving you 20 minutes, 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Speaker on the dais, Honorable Padi sir and Dr. Sharma sir, respected my colleague participants, I am going to actually present the paper. I have not prepared the paper because only at afternoon I have started thinking that I am going to present the paper on this area. In fact, yesterday I thought of presenting on different area, but only before half an hour I have taken the decision to present my paper on Sankaradev's philosophy, because Sankaradeva, most of you have even not heard his name, and many of you are well acquainted with him. Sankaradeva, you know, is a Vaishnavite scholar. So he may be considered as a religious propounder of New Vaishnavite. New Vaishnavite movement, you know, is a movement that has evolved in a various parts of the country, and you can take the name of Ramananda, you can take the name of Kabir, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and of course Sankardev in northeastern parts of India, and particularly Assam. Sankardev was the forerunner of Vaishnavite movement. In the Vaishnavite movement, what happens? There is the Vishnu. Vishnu is the God, the Godhead, or the ultimate reality. So, Vaishnava of Sankardeva. Sankardeva's Vaishnava is not monotheistic. It is a monistic religion. So there is difference between monism and monotheism. In monotheism, there is the belief in only one God, and in monist belief, what it means, we believe in only one reality. So Sankardev believes in one reality, and that reality is the God Himself.
he is Narayana or Krishna or the Vishnu. And with regard to the cultural situation or the social atmosphere of the northeastern states, he developed this particular religions because at that time he experienced that that particular society was full of some behavioral elements, some non-social or unsocial elements were working out over there. That's why there were certain things, there were certain social areas, even there was animal sacrifice. So there were certain things which he supposed to did not he propagate or he did not believe justifying them. So Shankardev, if you take the period of Shankardev, it was 1449 when he took birth in Nagaon district of Assam, and in 1568, that means he had the lifespan of 6 scores of years. That means 120 years. So during this period, he had done a lot of things regarding social movement or social reformation of Assam. Particularly, he assembled all people under one umbrella, that is the concept of Assamisehood. Because at that time there were different regimes, there were different ruling system. On the one hand, there was the Post dynasty. On the other hand, there was the Ahom dynasty. There were many tribes used to live in hills and plain areas. He tried to bring forth the idea of Assamisehood among the people, and he started propagating the ideas like what is oneness. So, in order to do that, he thought it would be better to construct a social movement. In order to construct that social movement, he started singing song. He started Borgit. Borgit means it is a kind of something in the praise of God, in the praise of Krishna. During his early period, if we look into his biography, then we will find that during his early period he left his home and he visited different corners of the country. He used to stay for quite a few times in Puri. He even visited Varanasi. He was there in Kolkata for a few years. He was in Dwarka. Almost every corners of the country he visited, and he used to learn what Brahmanism is in India and what is Hinduism is at its core. So he himself was a Carlson, and he could see certain negative sides of Brahmanism in that parts of the country. That's why he started believing in one concept, that there should be one belief among us, and that should be Vaishnava. Actually, he was the forerunner of the Bhakti movement in Assam. So the objective of my paper is to find quite a few elements which are very much common in the ecology of awareness and the philosophy of Shankardev. Shankardev, you see, Indian environmentalism has nothing. In the Indian environmentalism has not anything which we can consider as a tailor-cut environmentalism, because there are so many ideas which are scattered over here and there, and you simply have to extract the ideas in order to bring one or other sort of environmental philosophy. So in the Western philosophy, what we think or what we study, that there is the deep ecology, there is eco-humanism, there is the Gaia hypothesis, all these theories are there. So in the deep, I am taking the consideration of deep ecology only because I believe deep ecology is the environmental philosophy that embraces almost all the ideas of environmentalism prevalent in Oriental and Occidental world. That's why I have chosen the topic of deep ecology and some common elements which are prevalent in, which were there in Shankarder's philosophy. first, in deep ecology philosophy, we see there is the concept of biospheric egalitarianism. Egalitarianism means equality. That means all life forms are equal. Every element that is biotic or abiotic, all life forms, all bioforms, they have equal rights. They have equal share in this ontic process, in this cosmological process. We cannot say that a particular element or a particular life form is superior to other. All these are same. We all are in the same platform because we are life form, or we are the part of the total system, total ontic system. So Ernest has taken the odd Gestalt ontology. In this Gestalt ontology, what happens? All elements, all parts, biotic and abiotic components are interrelated in such a way that there is a web where everyone has the equal share. So this is the concept of biocentric egalitarianism, and if we look into the philosophy of Sankardeva, then we will find that it is a philosophy of biocentric egalitarianism, because Sankardev's, though we have to bring forth the idea of Sankardeva's philosophy by creating a new kind of narrative, because Sankardeva says that there is only God, and that God is the Vishnu or the Narayana. Narayana is there in every life forms, and he said that Kukura Srigala Gardavara Atmarama Janiya Sobako Pori Poriba Pranamo. That means all life forms, irrespective of a big life form or a particular unicellular life form, everyone is the part of everyone is the part of God. Everyone is a part of this greater ecosystem, and God resides in everyone's heart. It is not that a big animal, elephant has the soul, and a very very small, or the smallest particle like amoeba or bacteria has not life form. Everyone has life form, and they have equal share because God resides in them. So this is the first thing, that biospheric egalitarianism. Even if you take into account the philosophy of Ernest, you will find the concept of self-realization, when Ernest has even cited the example of a flea. He, in one of his writings, he has given the example of a flea. Through his microscope, he was observing the flea, and the flea was falling in a drop of acid, and it was suffering. Through the microscope, Ernest saw that the flea was suffering a lot, and at that period of time, he realized that all life forms, because of suffering, we are well connected, and we can realize the pain of others because we have the same soul in us, because we all are the part of this total or the common Gestalt process. My second observation is that Sarva Avatara Karana Narayana. That means God is all pervading. It is immanent as well as transcendent. So if we consider God from the perspective of transcendence, then Sankardeva says that we have to take our refuge to God. We have to worship God. We have to do Shravana. We have to do Kirtana. It is not that we have to offer flowers or other offerings in front of some idols. What should we do? We need to do daily prayer. We need to do the chanting of the names of God. And in the Kali Yuga, and in this age, that is the basic religion. If we take the name of Narayana, God, then the God will be happy for us and will give us salvation. That was the belief of Sankardeva. So all beings, all life forms, they have also the right to get salvation. It is not that human beings, as you consider as the highest highest creation, it is not that human being has the right to get salvation or the moksha or liberation. All life forms can get liberation by doing bhakti to Godhead or to Narayana or Krishna. So, Sankara's basic philosophy is that Sankara realized that the socio-economic scenario or the socio-economic scenario of the northeastern states is such that they are not they do not understand Sanskrit very much because geographically it is isolated and it is posited in a very remote place from the mainstream orientation of Indianization. So people normally, what happens? People normally do not understand Sanskrit. So he started the Brajavali Bhasha, the Brajavali language, in order to explain, to bring forth the ideas of the Gita, the Bhagavad-Gita, to the common masses. So he translated Bhagavad-Gita into Assamese, so that ordinary people or the common masses can understand them easily. And in one of the sloka, he writes, "Samasta bhutote vyapyasu moi hori, সকলকে জানিবা তুমি Vishnu buddhi kori." That means I am God. He is speaking in the language of God. I am the God and I am pervading everywhere in all life forms, biotic and abiotic component. So if you want to do give some reverence, if you want to respect someone, then respect all life forms. It is not that you are respecting only human beings. In another context, he writes, "Prakriti ashraya ase jodi brikha, sukha dukha dui pholo, tini gune mula, artha sari roy, hikai indriyor bol." So there are so many things where he cites or where he tries to interconnect the human bodies with the natural components. Our indriyas, our sense organs are internally connected with the various life forms. So intrinsic value of nature. Intrinsic value of nature is another characteristic of Nassian deep ecology. In Nasses, in one of the lectures, Padisar has explained what is intrinsic value, and in the connection, Padisar distinguish between intrinsic value and extrinsic value, intrinsic value and instrumental value, inherent value and extrinsic value. So many types of terminologies are there. So Sankara believes that nature has intrinsic value. Nature has intrinsic value because by default, all else have God. Everything is the creation of God. So we just have to understand that all life forms have their value irrespective of whether they are functional or they are performing some activities in favor of us or not. So intrinsic value of nature, which is common point both in the philosophy of Sankardeva and in the philosophy of the ecology of earnestness. Okay, sir. So again, there are certain points like earnestness, rejected logic. Sankardeva also rejected logic. On the other hand, they have propagated intuitive process. So I am coming to the conclusion part. You see, Sankardeva's philosophy and deep ecology philosophy, it is, I don't know how much it is justified to connect these two streams of thought, because they are totally different ideas. One is purely related to the Vaishnavic movement of India, and other is purely an environmental philosophy that has evolved out of the sense that we are in crisis. Human beings crisis because of the environmental degradation. Still, I believe that The inbuilt environmentalism is present in the Bhakti movement of Shankardeva's philosophy. Even if you believe, even if you believe Assam and even the eastern part of Bengal, you will be able to see many monasteries, the satras, the way people live, the way of their livelihood is very much. It has very much affinity to ethical, modern sort of ethical requirement, which a particular environmental activist demands. Again, certain ideas like benevolence, love, respect, reverence, all these are the attributes which are needed to an environmental activist. And these are the vocabularies which are very much prevalent in the philosophy of Sankardeva. Okay, sir. Thank you.
I have only one observation. Whenever you are talking about deep ecology, deep ecology is understood from three perspectives. First is DEA, I mean deep ecological approach. Second is DEP, I mean deep ecological platform. And third is DEF, deep ecological movement. When you are talking about some sort of deep ecological thinking, so you do not find time to prepare your presentation. But you should know this. I mean, deep ecological approach, there is, I mean, two ultimate principles. That is biocentric egalitarianism and self-realization. Then in DEP, you have 8 number of artworks. Then in DEN, this is the activity part, deep ecological movement. Where do you put number of the customers from this understanding? That is, there has to be. I mean, if you want to develop first one is the deep ecological approach. The second is deep ecological platform. Third is deep ecological movement. Now, considering these three approaches, I mean three perspectives of deep ecology, where do you put some of those stuff? Yes, you can put that, okay, there is a spiritualistic attitude or spiritualistic consideration of deep ecology. That area you can put some of those because they talk about love, they talk about harmony, they talk about cohabitation. But exactly, if you go to the historical data and the historical perspective of deep ecology, you will find this. We do things compare Thank you. Next. No, I understand. Next, sorry. Where is that? No, sorry. Yes, sir. Dr. Vinny Chatter. Become. Okay. Yes, so many times. This so, Riddhi is already a PhD scholar from Ralston University. She did her PhD in environmental philosophy. Let us listen to Riddhi. Riddhi will give you 30 minutes, 20 minutes.
Focus. It's not very good afternoon to everybody. I convey my regards to the organizers of ICPR and Professor Padhi for giving me this opportunity of presenting the paper. I also thank all the teachers as well as the participants who are present in this workshop. Next slide, please. Today my topic is grounding knowledge. Now, what is philosophicality of environmental philosophy? Though environmental ethics produces a series of moral theories, some philosophers consider it merely as an attempt to extend ethics beyond the traditional humanistic domain in order to bestow moral consideration to the non-human beings. Despite the remarkable development in the field of environmental philosophy, some skeptics raise the question about the philosophicality of environmental philosophy, since, for them, the real business of philosophy resides far beyond the environmental concerns in Platonic and Cartesian questions about knowledge, truth, and mind. Recent thinkers have focused upon the relationships between knowledge, truth, mind, and the physical environments and attempted to bring together ethics, epistemology, metaphysics, and axiology in framing environmental philosophy. The main aim is to contextualize epistemology relative to the material environments from which it ensues. In order to properly understand how and why nature can have value requires a radical revision of the way philosophy is understood and practiced. Now the question arises that how important is truth to knowledge and epistemology, and what is the role of natural environments in the production of knowledge? The connection between place and mind shapes our mental way of understanding. In other words, there is an interconnectedness between land and knowledge. All material realities mold our mental ideas and how we know. But Western epistemology from the very onset has neglected these issues. The unforeseen consequences of anthropocentrism had been to ignore the epistemic argument for maintaining diverse natural environments, since traditional discussions of knowledge have generally inferred that humans' situatedness in the environment is not at par with the mind or mental activities. The continuing degradation of the environment has seldom been considered to have any detrimental effect on our thought and belief system. This traditional account of epistemology has been severely criticized by recent thinkers, since humans as creatures with minds operating through ongoing and active relationships with our physical environments are also profoundly connected at a psychological level to our historical, biological, and geographical situation on this planet. There is a mutual interconnected between human mind body and social environment. In other words, environment shapes bodies, brains, and minds change responses of the body that shape the external environment. It is apparent then that this connection is not only biological but involves a cognitive interest also, since the human mind is operative. However, the grounding of knowledge consists in a deep connection between the rational mind and non-human environment. It has significant implications for environmental philosophy, particularly in the area of environmental justice discourse. Since last half century, environmental philosophy unearthed various unexplored avenues of inquiry. It challenged some of the Western philosophy's most entrenched dogmas. Hence, it becomes pertinent to explore some of the limitations of this traditional belief system and argue for such a position which would accentuate and critically evaluate some of the recent developments in the area of environmental ethics, justice, and epistemology. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee. Beautiful presentation. There is a discipline in environmental ethics which is called environmental virtue ethics. Also, environmental aesthetics. But so far as
the grounding knowledge the title concerned about regarding environment. I mean, this may be considered as a kind of environmental epistemology where the contribution of the subject, the person, I mean, knowledge and knower is required. But the point is that when you are discussing about environmental epistemology, or as the title suggests, there is again the domination of the subject, and again regime dominates. Again, the knower dominates, the subject dominates on the object. Because as I said in my earlier class, that for every case of knowledge there is a knower. For every case of perception there is a perceiver. And for every case of evaluation, there is an evaluator. So naturally, from an anthropocentric ground, the evaluator dominates on the case of environmental epistemology. So the point is that how do you avoid then? I mean, you cannot. I mean, every environmental philosophical context, you cannot avoid anthropocentrism. But here, I think that again you are dragging to the same biasness. I mean, even if we are saying that to know the nature and to know that nature is valuable and to know, I mean, epistemology, ontology, we might be conflicting. So how do you react?
Question regarding the term philosophicality.
Yeah.
Philosophicality.
No, philosophicality. Yeah, I am identified with nature actually. My identification is dependent on the because I am related to the place where I belong. For example, I am Riddhi Chatterjee. I belong to Calcutta, and I belong to Jadavpur University. I don't belong here because when you are referring to someone else, I am getting identified with where I live. Yes, I cannot reject this. I can't go out. Go away. I can't run away from this. Ultimately. Yes, nothing.
I belong to Calcutta, but I also belong.
I am also part of nature.
Yeah.
No. Yes.
To understand Hindi?
Little bit, sir.
Professor K.C. Bhattacharya, in his very famous lecture Swaraj in Ideas, he has raised a question of regarding the nationality of philosophy. He has distinguished some disciplines like universal discipline like mathematics, physics. But philosophy, sociology is a cultural based discipline. And in this way, he has connected the concept of nationality with philosophy and other. So there may be a national philosophy, nationalistic environmental philosophy, which should be considered as a universal. The concept of nationality can be conjoined with environmental philosophy, or it should be universal in nature. When we are doing Indian way of environmental philosophy, Western way of environmental, African way of Western philosophy. So there must be a connection, there must be a national connection.
Universal connection.
We should treat environmental philosophy with the concept of nationality, or it should be treated as a universal.
It's a community. No. It's community. It's community. World as a community. Earth as a community. Yes. That's it. Just one observation at the same time, suggestion. Can I see your title again? The title of the paper? Grounding knowledge. I mean, when you present a paper, the paper should specify something, na? Like on the title shows that what we are going to discuss in the paper. This is just an observation and suggestion also. कि आप थोड़ा इसको clear कर देना when you try to publish it or like that. Na? Because grounding knowledge, उसके बाद what to do, which kind of knowledge, what we are talking. Yeah, that has to be there in the title, no? So it will look good. Otherwise, content is absolutely fine. Yeah.
I now invite Dr. Supranta Ghosh, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Philosophy from Kamal Devra College, Golaghat, Assam.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, Professor Badhisa, the coordinator of ICPS National Workshop, respected Rekhadi, respected Madhuchandadi and Sharma sir, and my dear participant. My topic of this presentation is understanding nature and environmental ethics as reflected in the Bhagavad-Gita. I study. It's a brief paper only. It's not too much. The Bhagavad-Gita is considered as a holy book in India's philosophical and religious tradition. Bhagavad-Gita comes from the word Bhagavan, the word, the God, with supreme power, and the word Gita means the celestial song. Thus, the title Bhagavad-Gita refers to the song of God. The Gita is the narrative framework of the advices given to Arjuna by his mentor or charioteer, Lord Krishna, during the beginning of the Kurukshetra war. Lord Krishna counseled the mentally broken Arjuna to fulfill his duty as the warrior and to establish dharma, the rule with the good governance. The Gita is the part of Bhishma Parva or the great epic Mahabharata scripted by Vedavyasa. The Gita contains 700 Sanskrit verses or slokas, among which the Gita is extensively studied from different angles and research highlighted on different topics that can be learned from Bhagavad Gita. I have highlighted the verses and describing the nature, human-nature relationship, the evaluation, nature, centric human behavior, etc. I have tried to establish that the Indian civilization had a keen relationship with the nature, which has been reflected in this holy text. The verses in Devanagari scripts are collected from the corresponding English meaning, are taken from the rest of the paper, is organized as follows. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna is inspiring Arjuna to act as a leader in the battlefield, to bring win from the dharma, that is truth or justice. Author has myself mentioned the Gita as a relevant book to learn basic of the leadership which can be applied for the smooth running of any organization in a critical situation. The Bhagavad Gita, in this article, I have focused on the environmental related verses in the Gita. Environment and pollution are two burning issues nowadays, and several researches are carried out regarding the environmental concern and environmental friendly behavior of the people. The Bhagavad Gita is believed as the verses of the Lord Krishna, though Gita is narrated in the Kurukshetra work, still it is not only word-centric nature, relation between living and nature, effects on nature on the human mind, environmental awareness, etc. have been mentioned in many folds in the holy text. In the following section, we have presented the verses of the Gita related to the nature. The first verse, next. I'll just read out the meaning of these verses. Living beings live on food, which is generated from the cloud or rain. Further, cloud is generated from yajna or the offering to the god. The accumulated yajna will be used as a means of action, that is, today's offering will be gained in tomorrow. This one beautifully represents the nature animal relationship. A yajna is the word framework with the motive of selflessness and in the interest of others. If yajna thought as sacrifice and the service to the environment, then completes the cycle of the nature and living being mutual dependence. Animal living lives on the food which requires rain to grow. Rain will only sufficient of the human performs good behavior to the environment. Next slide. These sloka signify the nature as the key controller of every work. On the other way, it can be said that the doing harm to the nature will affect its regular activities that may reflect on the human living. The verses also put warning to the arrogant people who does not believe in the power of the nature. Again, in other slokas, next. Everything in the universe is created from the Almighty God itself. Those creations are not resting distinct. Those are strung on the single thread on the beads of the forms of the beautiful necklace. Water, sun, moon, and the life and the wind are all related to each other. Next slide. In this verse, the nature is a form of material energy and it is eternal. The individual souls are also eternal. When a soul lives in a body, it is living. The body performs its transformation from material energy and other words, and living has to depend on the nature to grow. I conclude my paper by the next slide. Here is the There is another explanation is that the nature is the mother of all living entity. The life is created only from the nature. I conclude my paper by saying, next slide. The interdependency of the environment and living is highlighted in this article, and it is surprisingly wondering that the people about 3,000 years ago had concept about the intensive binding of nature and living. Even more surprising is that they had the concept of evaluations. The Gita is presented like a discussion of the offering the knowledge by the teacher to the student, and the matters are presented interestingly, and it is the inclusiveness of the nature. We must love our nature mother. Thank you so much. Yes.
Yeah. See, simply saying that the Bhagavad-Gita Surma was referring to in the morning. I mean, how it is environmentally effective sentences are there. गांधी ने कहा था कि नेचर हैज क्रिएटेड एवरीथिंग फॉर द सेक ऑफ नीड नॉट फॉर द ग्रीड. ये एक अवेयरनेस की बात है, लेकिन इसमें एनवायरमेंटल इफेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल क्या है? एंड दैट यू सेड दैट इन भगवद गीता. सी, डू यू कंसीडर गीता एज ए बुक और ए फिलोसॉफिकल टेक्स्ट?
It is a philosophical as well as more philosophical than a religious.
Many people say that this is a religious text, but not at all. This is a philosophical text.
It is mostly philosophy.
Most of the critical path, Vitanda, Kalpa,
Yes.
epistemology, ontology, metaphysics, ethics, everything you found, you can find in Gita. But whenever you are discussing some environmental committed statement in Gita, you must refer to that which aspect is hinted by you in Gita. So far as environmental philosophy is concerned, I mean, if I say that the Pancharina, the Panchamahabhuta, and also earth, up, I mean, Iti, Apti, Guru. I mean, how do you I mean, these are the already discussed point in Gita, as well as Rig Veda, as well as Purusha Sutta of Purusha Sutta of Rig Veda. But when you are comparing with Gita, with environmental, all these things, I mean, which area you are hitting upon? Is it ecological? Is it spiritualistic?
Ecological, but based on God-centric religion. Because
God means, see, बड़ा प्रॉब्लम बात है God. मैं बताऊँ एक चीज.
आप गॉड ये गॉड है ये गॉड है इसको भगवान मान लो
ऊपर वाला
ये ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश ये आगे कार्तिक राम वगैरह छोड़ दो और गॉडेस जो है देवियों को क्या कहोगे
these are pluralistic.
भगवान जो वार आपने लिया
cannot translate the word Bhagwan into God. Yeah, any question? आज क्या हो गया participants? अरे मेरा तबीयत थोड़ा सा वीक लग रहा है, इसका मतलब पार्टिसिपेट में एक्टिवली पार्टिसिपेट करना अच्छा लगेगा. नहीं, लीडर वीक नहीं है, लीडर बोल रहा है ना. और क्या Bonojit, Somya, no, Somya is there. I'm concentrating here. Okay. Thank you. I will simply say, see, you're dragging something. I mean, this should be a philosophical content. I mean, Gita says this, deep ecology says this. There is a fight. Arninas is a person who has already gone through Spinoza, Leibniz, Kant, also Gita, Upanishads and Gandhi. So, उनके बीच में झगड़ा क्या है वो देखना होगा. वो एक साइंटिस्ट है. आर्निनास इज रेंज ऑफिसर, फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर था, साइंटिस्ट था. घर वर सब छोड़ दिया, जाके पेड़ के ऊपर मकान बना के रह गया पूरी जिंदगी. इन द एज ऑफ 92 ही वाज डाइड. मकान बना लिया घर में. तो प्रकृति के साथ उसका ऐसा रिश्ता था, वो प्रकृति को बिना हार्म पहुंचाते हुए अपने जिंदगी 92 इयर्स तक जिए. कैसे? वो एक लगाव है. गीता में भी वही लगाव है. मेरे को लगा तो थैंक यू. थैंक यू. वी अप्रिशिएट. आई मीन 4 दिन में क्या हो सकता है? बहुत कुछ. 4 दिन में क्या हो सकता है? एक पेपर लिखने में 2 महीने लग जाता है. एक लाइन लिखने से पहले 10 बार सोचना पड़ता है. लेकिन 4 दिन में. एनीवे, आई अप्रिशिएट योर, आई मीन, गुड जेस्चर. नेक्स्ट इज निहा. Please come.
चेंज कर देंगे.
It's a PPT, yeah? So Nihar is also research scholar in the Department of Philosophy, Cotton University, Guwahati. Nihar, how far away this your Cotton University from this school college? Okay. Please carry on.
Good evening, everyone. Respected Professor Ambika Datta Sharma sir, Professor Lakshmikant Pani sir, and all the participants present here. First of all, I want to state that I am very grateful to ICPR and especially to Lakshmikant Pani sir for giving me the opportunity to give a presentation in such a platform. My presentation is on indigenous beliefs and environmental awareness of the Radha tribes of Assam, which is one of the significant tribes of Northeast India. Next slide. My objective of the presentation is that today, when the world is at the phase of tremendous environmental disorders such as deforestation, depletion of natural resources, extinction of various kinds of species, pollution, population explosion, etc., I hope The study of environmental philosophy has utmost importance. Through this presentation, an endeavor has been made to discuss about the indigenous beliefs showing environmental awareness of one of the most important tribe of Northeast India, known as the Rabha tribe. An expectation has been made that through this study, we might develop a sense of love and care towards nature by realizing that even a tribal culture possesses a sense of concern towards the environment. Next, the Rabhas. Here I want to discuss about the Rabhas a little bit. Rabha is one of the most significant indigenous tribe found mostly in Northeast India. They are one of the important plain scheduled tribes of Assam. They belong to the Mongoloid race. The Rabhas are mainly found in Baksa, Kokrajhar, Gwalpara, Udalguri and Kamrup districts of Assam. They have their language, culture, convention and religion, which helps them to identify them as a different tribe. Various subgroups are found among the Rabha community, which includes Kosa, Pati, Totola, Hana, Maitoria, Dahori, Bitoria and Rongdania. However, the most important subgroups are Pati, Rongdania and Maitoria, which forms majority of their population. Actually the Pati, Rongdania and Maitoria have forgotten their original language and are accustomed to the Assamese culture. So my discussion will be basically based on Kosa, Rongdania groups of the Rabha community. Next slide. Wilderness and conservation ethics that is found among the Rabha tribe. Conservation of the nature is greatly prevalent among the tribal culture. Rabhas also help in the preservation of various natural resources such as forests, hills, rivers, animals, birds, etc. In this study, an attempt will be made to describe how the Rabhas, through their indigenous belief system, work for the preservation of various elements of nature. Next slide. There is a concept of sacred forest found in the Rabha culture, which is known as Baidam. The Rabha tribe possesses a sacred forest which is present in each of their villages. Their sacred forest is called Baidam. The plants, animals, birds, etc. of the forest are being preserved. They believe that different deities reside in the animals, trees, birds, and even stones of Baidam. For this reason, they never try to harm them. They care and conserve them. In this way, the Rabhas contribute greatly to the conservation of wildlife. Some significant sacred groves are Jagardam, Baikhodam, etc. Some important trees that are planted and preserved inside the forest are mango, mira or vetiver grass, wood apple, etc. Tulsi or basil. Sacred groves play a very significant role in water as well as soil conservation. They enhance the soil steadiness of an area. In this way, Rabhas believe in sacred groves helps the environment to a great extent. Next slide. Next slide. These are some of the sacred hills and rivers which are Rabhas believed to be sacred. They have different clans. Each clan believes a particular hill or water body to be the abode of their deity. Thus, in their thought, it is very significant for the conservation of hills and rivers. Next slide. So, in the above study, an attempt has been made to discover the ecological dimension of one of the most significant tribes of Northeast India, known as the Rabha tribe, through their concepts of sacred hills, rivers or Hasusika, and sacred forest or Baidam. The main purpose of this study is to discover the ecological views of the Rabha tribe so that others might be aware of the tribe's contribution towards the nature, though in an indigenous way, which may also help to create an awareness among the people so that the exploitation towards nature might be reduced to a certain extent. Thank you.
आजकल बड़ा जल्दी हो जाता है। अभिषेक को सब फॉलो गए हैं क्या? अभिषेक का प्रेजेंटेशन 4 पेज था बस। राइट। ट्राई बोला बात मतलब ठीक है। I mean there is definitely there is a somebody from our who presented a paper on tribe culture. Yes, Namita Nimalkar. Yeah, she has done a tremendous, huge field work in some of the tribes in Maharashtra. Yes, see, some of the monumental culture, some of the traditional culture, they are already aware of environmental crisis, environmental awareness. I mean, no need to impose them this discipline on them, because they are born and brought up in nature. They know how to nurture, how to care, how to plunder. You know? So how Raha tribe, I mean, do you have a field work on that? I mean, you are working in this area, and already 1 or 2 months, 2 years, you have already completed your research. Have you ever gone for the field work? Field work. I mean, do you find anything related to this organized disciplines?
Because their tradition is oral tradition, so it takes a little time.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. But you have to make a comparative study that what you are finding and what is there in the book. I mean, people, those who are working on environmental pollution, they go straight to the company, to the industry, and as Professor Chaudhary was yesterday talking about, that whether, I mean, and also today, Professor Ambika he has uttered a word, environmental citizenship. And I mean, इस ट्राइबल कल्चर्स के साथ परिवेश का जो परिवेश नीति विद्या का जो रिश्ता है उसका और तगड़ा बनाना है। ऐसे मुझे लगता है कि ठीक है 4 दिन के लिए पेपर सही है, लेकिन आप जब किसी दूसरे प्लेटफॉर्म में बोलेंगे, दूसरे प्लेटफॉर्म में जब आप इसको प्रेजेंट करेंगे, तब आप थोड़ा सा तगड़ा बनाएंगे। देखिए एक चीज, देयर इज 2 books are there, there is Death of Nature and Faking Nature. 2 books are there, beautiful books are there. So while going to specifically on Northeast religion, Rava tribe, there are so many Rava people in our North Bengal. Yes, sir. Yes, and specifically Rava people, they have they have a practice of dancing, which is very much eco-friendly. I mean, no plastic, no electricity, nothing. They use some of the what do you say? Some of the items, bamboo, made out of bamboo, and also, I mean, what should they say? Keju, eggs. So they have their own periphery, they have their own understanding, but you have to prove it philosophically. Yes, do you consider Rava as a religion? They try as a culture. I mean, these are monumental cultures, but when you perform in a different platform. I mean, see, we believe in epistemology, metaphysics, ontology, ethics, logic. ये 5 को छोड़ के फिलोसफी नहीं हो सकता। और आप किसी भी पेपर पढ़ो, ये 5 को किसी ना किसी एक बहाने आप एक ब्रांच को लाओगे, तभी ना बनेगा तगड़ा, वरना ऐसे ऊपर बोलना। फिलोसफी ऐसा नहीं है, फिलोसफी नॉट एवरीबॉडीज कप ऑफ टी। लोग कहते हैं कि अभी समाज में गलत कह रहे थे कि फिलोसफी दर्शन जो है वो इतना मतलब थियोरेटिकली बेस्ड, बट देयर आर दर्शन आल्सो प्रैक्टिकली बेस्ड, बिकॉज़ दर्शन का भी एक अभिव्यक्ति है, एक्सप्रेस होना चाहता है, यूज होना चाहता है, इसलिए तो यूटिलिटेरियन छोड़ के प्रैक्टिकल एथिक्स आ गए। एनीवे, Nihat, we appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next, okay. सौम्या, पंकज, हाँ, क्यों पता नहीं था क्या? नहीं, पंकज वर्मा पी में आ गया ना, आपका नाम 12 नंबर पे है। क्या कल बोलेंगे?
नहीं, आज क्या? Someone please help me here. Moving slides. You will say next slide. यार मेरा हमें थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉब्लम है यार, मैं देख नहीं पा रहा।
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you, ICPR and Paris, for giving me this opportunity. So let me briefly introduce myself. This is Pankaj Kumar Verma, PhD Scholar of English from IIT Tirupati. The topic of my presentation is contemporary concerns of pre-modern texts and eco-aesthetical study of Valmiki Ramayana. Next. So let me start my presentation by quoting Mahatma Gandhi. He once famously said, "The earth has enough for everyone's need, but not for everyone's greed." So this here Gandhi refers to the greed of overzealous human beings who prioritize their extravagances over the needs of fellow beings. This fits well in the present context where the earth is suffering from biodiversity loss, extinction of species, and uh, ecological crisis. So there is another philosopher, that is Russell Carlson, and she, in her book Silent Spring, directly holds mankind, yeah, humankind in current term, humankind as responsible for the current ecological crisis on this earth. So, trying from the view of Mahatma Gandhi and Russell Carlson, we can say that it is humans' attitude that had brought this world on its juncture of end. So, because human beings want to have domination over everything that partakes in this world. So it is basically humans' attitude that caused environmental crisis on this earth. Scholars like Evelyn Tucker, John Green, Lynn White, Molly Sivakrishnan, and other philosophers, they have also opined the same, that the human attitude, which is mostly shaped by teachings of cultural practices informed by religious texts, is responsible for the current ecological crisis in this world. So, but we need to understand how humans gain control over nature, what empowered them to rule over the world, and how we can bring back that ecocentric world that was existed in this world. So, next. So first let me introduce the concept of eco-aesthetics. So eco-aesthetics suggests interaction between ecology and aesthetics. Ecology is interrelations between living organism and physical environment. And aesthetics studies the interrelation between a subject and fellow subject. So if we consider living organism as a subject and physical environment as as fellow subject, that would be an eco-aesthetical analysis. So eco-aesthetic is basically aesthetic appreciation of nature, is try to link between aesthetic appreciation aesthetic appreciation of nature and environmental aesthetic. That is how we should engage with environment and how we should deal with it. There is a great environmental statistician, that is Yang Chang Cheng. He said that it is a novel aesthetic concept responding to the present ecological crisis on the world. It uses ecoethics as its basis and relies on ecological knowledge. So, in the current discourse, in the modern discourse of eco-aesthetics, there is two prominent uh, level of eco-aesthetics, that is cognitivism and non-cognitivism. So, cognitivism is based on idea of that nature must be admired on its own term. That is the knowledge provided by ecological sciences. And non-cognitivism is based on that there should be aesthetics of engagement. That means there should be continuity, perceptual integration, and continuity with the nature. So, combining these two ideas of cognitivism and non-cognitivism, Xiang Cheng, he propounded a four keystones model, which is called as the most robust model in the contemporary discourse of eco-aesthetics, which the contemporary aesthetician like Ellen Carlson also approved of. So in his four keystones model, the first idea he says he discards the disparity between humanity and the world. He says there should be aesthetics of engagement, that there is no differentiation between humanity and the world. And then in his second keystone model, he says that ecological aesthetic appreciation is an activity that is based on ecological ethics. It takes ecological awareness as a premise for ecological aesthetic appreciation. That is, the presupposition is that to appreciate nature aesthetically, one must have ecological consciousness. This third keystone model relies on ecological knowledge. That says knowledge provided by basic sciences could help foster ecological aesthetic appreciation. The fourth keystone model basically focuses on biodiversity and ecological integrity or ecological health for aesthetic appreciation of nature. It discusses anthropocentric choices of aesthetic appreciation. Next. So, coming to the text of Valmiki Ramayana, so basically I take James' model of ecological aesthetic to analyze the text of Bhagavad Gita because it fits well in the preview in the box of eco-aesthetics and the idea propounded by four keystones model. So let me briefly introduce the text of Bhagavad Gita. It is the oldest Sanskrit epic that is based on the principle of virtue winning over ethics. It is a story of a warrior who lived in a state of Ayodhya and was exiled for 14 years by his stepmother Kaikeyi. And throughout his exile period, he practiced dharma to overcome adversity and suffering throughout his life. On another level, this is a narrative of ecological biodiversity, integrated ecology and interspecies behavior, and the idea of practicing culture and practices of our attitude towards fellow being. So there is an ecological angle of the text that I explore in my analysis. So the text of Ramayana starts itself by a concern where Valmiki asks question to Narad, and I quote, he says, Charitrencha kohita sarvdesh kohito. That means who is possessed of right conduct and who is friendly to all living beings in this world. So we can see the basic premise of the text is based on the concern who is friendly to all living beings in this world. So the whole text of Ramayana, the narrative of Ramayana is response to that one quotation, Sarvdesh Kohita. After that, Valmiki Narad narrates the story of Ram to Valmiki, and Valmiki noted it down. So here we can say that the idea was right action. Who is possessed of right action? So this idea of right action comes from the conception of dharma that is taught by our religious scriptures like Vedas and Upanishad. The ideas of dharma itself has interlinked notion of religiosity, ethics, virtue and ethics and ecology. The root of ecology in the term dharma can be figured out in the Sanskrit word dhi, which means support, sustain and hold. So we can see the protagonist of the epic, that Ram, he has concern for the welfare of fellow beings on this planet. When I say fellow beings, that means not only human beings but other animals and all flora and fauna. So the first shloka we can figure out Valmiki's emotion of fellowship and the idea of earthquake. Here in the first shloka, Valmiki says, and I quote, Man nishat pratishtham tvam dama shaswati sama yat kronch mithna dekam avadi kam monitam. That means may you not have peace of mind for endless years, O fowler, since you have killed the pair of twins infatuated with fashion. Here we see that Valmiki curses a fowler who killed one of the pair of pen birds who were infatuated in passion. So the pronouncement of the curse that suddenly comes out of his mouth reflects his notion of eco-consciousness, which is informed by the idea of Advaita. Because idea of Advaita says there is only one supreme soul or energy, and all constituent on this earth are reflection of that energy. So basically, he considers fellow beings, that is, that animal or any birds, as reflection of his own soul. So that is duality is merely an illusion. So he considered that bird as part of his own life. That is why the emotion of karuna comes out in his mind, and he felt agitated after seeing the killing of that bird, and he pronounced a curse to that fowler. So here we can also trace this idea of Advaita in James' second Kishore model, where he says the idea of ecological aesthetic appreciation is an activity that is based on ecological ethics. That is the ethics of treating other fellow beings as a reflection of our own self. Next. Yeah. So in the next episode, we see that when Ram goes through the forest, he sees and he reaches at the bank of Ganga and Saryu, and then he sees in the southern direction of the rivers there is hue and chaos in the surrounding forest, and then he asks Vishwamit, who is the companion of him at that time, and he asked him what is the reason behind this chaos, and then Vishwamit tells him that it is because of Tarka. Because Tarka is the source of all hue and cry in this region, and she has been killing all animals and sages in the surrounding region. And then he tells him to kill that Tarka, but Ram was hesitant. He said no. He was thinking this would be an unrighteous action or adharma. Then Vishwamitra tells no, there is no adharma. Killing a person who does not act or perform a righteous action. I quote him, he says, make short work of this impious woman, ocean, for there exists no righteousness in her. That means Tarika has no righteousness. That is why she is not meant to dwell in this earth. So the whole notion of killing an unrighteous person was to maintain ecological integrity and health on this planet. So this idea could also be traced in James' fourth keystone model, where he says ecological biodiversity and ecological integrity are harmony is what are the principle for ecological aesthetic appreciation of environment. Next episode, when Ram was banished for 14 years and he was leaving for a forest, then Ram's mother Kaushalya prays and says, I quote her, all wooden sticks, grass, mountain, trees, and basalts and water pools, birds, reptiles, lions might protect you from any harm and keep you safe. That means she not only praise all elements of ecology in ecosystem that prevail in this earth. She also praise of cosmic bodies like lunar motion, six seasons, and mountain, river, forest, everything. She praise all entity, whether that is animate or inanimate subject in this ecosystem. So here, because we can see that Ram's mother believes that all kind of entities on this earth has some kind of ecological niche and role to play in this universe to sustain. So that means there's a concept of holistic ecology that prevails throughout Ramayana, and that is an eco-aesthetical concept because this is the notion of saving interrelations between different organisms in this earth. Next. So we can also figure out Ram's sentiment of eco-caring in Ramayana. When Ram was at Chitraput and then Bharat reaches to Ram and he informs the demise of his father, then Ram, after listening to him, he was more concerned about the welfare state of human beings and other fellow beings on his state. He asked him question that are the forest which are the home of elephant preserved by you, are the milk cow in abundance with you, O prince. So here we can see that Ram was concerned about the status of fellow beings, cows, animals, and even human beings of his state, and he asked whether they are in good condition or not in the state. So here what the Ram concerns of inquiring about the welfare state of beings in his state reflects that to save to save um, to save people or animals or flora and fauna in our region is to save the interrelation between different species in the ecosystem. That is, there is an ecological integrity that prevail in this incident. Next, there is an interesting episode where we figure out that Ram and Sita both made a mistake and they did a blunder. Because of that, they had to suffer throughout their life. When to take revenge of his sister, Shupnaka, Ram plots and he convinces Marish to take the form of golden deer. And that golden deer Marish, which is in disguise form, he went in the surrounding hermitage, in the surrounding of the hermitage of Ram, where Sita goes to pluck flowers, and then she had glances at the lust at that deer, that golden deer, and she became captivated of that luster and the luster of that golden skin, and she became a greed of an invincible greed arises in her mind, and she wanted that deer to be possessed. So she said, tells Ram, please catch that deer. But Ram was hesitant. He said, no, this would be an unrighteous action and this is adharma. But Sita tells, no, you have to catch it, and if you can't catch it, you may kill it also. So I quote her. She says, if the deer is caught by you alive, it will be a miraculous feat on part of your and will cause wonder. If the jewel among the deer does not allow itself to be captured by you alive, its skin itself will afford delight. So she wanted that the deer to be captured alive or dead because she wanted the skin of that deer, so that if she can't play with that deer, she can take possession of that skin, and when she goes back to her town, she can decorate her gymnasium, and that will create a kind of captivation in gymnasium. So she wanted that the skin of the deer, and then Ram was hesitant. He tried to convince her, but she didn't get agree. And then Lakshman tells, then because he wanted to please Sita, so he thought of catching the deer. But Lakshman said, no, brother, don't go. This is Marish in disguise. He had some kind of premonition, and he figured out this is Marish in disguise, and then he convinces Ram not to kill the deer. But Ram had a point, and he said it is Marichi in this guy that it must be killed because he must have killed animals and other sages in this region. And then he goes to chase the deer and he couldn't catch the deer, and then he had to kill him. And then, so in both ways, even if he had captured the deer, he could have ruined the beauty of that forest, because any entity who is prevailing in that region, in its indigenous region, if we take it out, that means we are ruining the beauty of that region. And if you are killing that region, that means you are performing an unrighteous action. So in both ways, Ram and Sita both perform an unrighteous action that is considered as adharma. Therefore, after that, naturally both were punished, and Sita was abducted by Ravan, and Ram had to suffer throughout his entire period in search of Sita. So there is a moral lesson in this part of Ramayana. I think I can skip. I see a lot of time. So let me come to the conclusion. Yeah. So conclusively, relying on the Chen's four keystone model, I connected dharma, that is righteousness, and idea of Advait to the modern notion of eco-aesthetic. The present episode brings forth the eco-sophia of the Valmiki Ramayana through eco-aesthetical reading of the epic. Next, Valmiki narration of the epic expresses eco-consciousness through the embedded notion of balance, integrity, and interdependence that teaches us mutual survival and induce an ecological sentiment. Lastly, an eco-aesthetical reading of the Valmiki Ramayana stimulates aesthetic impulses that can foster fellow feelings with the environment and induce ecological awareness. Thank you.
Yes, congratulations. Though you belong to English literature, but you have tried your level best to make a comparative study with the eco-aesthetical parts of environment. I mean, tomorrow at the valedictory, definitely I say that we have skipped one sub-branch of environmental philosophy, that is environmental aesthetics. But while referring to Pankaj's presentation, Pankaj has touched upon some of the issues. But really, there is also a problem. I mean, in environmental aesthetics, there is also a problem of environmental ethics. Because ethics and aesthetics does not go hand in hand. Go to any Rasa theory, go to Anandavardhana, go to Abhinava Gupta. Rasa is a creation of a subject imposed on an object. Again, this imposition. So, let me focus. You can see. One thing I am forgetting. The gist of two lectures and the previous one has to be something. 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. I received 4, but everybody has. One thing which, while referring to Ramayana, he has mentioned what the first sloka of Ramayana, which says that Ma Nishad Pratishtha Kamagamaha Sapsati Samaj. Ma Nishada Pratishtha. Who is a Nishada? Do you know? I did a little work on Ramayana and Mahabharata. Both are same, but the timing is very different. See, the point is, who is a Nishada? That's why how this aesthetics part is coming. Let me see. Ekalopya is killed by Krishna, isn't it? And Ekalopya's father was Hiranyadhanu. And Hiranyadhanu later becomes Jarasandha. So Jarasandha invaded the Jadavas 18 times. Jadav means Jaduvamsa. Krishna's dynasty. And Jarasandha was the son of Nishadas. So ultimately, and good and null, not dominant. I mean, null, not null dominant, null, another in Mahabharata. Null is the king of Nishada. So when he's talking about Ma Nishada Pratishtha Tvamagama, he was referring to actually the dynasty of Jadavas. I mean, these are the theories. I mean, when you are saying that Ekalavya is a Nishada, no. Generation to generation, Jaduvamsa is the actually Nishadas. And Ramayana starts with a sloka, which is consisting of soko, suffering. Sok se slok aaya hua hai. And Ramayana ends with another sloka, which ends with soko. Sita ko dharti pe jana pada. But Sita and Draupadi, both are different. Sita is much educated than Draupadi. She is Janaki, Bhumija. But Draupadi is not Bhumija. Though she is Agni Kanya. That's why it is said that Ahalya Draupadi Tara Kunti Mandodari Satha. Bhinna Bhinna Na Kartavyam Pancha Sati Namastate. Sita is not a Sati, but Draupadi is a Sati. Sita is a Devi. Ramavata. And in Ramayana, Ram is playing the role of Maryada Purushottam. But in Mahabharata, Krishna is playing the role of Leela Purushottam. Ram is Niyam Palankari, but Krishna is Niyam Bhangakari. This is the difference. But if you go to Ramayana and Mahabharata, everybody in Ramayana they go to forest. In Mahabharata they go to forest. Yesterday, Professor Chaudhary was speaking about. So one is Leela Purushottam, another is Maryada Purushottam. One is Niyam Palankari, another is Niyam Bhangakari. So these are the, I mean, when Ramayana and Sita has 5 choices. Sita was not under compulsion, but Draupadi is under compulsion. That's why Sita is free, and Sita's existentialists will say that Sita is free because Sita does not have any bad facts. Existentialist stuff. And whenever you are talking about environmental aesthetics, another problem comes. But these are the things which I like the most, that's why I am saying. See, what happens when you talked about dharma, somehow you uttered the word dharma. Dharma in Ramayana and dharma in Mahabharata is diametrically opposed to each other. Niyam Palankari is dharma in Ramayana, Niyam Bhangakari is dharma in Mahabharata. So the point is that, and dharma was sadachara and sishtachara. Sadachara and sishtachara. But in Ramayana, dharma is radha. In Mahabharata, dharma is radha. You know, when Bhishma is giving the definition of dharma to Yudhishthira before his death, he has given 29 varieties of dharma. And the first variety, do you know what Bhishma says? विश्वास घातकता करना, ट्रेचेरी। पर ट्रेचेरी का मतलब ये नहीं है कि आप जिसे चाहते हो या जिसे अपने फैमिली के साथ या जिसे प्यार करते हो या अपनी बीवी के साथ ट्रेचेरी करें, ये नहीं है। ट्रेचेरी का मतलब कुछ अच्छे काम के लिए, धर्म प्रतिष्ठा के लिए अगर कोई विश्वासघातकता करे, वो है सदाचार। Next, and another point which I want to say, that how this perspective changed. Look, both are, and there is a Samana Parampara between Ramayana and Mahabharata. After this, Samana Parampara means that Buddhism, Professor Mahant was mentioned that word specifically in I think in the verse also. No, not the verse. Not also verse, but he has mentioned the word in Samana. One day, Ramchandra asked Hanuman, how do you see me? आप मुझे किस नजर से देखते हो? Then Hanuman replied, देव बुद्धिया दासो अहम। जानते हो ये बात? सुने हो कभी? कितना अच्छी बात है वही बात। जो पर्सपेक्टिव हम बात करते हैं ना, ये एक एनवायरमेंटल एस्थेटिक्स की बात की उन्होंने कहा, ये अम्बिका दत्त शर्मा ने बुद्धिज्म पर्सपेक्टिव कहा। ये पर्सपेक्टिव पे देखो, देव बुद्ध्या दासो अहम जीव बुद्ध्या तदम सखा आत्म बुद्ध्या त्वमेव अहम इति मे निश्चिता मति. Beautiful statement given by Hanuman. He says that this is Valmiki. Valmiki is writing these are understood Chanda. And Kalidas Vigyanam Sakuntalam we are talking about Abhishek. That is of Mandakanta Chanda, not understood. Mandakanta. And before Joy there was no Chanda. It is Joy there. Gita Govinda, the writer of Gita Govinda, he made also. Then Kalidas Chanda was very tight. There is Lagu Akshar, there is Guru Akshar. And see, Deva Buddhya Daso Aham, Jiva Buddhya Tadam Sakha. When I think myself as a body, I am the servant. मैं अगर शरीर हूँ, मैं आपका नौकर हूँ. देव बुद्ध्या दासो अहम. जीव बुद्ध्यम तदम सखा. When I think of myself as a mind or consciousness or jiva, I am a part of you. I am a sakha. Look, the body and mind distinction. All started from Valmiki, you know. Atma buddhya tumeva aham. When I see when I see you as my Atman, you and me are same. Jiva, Buddhi, Atman. Iti me nishtita mati. This is the eternal truth. But आपका ऐसा भी कहा जाएगा भैया जो बातें हैं वाल्मीकि ने ये कहा ये एनवायरमेंटल एस्थेटिक्स को देखकर या इको क्रिटिसिटी को देखकर तो नहीं बात नहीं बता. ये बात जब बताया गया था ना तब एनवायरमेंट की कोई सोचा ही नहीं कि पोल्यूशन होगा. प्रसाद चौधरी आके आईसीपीआर सेंटर में लेक्चर देंगे. ये सोचा नहीं था किसी. It was inbuilt. That's why it is called intrinsically related. Intrinsically there. आपको पता था कि कोई कभी हम जो वाल्मीकि या रामायण या महाभारत जो भी है जो कहा जाता है कि आप देखो रामायण में क्या हुआ एक बंदर की सेना के सामने रावण का कितना सारा सब वो कहते हैं वो कहा जाता है अति दर पे हति लंका अतिमान है चकौरवा अति दान है बलिबद्ध अति सर्वत्र गति. तो वो कहा जाता है देखो भाई तुम जितने बड़े तो तुम त्रिपुर विजयी रावण हो लेकिन आप बंदर के सामने कुछ नहीं हो. यही प्रमाण करने के लिए बंदर का सेना लेके जाके मारे रावण को. लेकिन रावण ने बेचारा क्या कहा जब सीता को चोरी करके गया जो लक्ष्मण रेखा दिया होगा तो उसने पैर रखने से पहले आग उठा. लेकिन देखिए कर्मफल जैसा काम करता है. आप सुपर्णखा की नाक काटे इसलिए भाभी जी की चोरी होगी. कर्मफल आप अगर पेडिग्री लगाएंगे उसमें तो पोमेग्रेनेट नहीं निकलेगा ना. धान से धान ही निकलता है. पोमेग्रेनेट थोड़ी निकलता है. ये सब लेकिन हम कहते हैं नहीं हम धान लगाएंगे निकलेगा संतरे नहीं होगा. तो दिस so these are the pool of this depending upon somewhere it depends on one kind of message. I mean, I don't know whether Abhinav Gupta or Anandavardhan will say what will say about this aesthetics, but I am very reservation on this aesthetic word. Whenever environmental ethics is concerned, ultimately you cannot do aestheticity without the imposition of subject on the object. Same negativity, same distinction, dichotomy, dualism comes. Now, if the dualism comes, who dominates whom? Is it rigid? Is it subject? Is it object? Is it God? Is it society? Is it Darwinian therapeutism? So these are some of the points we have to be understood and we need to be understood while talking about it. Because there is a lot of history. And आप देखो हम लोग रामायण को महाभारत को समझते टीवी सीरियल में देखते हैं कभी पढ़े नहीं. मैं रामायण का सीखा था वो रामायण सागर जी की वो हम जब छोटे थे तब आ रहा मंगल भगवान वो गाना शुरू हो गया. पेंडेमिक में आप नहीं सोच पेंडेमिक में जो सीरियल 10 साल लगा था पेंडेमिक 6 महीने में खत्म हो गया. सुबह 10 बजे फिर रात को 8 बजे हमारे घर में पूरा हम बैठ जाते हैं.
गया हम लोग में बैठ गए थोड़ा लेकिन कहाँ जाएंगे क्या करेंगे चलो रामायण ही देखो थैंक यू फॉर कोई सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं यस यस
from Chinese model and you said that there are good stones of that. So, Bhagavad-Gita I saw, I mean, in the way you described everything, it has all three keystones were covered, but third one was of philosophy knowledge, and I think the second one was scientific cognition. But then we can't then, how can we say that chance model can be we say so, analyzing?
I presented just a part of my one chapter. I have written 5 chapters in my thesis. I wanna say that I covered only two model of things. Out of 4 models, I only focused on second and fourth. First and third, I didn't explain. Because you know there are many instances in our Ramayana where sages shows the path to Ram to different places using land trees, flora and fauna as landmark. So basically, when I talk about aesthetics, then I am talking about ecological harmony, interspecies behavior, and how human beings at that time were connected, were communicating, are interdependent with animal and other these trees and all plants. Because you see, when Ram comes back after chasing the deer, and then he sees that Sita is not there in his hermitage, and then he got agitated, and in state of agitation he starts running here and there, and then he asks ashok trees and these mango trees and other trees in the surrounding, do you see my Sita? Did you see my Sita? Where is Sita? He asks all trees, and then he asks animal, elephant, tigers, and others. And then at the end, a pair of deer, they sprang on their feet, and then they put their eyes on the white of the sky and put their face in the southern direction. And then Lakshman decoded it that they are saying that Sita is gone in the southern direction through aerial way. And then he starts his journey in the southern direction, and then he meets the child. And then the child narrates all the story that he was ultimately in the state of and death. Yeah. So he narrates all the story. So there was some kind of communication between human beings and animals. So that is interspecies behavior I am talking about aesthetics. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
You know, my question is that I have to help you.
Yeah,
I help you to go for further research. Because even if I do not know most of the things. I mean, but before going to research, you hear about the fundamentals. These are the foundations. And depending on the foundation, you go for further. That's why I'm talking about this. You are coming to Professor Carlson, huh? So now, Soumya, then Ishwar. Last 2 minutes. I think. Okay. Yes, let me see. We have Soumya, who is a research scholar in Humanity and Social Science, IIT Kanpur. Soumya, you might have known about IIT Kanpur. Is it
I have not come.
What is it?
these are
Right. They have been shifted to another place.
okay.
Yes. Let's start.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I will start by expressing my gratitude to ICPR, Dr. Lakshmikant Padi, and Chairs Rekha Ma'am and Madhu Ma'am. And before beginning, I really would urge you all to pay attention for these 20-25 minutes and, you know, by at the end, because as Sir said, being a research scholar who's in the starting phase, all your comments, feedbacks, questions are very important for me. So I request you to suggest them to me. So the topic is aesthetic appreciation of nature, implication on environmentalism. So basically, the presentation is based on the question of can we, a question which Sir also mentioned right now, can we actually derive ethical theories of environment out of aesthetic appreciation of natural environment? So we've been hearing these claims that nature is so beautiful. Why don't we conserve it? Or we need to conserve nature because it's beautiful. You can change the slide. So here are just a collection of a few pictures which show that there have been claims, ethical claims made taking the help of appreciation, the arguments from appreciation, where we see that how environmental degrading activities has also led to a loss of beauty, which is often used as an argument for conservation and preservation of nature. Next. So environmental aesthetics, it's the branch of aesthetics that's concerned with appreciation of environment, both natural and human made. So and also hybrid, like gardens where there are part of natural components, part of human made components. But I am concerned with the natural aspects of it. And when I talk about environmental aesthetics, I talk about natural objects, natural environment, and phenomena. So even if I'll not be using those words, that they'll be implicit in the presentation. And yeah, one more thing which I would like to mention at the onset is that there's a difference between environmental ethics and environmentalism. Both the concepts I'll be using in the presentation. So environmental ethics, as all of us are now aware, is theorizing different concepts, approaches of ethically treating the environment, whereas environmentalism is a social program, which is more or less the practical aspect of all the theorizings, which is concerned with obviously protection of natural environment. So the main question which arises is that can we derive arguments for or against the ethical treatment of nature from aesthetic appreciation of nature? Next. Yeah. So obviously there have been, as I mentioned, there have been arguments made for ethical conservation of nature from the field of aesthetics, but it along with itself carries lots of concerns. So here are the concerns. Whether ascribing values on the basis of human understanding of aesthetic concepts, will it be anthropocentric? Because obviously there have been claims that aesthetic values are subjective because it's, after all, on the basis of human understanding and on the basis of appeal to human senses that we consider something as aesthetically appealing or not. So if we derive arguments like that, will they be called anthropocentric, or is there a way of finding non-anthropocentric theories? Another set of questions are whether aesthetic value is intrinsic or instrumental. Then what about those elements of nature which human beings do not find aesthetically appealing? So if I say that nature is beautiful, it should be conserved, what about those things which I do not find beautiful? You cannot tell me, that everything has to be seen beautiful. Another is, what about the natural objects which are not available to our senses for appreciation? Glenn Parson talks in detail about it. He calls it the hidden gems problem. So, because if aesthetic appreciation is about senses and appeal to senses, then what about the places in environment which are not available to my senses? Do I not care about them? And how do we determine aesthetic value of nature? How do we measure it? Do we measure it using some scale? Or, that is it based on senses, or as Pankaj was saying right now, that, should it be based on knowledge? So these are just a few concerns which I could at least come across as of now. There'll be many more. I hope you guys will be contributing to that. Next. So here is a brief history of how environmental aesthetics developed. And again, this is a very limited approach because this is limited to the Western understanding, mostly American and European countries. Yeah. So it's from the purview of that. So for a very large time, or almost for before 18th century, the subject of aesthetic appreciation was artwork. It was considered that anything which is human invented or created by human beings is subject to appreciation, and anything, and again, this is from limited Western perspective, dominant Western perspective, that anything which is not made by humans, we do not have a right to comment on it, or we do not have a right to comment on the aesthetics of it. But by the 18th century, because of efforts of Kant and his contemporaries, different concepts came, concept of disinterestedness, concept of beautiful and sublime, and concept of picturesque. So all these concepts were now used to analyze the beauty or aesthetic appreciation of natural environment as well. I'll not talk about all the concepts, but beautiful is anything which was considered as tiny, little, fragile, bright, all those kind of things, feminine, all those kinds were considered as beautiful. Whereas sublime was anything which was fear generating, which was huge, which was dark, but at the same time which could create some awe in us. For example, huge mountains or huge glaciers, big rivers. Then came concept of pictures. Now this is the most important from the perspective of my presentation, because so pictures was anything which was picture-like, which was then equated with art-like. So anything which was as beautiful as the paintings of nature that we had, that we were appreciating before this time, was considered as beautiful in nature as well. This led to problem, and this is how environmental aesthetics evolved as well. Now I come across, so why was this picturesque concept used? It was mostly used to appeal the tourists, mostly the American tourists, so they could go there, derive pleasure, recreation, and come back and say that, oh, we came across a painting-like scenery of nature. This definitely was anthropocentric, because here what it led to was, I would come across piece of land, natural land, and then I would develop it according to those standards of beauty. The standards which were derived from the aesthetic of art. So for the purpose of human pleasure or for the purpose of human creation, I would develop those areas accordingly. So I would cut certain trees which were not considered beautiful, and I would plant some other trees. I would trim trees, or I would, make some space for grass. So hence this aesthetic appreciation of nature according to the concept of picturesque was largely anthropocentric and created a problem. Then 19th century largely saw a dip, like there were certain romantic poets and writers, mostly novel writers, who appreciated nature differently. But it was by late 20th century that again a revival happened in the field of aesthetic appreciation of nature. And this was the time when environmentalism was was getting a kick. Both environmental ethics and environmentalism was being largely discussed, as we've seen through all these lectures, by 1972, which led to the concern of genuinely saving nature for its own sake as well, not just for the sake of human beings. And hence the concept of picturesque was largely criticized, that I cannot develop nature for its aesthetical appreciation so that human beings derive pleasure out of it. By the late 20th century, so initially for some time, again it was analyzed through the standards of artwork, but then with the emergence of environmentalism, concepts changed. Next. So yeah, with this new trend coming, philosophers like Hepburn came, and they spoke in length about how we really need to differentiate between the two different branches of aesthetics. So he said that aesthetics is not one field, but aesthetics should be considered in keeping in mind two branches. So aesthetics of art object and aesthetics of natural environment. And there were philosophers like Hepburn, Malcolm Budd, Alan Carlson, and others who spoke in detail about how the two are different. I'll just read them out. So artworks are fixed and static, whereas natural objects are constantly in a change of flux. When we appreciate art objects, there is no engagement between artwork and the appreciator. Whereas when we appreciate natural environment, there is engagement between object and spectator. Artworks are set in frame, whereas environments cannot be set in frame. We have to consider the entire environment of the natural object that we are appreciating. There is an intended meaning and built-in guide to the interpretation of art object, whereas of course with natural objects that's not the case. And knowledge of what and how to aesthetically appreciate was very important for aesthetic appreciation of artwork, whereas for natural objects again this was not the case. Another disclaimer which I would like to make at this point is that now, because of the recent developments in the area of aesthetics of art, we cannot see that even aesthetics of art is limited to such things. So they're going outdoors and they're appreciating larger areas, dynamic areas, even which cannot be kept in frame. So again, because this is from that limited framework, so hence. Next. Yeah, so now the important question, till now I've been speaking about what are the different ways of aesthetically appreciating nature. Now I'll be confining myself to discussing only those models who somehow contribute to environmentalism and why different models think that they are most appropriate for environmental ethics. So now we can again, divide it into two groups. One where we are generally aesthetically appreciating the natural environment, and second where we are appreciating because we think that it can really contribute in environmentalism. The next. So first is Alan Carlson's model. His model is called natural environmental model, and his model is largely based on scientific knowledge. He thinks that we really need to appreciate natural objects based on scientific knowledge. So and based on that scientific knowledge, what will happen is I will categorize those objects. So for example, I am appreciating a fish, a whale. Until and unless I do not know, I keep it in the category of fish, I might consider it as a large, gloomy, lazy fish going around. But when I scientifically understand the correct category in which it falls and the different ways in which it is contributing to the environment, I'll be in a better position to appreciate it. He thinks that his model is appropriate for environmentalism because it's acentric rather than being anthropocentric. It's environmentally focused. It's serious rather than superficial. And by saying serious, he again means that it's supported by science. It's objective rather than subjective. And it's morally engaging. So again, it's very important to keep in mind that for him, scientific cognition played a very important role. Next model. Next is Holmes Ralston model, which again thought that scientific foundation is really important for us to aesthetically appreciate nature and natural environment. Again, so that so that we do not consider anything in nature as beautiful or ugly. Even according to him, even if we come across something which is in the state of decay, if we understand it with the help of science, we understand that it's actually going to convert into mucus and then going to result in something else, which will definitely be beautiful in some other ways. So one more thing was that he advocated participatory aesthetics. So he said that I cannot just go in a forest and appreciate it. I have to participate. Each of my sense has to participate because it's not just the forest which is helping me in that experience, but it's also because of the different movements inside my body which is helping me. Next is Stan Godlowitz's model. Now he takes a different turn. He rejects scientific knowledge as the foundation of aesthetic appreciation. He says that human knowledge is limited and nature is vast, and there is no way that we can know nature in its entirety. It will always be a mystery for us. Hence he calls his model mystery model or eccentric model. Next. Then is Emily Brady's model, another philosopher who rejects science as the foundation. Now she does not reject science completely as Godlowitz did, but she said that we really need to remove our focus from the canonical dominant theories of science, and we need to include folklores, we need to include mythological stories, and we need to include cognition which are gained by all these non-dominant scientific perspectives as well. Next. So basically what I did was I very briefly just talked about each model. The first two were cognitive models, also known as scientific cognitive models, because science is the foundation there. The other two were non-cognitive models because they thought that they considered that science cannot be considered as foundational, and we need to inculcate other forms as well. And there are other models also which, like Carroll's models say that it's only and only based on emotional arousal that nature should be appreciated. Knowledge plays lesser role in that. Berlant proposed the participatory aesthetics. Caldecott proposed land aesthetics, which was based on Leopold's attempts land aesthetics. So what was happening in literature was that there was a division between different models. So again, considering aesthetic appreciation of nature, which had impact on environmentalism, and these two models, different groups were divided as cognitivists and non-cognitivists. So I have a problem with this model, which I'll discuss in next slide. So there are problems with cognitive models. So aesthetic values are not objective in nature, okay, and science can only decipher what is objective. Therefore, science cannot be considered as the foundation. Scientific facts provide understanding of nature, and but for aesthetically appreciating it, we need an aptitude of aesthetically appreciating it. So science might provide an understanding, but not an aptitude. It also limits the class of appreciators. Not everyone will be a right judge of appreciating nature because not everyone has access to dominant science. And it also undermines the non-dominant method of aesthetic appreciation of nature. But there are problems with non-cognitive models as well. So first is that it undermines contributions of science. It completely rejects. And second is that it overemphasizes the role played by non-cognitive factors like emotions, sensory arousal, etc. Next. So this division into cognitive and non-cognitive categories is problematic for me because I think that it again leads to the trap of mind-body dualism, reason-emotion dualism, also masculine feminism dualism, to human nature dualism to a very large extent. The division between cognitive and non-cognitive models perceives the important factors of aesthetic appreciation from a dualistic framework. Reason-emotion dualism has impacted theories of ethics by overemphasizing reason and overlooking the important role played by emotions. This is something Plumwood said. And to overcome dualism, which we've seen happening in literature, we need to realize the equally important role played by reasons as well as emotions. So reasons, they stand for cognitive models, and emotions were, they represent the non-cognitive models. Next. So here is how I conclude. I conclude by saying that there is a need of reconciliation between the cognitive and non-cognitive models. We cannot say that either science is very or only important for aesthetically appreciating nature, or emotion alone is important. If we are concerned about arguments for environmental ethics or environmentalism, then there needs to be a reconciliation of both scientific theories and emotions. I suggest that the divide between cognitive and non-cognitive factors reflect reason-emotion dualism. I argue that we should not try to create a hierarchy between cognitive and non-cognitive factors. Rather, both should be seen as equally contributing in different and important ways in shaping our aesthetic judgment of nature and natural environment. I suggest that we should probably come up with a model which gives equal consideration to cognitive as well as non-cognitive factors, a model which does not place human beings apart from nature, therefore not committing to human nature dichotomy as well as avoiding reason emotion dichotomy. Yeah, next. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Hey, Soumya, thank you. Covering the one point which I have certain reservations, that is on I mean, no, I'm talking about the cognitive and non-cognitive aspect which you are talking about. I mean, again, this controversy comes. I mean, epistemology of environmental values, because cognitivism and non-cognitivism. These are the two theories in the language of ethics. So when you are talking about cognitivism, that means ethical terms are translatable into facts. I mean, natural facts. And Moore says that there is naturalistic fallacy because good cannot be translated into fact. Ease cannot be translated into ought. Effect cannot be translated into ought. But when non-cognitivism is there is a role of emotions. I mean, ethical sentences are nothing but expressions of emotions. very duly said by G.E. Moore, Henry Sidgwick, and later on some of the better ethical people. But another point is there where we can say that is, prescriptivism and descriptivism. Ethical sentences are describing effect. So that's why there are a lot of problems between Wittgenstein's forms of life and also Davidson's language. What is that? Holism and atomism. In analytic philosophy, but in Indian philosophy it is already there. Akankhya, Yogyata, Sanidhi, Abhihitan Noevan and Abhito Noevan. The same thing is there in David. Compositionality, this is theory of meaning. Now the point is, which I'm referring to. See, when you are talking about cognitivism and non-cognitivism, you are making a distinction between again the same subject and object. And here, the language of ethics, the language of specifically environmental ethics, is again described in the language of facts. True, that's why this is applied. True, I appreciate that. But how do you justify? When you are saying cognitivism or non-cognitivism, we are not only talking about language, but also the justification of language. Now, when you are talking the same theories in environmental ethics, in the form of cognitivism and non-cognitivism, how do you justify the language of ethics in environment? That is a bigger question. This is a very deep philosophical question. This is number one.
No, these are my suggestions. Within this 4 days, in this 4 days, it's very difficult to.
Yeah. So yeah, I have noted it down as a suggestion because, like you rightly said, they have different meanings and connotations when they say cognitivism or rather scientific cognitivism in the theories which I have discussed. So I really would like to look at how it reacts to that question.
I just have to term this I we used to look for gardens. आम का पेड़ हो, अमरूद का पेड़ हो, birds should come ना, ऐसा फल लगे जिसमें पशु पक्षी आए. So that was the idea of beauty. वो था. और अभी जो बनाते हैं, you know that कौन सी गाछ लगाते हैं, where there is no, it's not there. तो मेरी मतलब यही प्रॉब्लम है कि तुम्हें नहीं लगता कि we need to redefine this term.
Yes, I completely agree with you. In fact, Holmes, Ralston, the second model, he says that we probably need to. So there are different. I don't know what I stand for. So Ralston, how he says that there is a different way from which we need to look at beauty when we talk about the beauty of natural environment, because then I cannot consider something ugly, because then that problem comes, how do I conserve whatever is ugly? So we probably need to look at a larger picture, and hence he says that we need to bring science, because then that will explain me that, oh, this grass, the animal which is decaying in front of me is beautiful, because then it's, in many different ways is contributing to the ecosystem and is also getting converted and taking a different shape. So that's how he says. There is a Japanese philosopher, Yorika Saito, who in fact says that this probably is a little direction, but again, when she talks about beauty and beauty with respect to aesthetic appreciation of natural environment, she says that in Japanese philosophy, there has been appreciation for anything which is ugly also. So she goes further to say that we need not redefine beauty, we rather need to appreciate ugly also. Things which we consider as ugly, or how the concept has come of appreciating that. Yeah.
Actually, I want to have a clarification from you, Soumya. You have differentiated between aesthetics of art object and aesthetics of natural environment. What it will be like when it will be an art of uh, natural environment? Just like Pahati ji ने बताया कि art image of an royal bender. Actually, you have differentiated between an art object and an art of natural environment, right? So when we are portraying an art which is the object of or image of natural environment. Suppose your thank you slide.
Yeah. So
Suppose your thank you slide. It is a green environment, right? But it is an art object.
yes.
Nevertheless, it is composed of the natural environment.
Right.
So how your differential line maintained on this particular art? This.
So, because see, now if we can go back to that slide, or even if we don't, so that, yeah. So there are certain criteria based on which we differentiate. One of them was framework. Like, so this particular picture which we saw right now was kept in a frame. Like, I couldn't go beyond. I cannot view it from different dimensions. I have to view it from here as it was shown in the picture. So it will very well, according to that categorization, it will come in the category of artwork. Again, because it has been clicked by a human observer, I cannot aesthetically engage with it. Like, I can't have a dialogue as I can with the natural environment. It's kept in a frame. It's not dynamic. It will not change more or less. So let
painters do bring that.
Yeah.
They bring their
Yes. Yeah, but yes. So I mean, talking in terms of extreme, yeah, that's true. It can be interpreted in different ways also. But dimensions.
Actually, Soumya, there is again problem for Chinese perspective also, na?
Yeah.
Appreciating the ugly.
Yeah.
आपने तो ugly बोली दिया उसको, what are you doing
Yes.
then? तो इसको
Yeah.
Is that okay with you? छोटी
Yes.
बात है, but
हाँ. So these are less obviously problematic, but less problematic when we keep them limited to our world. Because there I'm talking about something which human beings have created. So we have a little more liberty of criticizing something that's not beautiful. But when it's natural beauty, then natural object of appreciation, then it becomes more problematic.
अरे हम तीनों पूछते हैं, आप भी थोड़ा कभी-कभी सवाल किया करो यार। अभिषेक क्या बात है कि सवाल
Like, I went to him saying कि मुझे please questions पूछना।
अभिषेक पहले मुझे चाय पिला के खुश किया, उसी दिन से चाय पिलाते हो क्या? ईश्वर, कुछ पूछोगे? नहीं, माको तेलुगु रादु। It's true, Soumya. Another point which I basically, if you go to the history of environmental philosophy, it is divided into three. The first is radical philosophy, radical eco-philosophy. The second is environmental aesthetics. The third is eco-philosophy, where ecosophy, all these things are there. You quoted one point about Ralston, Holmes Ralston. Ralston says that there are basically three approaches to any environmental ethics. Three approaches. I have written somewhere. Yes. The first is homeostatics. The first is homeostatics approach. The second is ecosystemic holism. I mean, ecology is a system. That system has a holistic nature. And the third is intrinsic value in nature. So when Ralston was talking about homeostatics, I mean the geocentric view, Copernican revolution. Look how this philosophy developed. Kantian concept of Copernican revolution is reflected in environmental philosophy by Holmes Ralston. Homeostatic view means there is a balance in nature. It means as a permanent law, ecology as a theory and balance is a permanent law in nature. That's why this is homeostasis. And ecocentric holism means you might have heard about the book of Respect for Nature by Paul Taylor. Tomorrow I am going to stick something on that book. I mean, moral status of animals. I will go to some portions on respect for animals, then Tom Regan's animal rights, 2 or 3 slides on vegetarianism, and how Manusruti, even if Yajnavalkshruti, Mahabharata, they talk about animals' moral status. So see, when we are talking about this homeostasis, and Ralston's free approach to ethics, where this environmental, I mean, cognitive बोलो जो भी बोलो जो आपका जो टाइटल है वो कैसे फिट करेगा? Because you talked about Ralston, ना? Ralston says that in nature is intrinsically valuable. I mean, value is there. You have to locate. You do not need to impose value. You have to locate value. I mean, value is there. It's not given. You have to locate. It's already it's given. Now the question is who has given it? Given by whom? Judaism, for Abrahamic religion, it is a conceivable God, Talan Karta. For Christianity, it is Jesus Christ. For Darwinian theory of evolution, it is the theory of evolution itself, the survival of the fittest theory. For eco-feminist, it is the domination, again, on nature. For the deep ecologist, it is the operation and intrinsic value in nature. So, who created nature? Soumya yesterday asking a question to I think Professor Rakesh Chandra regarding who has given right?
Chaudhary sir. No, to Panir Selvam sir.
Who has given the right? See, there is a James Childress. Tomorrow I will be speaking one example from Paul Taylor. Then we can find where from right comes. Who has given us right? I mean, we have a right not to suffer. Same right is extensively used towards the animals. I mean, it is extended to the animals and the non-human entities. Then we can say that they have extended rights. Right? Not in the sense of that मैं जाके वोट दे दूँगा, procession में जाके जिंदाबाद मुर्दाबाद कर दूँगा, ये नहीं है. But they have their own right. Human being has, they have their own right. They should not be tortured unnecessarily. That is their right. So, in this point, then only cognitivism comes. Non-cognitivism evaporates. Then what lies in between the line? Luxury and need, necessity and sufficiency, cognitive, non-cognitive, subjective, objective, mind, body, reason, nature, all through this. What is in between? In between, is it human reason? Because ultimately man is rational. But reason is not there, postmodernism says that. Reason is not there to dominate nature. And Professor Silva was saying there is no postmodernism. Because modernism, we cannot say that modernism has been ended. That's why postmodernism starts from 2016, from today in ICPR's Butler House Palace. So these are the points.
So, to the can I just respond? So, you were asking if I can locate Ralston's this discourse or Ralston's view on aesthetics to any of these. I will need to read a lot more about them. But I think for now that probably he's talking about intrinsic value of nature, because like how he says that intrinsic value lies in the relationship between subject and object. And similarly, here also he is talking about participatory aesthetics. He's saying that I cannot aesthetically appreciate unless and until I am participating. So it's the object as well as the subject. So probably there.
And participation does not mean objectification. Participation means I'm open.
Yes.
We all are participating in discussion. Nobody is imposing the view. Either I am imposing the view on you or you are imposing the view on me. No. Participants will do it.
Yeah.
Wow. That's that day philosophy. Vade, yayate. Where is Vidata? Where is Jalpak's father? Silent. What do you think?
That value, if we look at value, let's say just for a mundane understanding. I don't know if it is related to this, but I was thinking, like when we talk about, let's say, in the child working, meditation and all, the commercialization aspect of this, like when we make paintings and all. I was thinking that this intrinsic value, this sir is talking about, when somebody is like making paintings and all, what is happening? Where this intrinsic value is getting converted into some sort of commercialization, right? And then there's a multiplication because this is happening in the field of a lot of these what do you call it, self improvement like meditation. So there are a lot of apps now, number of apps. And recent report says that though they claim that it is for your health improvement, it is fine, but at the same time, a lot of data is going and things like that. So it's, I don't know. I was thinking value in that sense. Like,
It's also happening in the field of that I spoke about. So there are so many government projects which are running in the name of aesthetically improving a natural land, especially from the place where I come from. So it's a tourist place. So they bring on the project, they cut down trees and they build concrete trees there, so, which is.
But Soumya, I request you.
My humble submission is that if you are an energized, an researcher, you have a lot of energy to do something new things. But I request you to go to the two books actually. One is tracking nature means tracking values. When a man is at the top, means you are selling something by selling the coins. I am selling something only to get some benefit, but I am selling something by selling the coins. That's why man is at the top. Ego, ecology, all the crafts down, right? And aesthetically, I am saying, requesting you, my submission is, go to two books. One is Bhagavad-Gita and also Rasa theory of Anandavardhana. And there you can find Abhishek Mundigalara and Natesa Bharata. And one Professor Bharat Sastri, I think, is a beautiful scholar in India, Radhavallam Tripathi. I mean, this thing, because of this pandemic, these online activities are so many things. So many things have happened. And fortunately, I was acquainted with so many scholars, they are more than 85, 90 years old. One is Professor Bharat Sastri or something like that. He was an expert in Natya Shastra, Rasa theory. He can speak hours and hours and hours and hours. And the second person is Professor S.R. Bhatt. Today, this discussion reminds me the contribution of Professor Rajaram Shukla. नया चर्च है ठीक, लेकिन बड़े अच्छे समझा है। चाहे किसी चीज दे दो इंडियन फिलोसफी में, बड़े अच्छे तरह से समझा। But anyway, these are the books you can and just book by Abhinavagupta and book by Anandavardhana. You people are IIT people. You may not be agree with to go through the traditional books. You say no traditional only. See, the foundation grows with the tradition. And ताल पत्ते की जो पूंजी में लिखा गया था, आज किसी ने उसे कंप्यूटर में टाइप कर दिया, इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि उसका जमाना चला गया और इसका दाव बढ़ गया, ऐसा नहीं है भैया। चलो नेक्स्ट।
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. तुम लोगों को मतलब बहुत चीज मेरे भी याद आ जाते हैं, आपका बड़ा था पता नहीं। सृष्टि जब मैं दिल्ली आऊंगा तो बुला था, बुलाओ तो सही।
What's this, taking? Yes, Ishwar. So I now request Ishwar. Ishwar is he belongs to Andhra University, but Ishwar is a very good person. This is the last presentation, and the last presentation starts with the presentation of Professor Sharma. The last presentation ends with also. I now request Ishwar. Ishwar is yes. And from Andhra University, Visakhapatnam. I have received your thesis from Andhra University, but unfortunately the department is closed now. Because one senior person is retired and no students, that's why the department is closed in Andhra University. Philosophy department. Because the senior most professor is retired. Department runs up here. Fortunately, these people have done their PhD. Environmental aesthetics में कहाँ इस चीज को रखोगे? Anyway, Ishwar, please start it.
I Ishwara. I came from Andhra University, Visakhapatnam. I am doing a research scholar at Andhra University under the guidance of Dr. B. Ralston. Coming to my research topic is related to this workshop, philosophical perspective in environment ethics. In academic approaches, ethics is divided into two categories. One is theoretical ethics and other one is practical and applied ethics. My topic is related to practical or applied ethics. You all are well known what is the environment. In the past 6 days, we are learned a lot of lectures. What is anthropocentrism, non-anthropocentrism, ecocentrism, and technocentrism. By one thing, I explained to you. When I am not came here, I don't know what is anthropocentrism, what is non-anthropocentrism, everything I don't know. So I am came here, I am learned some of the knowledge. Coming to my topic, and my study mainly focus on philosophical concern on environment. It will inquire into the Buddhist understanding, its environment concern on various ecological issues of pollution, environmental pollution, and its challenges, some solutions. Objective of my study: to understanding the essential future of ethical concept of environment and Indian philosophical perspective, to learn about the essential of the environment ethics, to give justification for environmental conversation. Environment ethics complements some scientific knowledge by adding human values, moral principles, and better decision making into discussion, to determine if the world and its inhabitants have moral standing or worthy of our ethical care. The earth and its inhabitants have inherent worth. To re-understanding some of Indian thinkers' perspectives on environment ethics. Methodology of the study: the present study adopts historical method. The research work follows documentary method. It employs an environment ethics conceptual approaches. It adopts the philosophical views of ecological issues. The research uses primary source and the secondary source also. Justification of my study: environment ethics makes us aware of human behavior that are indiscriminated or malevolent. Environment ethics teaches us moral attitude towards nature and how to appreciate diverse living forms. It emphasizes the idea of responsibility person's behavior in relation to natural landscape, resource spices, and non-human animals. Our scientific understanding of the environment will inform environmental ethics. Our understanding of how ecosystems operate as well as our understanding of the environmental situations may alter. According to McNice, ethics as the study of what is the right or good in human conduct. The science of the ideal involved in human life. So, it is the clearly that ethics is the study of which is determines rightness or wrongness of action. The United Nations, the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development in Rio de Janeiro gave a new orientation to the concept of sustainable development. It gave three operational dimensions to this concept. One is ecological dimension, then other one is social dimension, last one is cultural dimension. These three operational dimensions help to improve intellectual activity and cultural diversity among nations. In the global level, it created strong waves and different countries cooperated in the name of environment. This created a moral consequence among different countries, and this moral consciousness is implied in the concept of sustainable development. The concept of sustainable development itself a new philosophy with implications in environmental ethics. It recognizes that the natural resources are not endless, and the development process should be oriented towards the needs of the present generation without compromising in the ability of the future generation to make their own needs. Andrew Light, in his article Environment Ethics, the problem with contemporary environment ethics are arguably more practical than philosophical or at last. This resolution in the practical terms is more important than the resolution in philosophical terms, at last for the present time. According to Buddhism, Donald Stewart, she is one scholar, I don't know scholar. The Buddhism, not unlike the biological science, rebirth like human and animal species. In other views of Buddhist recognition, the health of the whole inseparable linked to the health of the parts, and the health of the parts is inseparable linked to the health of the whole. Rocks, trees, lotus, streams, and mountains all have Buddha nature, and all the part of a big continuous cosmic ecosystem, according to Buddhism. According to Lily D. Silva, Buddhist environment ethics teach that living should be simple, peaceful, and kind. It sees all animals and people, all spiritual creatures, to be treated without loving kindness in its karma and reincarnation theory. We are well known reincarnation theory. Coming to sum of environment problem. One problem, the bubble gas tragedy. The main process, one scholar, M.N. Bucha, is say that there is some of evidence that Union Carbide has been non-negligence in plant maintenance. That time, before it was forecasting that situation, so many these type of tragedy we can't see, you can't imagine, you can't remind in future generation also. the main thing, maintenance problem. And then what is that? Negligence, the forecasting. Yesterday I have asked a question. Why small problems is occurred before we forecasting that type of problems? This time we are not affected. Yes, recently COVID situation. COVID situation is not still. It is biological books. It is written a past time. Some other most serious environmental issues such as human pollution growth, human population growth, consumption and duplication of life sustaining and other non-renewable natural resource pollution, etc. Thank you.
This is very smart. Ishwar has given me a paper. When I asked him that you submitted, he has submitted only the application. मैंने जब उसको कहा कि आप मुझे एक publication दीजिए ताकि हम लेसन का जो क्राइटेरिया है वो फुलफिल कर सकें, तो उन्होंने मुझे एक सवाल पूछा कि सर वो पब्लिकेशन हुआ नहीं, होने वाला है लेकिन मैंने कुछ लिखा, हाँ वही देखते हैं किस तरह से. So on the basis of that I selected. Then he got the mail and came along with his family. Ishwar has the, interest to know the depth of environmental philosophy by coming over here. And Ishwar came with his kid, and he is giving time to kid, giving time to better half also. And sometimes better half also is sitting here and listening and think and writing down.
Thank you very much.
This is Ishwar's contribution. So I mean the little one, he is also understanding what is environmental philosophy. This proves that we have a keen interest in this research, this workshop. Whatever hazards comes, we will surpass that hazard and will come and will meet, will sit and will learn something. So, Ishwar, thank you. But some of the question comes to my mind. Tomorrow, in the valuing discussion will discuss. Tomorrow, I think, let me decide. Tomorrow I am going to present 2 lectures on moral status of animals. But I think Professor Chantiran Salda is coming, the advisor of this seminar. It's workshop. Such a nice person. And the real sense of the term, Pandita. He is coming. So I will request him to give at least 1 lecture before my lecture or after. Chantiran Salda. मैं तो चाहता हूँ मैं उनको पहले सुनूंगा सुबह सुबह. जी मैं बहुत हम लोग बड़े सौभाग्य क्योंकि पहले दिन से चैंपियन संगत जी हमारे ये वर्कशॉप की एडवाइजर है, लेकिन मैंने उनको कभी जी तो हम कल फिर 10:30 बजे मिलते हैं. आज कुछ समोसा पकड़े बनाएगा नहीं. अरे हम लोग आप एक दिन के मेहमान हैं, कम से कम एक पकौड़ा तो खिलाइए. Today was
लेकिन हेगेल तो उसको उनकी प्रूफ देता है और ये दो फॉर्म तीसरा आपको मतलब अपने आप को फिलोसफिकल फॉर्मेशन देने के लिए आपको कहाँ कोई लिटरेचर पढ़ने से काम नहीं चलेगा तो आपको मालूम है करना पड़ेगा आप द सप्लाई आपको हेगेलियन एस्थेटिक्स में करना पड़ेगा मेरे अंदर में एक हंसी निकेतन के लिए विद्यार्थी तो अपनी पीएचडी पूरा नहीं कर पाए मैं तो कुछ नहीं किया था वो फिर सोचे ना भाग गए को बाहर मिलाया और फिर अपने अंदर को पीएचडी किया वो 20 वर्षों में हेगेलियन एस्थेटिक्स बना तो उनकी किताब छपी हेगेलियन एस्थेटिक्स आप मेरा फोन नंबर से देना आपसे कभी बताना तो किताब तो इससे आपको हेगेलियन एस्थेटिक्स का आइडिया मिल जाएगा और मान के एस्थेटिक्स पर आपको अच्छी किताब मिल जाएगी तो फाउंडेशन का आपको नेचर के प्रति जो हमारा व्यू है वो क्या फिर आपको अभिनव को करना पड़ेगा अभिनव को करना और अभिनव के लिए आपको ना टीचर से मार्केट से करना पड़ेगा और आप आपको नहीं रहती तो कभी आपको यहाँ एक नौकीनो दस्तों की नौकीनो दस्तों की लखनऊ में जाती तो आप लोग के घर में कभी उनसे जाती थी आप कभी आते थे वो आप उनसे रहती थी उनके घर में कभी मिलो तो आप उनको मैटर इसमें दे सकते हैं ये तीन फॉर्मेशन आप लेके चलोगे ना तो आपको मतलब एस्थेटिक्स और इन्वायरमेंटलिज्म और फिलॉसफिकल फॉर्मेशन बड़ा मेहनत का काम है आपको लिखा हुआ है इसको समझाना पड़ेगा यदि समझाने के लिए आपको फिलॉसफिकल फॉर्मेशन बहुत अच्छा और उधर के लिए तीन मॉडल आपको लेके चल रहा है आपका वो जो किताब है क्रिटिक ऑफ जजमेंट बड़ा अच्छा लिखा पार्ट में ब्यूटी ऑफ द सब्जेक्ट अब आप अगला जानती हो हिंदी में नहीं पढ़ना है एक केसी भट्टाचार्य का एक किताब था कॉन्टेन ऑल्सो तात्पर्य तो मेरी बहुत इच्छा थी कि वो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा तो मैं कलकत्ता गया कलकत्ता में एक जर्नी के लिए गया था एक हफ्ते में तो मैं कॉलेज स्ट्रीट से वो निकाला अपने काम और एक बहुत अच्छे विद्वान आदमी मुकुंद लाल मैंने उनको किताब दिया सर आप हिंदी में और आप अनुवाद करते जाइएगा मेरी पत्रिका है मैं एक चैप्टर उसका पब्लिश करता हूँ जो पब्लिश हो गए मुकुंद लाल जी के अब मेरे पास वो मेरे को पब्लिश करा
और 150 पेज में आन तक जो उन्होंने लिखा है ना, मैंने अपने जीवन में किसी अंग्रेजी की किताब में लिखा कि कीमत है वो किताब राजकमल प्रकाशन से प्रकाशित आन के दर्शन का तात्पर्य। ये किताब का जो 150 पेज का इंट्रोडक्शन है उसमें तुमको आन के एस्थेटिक्स और इन्वायरमेंट से जोड़ने की बहुत सामग्री है। आप राजकमल प्रकाशन और रजा फाउंडेशन की कोलैबोरेशन में होता आन के दर्शन का तात्पर्य। एक किताब होती है तो 150 पेज में जरूर होता है। मुझे बहुत सारे उसमें से और उसमें इंडियन तरीके से खान को कैसे सोचा जा सकता है वो भी मिलेगा कि प्रकृति के प्रति जैसे हम लोग जो है बनाते हैं मेरा देखते प्रार्थना के प्रति महाआस्था नेचर के प्रति उनके प्रति हम महाभाव रखते हैं। उसी तरीके से खान के महाभाव क्या होता है नेचर के एस्थेटिक्स कैसे आता है उसी से तो आप वो किताब क्या और ऐसा सोच के काम करना कि हमारी ये किताब केवल पीएचडी के या पीएचडी कर रही हो ना तो मुसलमान कर लिया हिंदी कर लिया पढ़ाई लिखाई कहाँ से की
तो मैंने से
यू इसके अंदर तो काम
Okay, sir. So, thank you everybody for listening to all the participation and presentation presently. Let us meet again. Thank you everybody. Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee, for assisting me. You always render a beautiful and extended help. That is really ये दाम लीजिए। अरे फीडबैक कौन देते हो यार? मुझे फिर दाम कम दिए क्या?
फीडबैक
তোমাকে আমি कंडीशन बोल दी। I have given her a condition. अगर हो सकता है अगर मैं पहले आपकी रिलीज के क्या होगा तुम्हें नीचे बताओ आप भी हो ठीक है
एक कीजिए मोबाइल में टाइप कीजिए और सर्च कीजिए मोबाइल में टाइप कीजिए यहाँ पर बैठ के साइन करिए मैं वन टाइम कर